Let me just make sure this is working. Looks like it. My guild is doing... Man, they are so loud. I have them at 8% volume, and they are still so loud on Discord. You guys can't hear them, though. As usual, comms are muted for this. But yeah, my guild's doing a full Mythic Reclear. And... Let me try out. Yeah, I think I have everything pulled up correctly. I'm on my Blood DK for all of it. I was considering finally playing Sand Lane, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm really tired today. I don't want to have to, like, lock the fuck in and try and get Sand Lane parses. Like, I'll do that at some point before, what's it called? Before the next patch, after I have, like, all the Sporefall gear. I will try and see if I can go for rank 1s. But I don't have the energy for that today. And I mean, I still get, like, good parses as Deathbringer. It's just, you kind of need to be Sand Lane to get rank 1s on most fights, that is. We're starting 30 minutes earlier than our normal raid time. Just to make sure that we have a lot of time, but we did spend 4 hours on Lura last week, so who knows how this is gonna go. I'm hoping that it goes well, at least. Also, I did not feel like doing an extra, like, Photoshop revision thing for this, but I still want a chat cover. So, I did some amazing OBS artwork, as you can see, for my chat cover, and just overlaid some text of Blood DK. Well, so the chat cover normally says Blood DK Sporefall Mythic Prog, because that's what I made the chat cover. So now I just took Mythic Reclear, threw it over Sporefall Mythic Prog, and boom, there you go. I guess we're not dropping a Cauldron. I'll just... What am I missing? We have food. I have oil. I think I just needed Flask. And... yeah, okay, so I did at least... I put on the new chess piece that I got last week. And then before we do Sporefall, I need to remember to go grab my bonus rolls. But otherwise... good to go. Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I was about to say, okay, I need to pot. That's the thing I was forgetting, because we don't have cauldrons. Good thing I have a few left over. I should probably grab a few more. This... Every single week I fucking Reaper's Mark this horror. You're not supposed to, because it munches your Reaper's Mark. It's just, it's so hard to break that muscle memory. It doesn't really matter all that much. Especially because, like, parsing on this fight is a fucking joke anyway, but... I should still get into the habit. Well, realistically, if I want to parse, I just don't play Deathbringer anyway, so it doesn't matter, but... Still good to keep that in mind. So AMZ this. I think we double AMZ. Whatever. It is technically supposed to be my AMZ, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's my Crimson Scourge proc. We're doing the one burn strat, by the way. That's why nobody went down. So the idea here is we kill Chimeras before he kills us. I think we're short, honestly. It's gonna be really close. Oh my god. Less than 1%. Which is... I always think... So this is a sale, by the way. It's a full Mythic Reclear, but also a sale run to boot. And personally, I always think that doing strats like that in a sale is a little bit silly. Especially if we don't think that we... I'll augment rune. Fuck it. The irony is, my Reaper's Mark there may have made the difference, but realistically other people were missing damage too. That the thing always resets. Why do I do these cool things at 2 AM? I mean, hey, for me it's 8 PM. This is a pretty normal stream time for me, all things considered. I mean, I guess cool is subjective, right? I don't really think this is a cool thing. For me, you know, this is literally a Tuesday. That is, like, the definition of a thing that I have to do every single week anyways. Which is why I'm like, fuck it, I may as well stream it. The VOD will always be there, if you want to watch it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Up, dude. Oh my god. Oh yeah, you get... Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Alright, don't Reaper's Mark. Okay, I don't know how those got bounced around. Whew! I need to start drinking my coffee a little bit quicker. Good thing the ads were... Okay. Wasn't sure how the sights would work. That kind of angle. It's like they do not cleave. Okay. Of course, I don't use my AMZ because I figured maybe like DK was going to use it this time. Okay, this looks like we're more on track. Still gonna be close, though. Okay, no, we got this. I hate doing that cheese strat. Like, it is, admittedly... I don't hate this one, just because the, what's it called? The actual way to do Chimeras is just so annoying. Like, it's not a hard boss, but we have wiped because, you know, all it takes is literally one miss kick in the fear, and then it's over. And for some of our comps, we don't have, like, as good ranged kicks. Like, on Prague, we were using multiple DKs just to make it easier. And the reality is, having ranged kicks is not always reliable. Death Knight grips are... I don't know. Yeah, ranged kicks, I don't know, my brain's all over the place. Are kind of needed, but it's a little bit inconsistent. So doing that does kind of simplify the fight, but it does also mean that everybody needs to blast, which is... Well, I mean, as you saw, doesn't always happen. We got there. Only one wipe is fine. Alright, so I have... I don't think there's anything except Rotmire that I want to bonus roll. What does Rotmire drop again? What would you use your Vantis rune on? Lura? Yeah, definitely Lura. I mean, Lura... On Reclear, Lura is the only truly hard fight. There are bosses that you can wipe on. Obviously, Chimeras, as you saw. Well, frankly, we have managed to find ways to wipe on literally every single boss on some Reclears. There have been a few sketch things. Obviously, Aversion... The only time we've ever wiped on Aversion is people were just really not dispelling, so they were tunneling damage. Or, like, whatever it is the healers were doing. I think some of them literally were tunneling healer damage parses and just missed dispels. And then I think another time we tried to do, like, a 2-heal strat, and then we didn't really think about the fact that we wouldn't have dispels. And then you just, like, the portals get fucked. So we have wiped to that at some point. Usually it's a one-shot. Voracious is an extremely easy boss that we have wiped to way more times than we really should have, just because people really do not do the puddle drop mechanic. And we have had a lot of times where we don't break a wall, and then it picks that wall, and we're just dead. Saladar, also, we've wiped a few times because people just don't swap to ads, because ads don't show up in parses. And dragons we actually usually do correctly, just because the only... Like, Dragons is a slightly mechanically involved fight, but it's all on a few specific people, namely the tanks, and we actually consistently do our jobs. So, usually there's no issue. Although, every now and then, if somebody, like, drops a breath on top of the raid, that has caused wipes. Light-Blinded Vanguard is, again, very, very hard to fuck up. The only job that can really wipe the raid is my job, and I don't think I've ever fucked it up. We've wiped a few times on Crown of the Cosmos. That is really weird, though, because there's, like, a lot of small things where, like, no one mistake really will wipe you in Crown of the Cosmos, but a lot of tiny issues can pile up. We did have a mechanic bug out on us in P3 2 times in a row that caused a wipe, and I've suggested a way to kind of avoid doing that happen so we can still kill even if we get the bug. It's just the bug fucks up our normal strategy, so it killed us all. Bellerin, similarly, not a hard fight if your DPS is good, which, like, we have the damage for it. But if people get distracted, let a ball go in, that can cause a wipe. If people aren't paying attention to their color, one person fucking up can also cause a wipe. There are a few things that can cause a wipe there, so we have, in the past, spent time on Bellerin. But the only fight at this point for Reclear that I would say is still pretty hard, even on Reclear, is Lura. It's not, like, impossible, for sure, but it is definitely the only one that consistently gives us some trouble. Like, last week, we've had, like, we kill it in 5 pulls Reclears before, so it's not, like, impossible, but, you know, then last week we go and spend 4 hours on it, and sometimes, if people are playing a spec they're not used to, they just really struggle with Lura. It's just one of those fights. So you definitely want to have Vantis on it. Also, let me... You can't ask rotation questions and tips from me? I mean, you always can.
4, 3,
right?
2, 1.
Also, you guys can't hear, but my raid leader is giving like a little bit of a speech about the next patch, so I don't want to talk right now. I'll respond to the rest afterwards. I just want to listen to what he's saying. Move the soak, move the soak. Jesus. Enemy your ads. Hard swap to ads. We have 2 of them. Jesus, that didn't wipe us. That's crazy. Remember when I said that, like, we almost never wipe to aversion, but if people just don't do the dispels correctly, then that causes a wipe? I spoke this into existence. It's one fucking mechanic. Admittedly, I don't know why my co-tank didn't adapt there. I had to call the last second, and he didn't move in time, but he should have seen that coming. Just not here. Spells go to the middle one. We need to dispel. Feel that I basically I talked over my raid leader multiple times and interrupted his little spiel, but also, like, I mean, I have to, right? The reason he decided to do his yap about the upcoming patch and scheduling and stuff now is because I think he assumed nothing would happen on this boss, but, like, if I don't make those calls, we play. Oh, dude. He didn't say, like, he didn't complain. I think he knows that, like, yeah, he somehow managed to fuck up this boss again. That's what it is. At the very least, I think we have enough damage to where this doesn't matter. Like, this only wipes you if you fuck up the portals in a way that instantly causes a wipe, or fuck up the portals and then... Yeah, I mean, that's definitely how people are parsing. I don't know if it's good to make a habit out of that, though. It's tight. Like, I don't know how close we were, but... But yeah, what was I saying? You're always welcome to, like, ask me tank questions and stuff. Like, I like talking about tank stuff. Like, within reason, like, obviously, I think, when I say within reason, I'm obviously very flexible, right? Like, if anybody has just a genuine question about really any tank, honestly, the only tank I really don't know much about at the moment is Vengeance Demon Hunter. I know enough about Vengeance to know I do not like it, so I've just not really cared about it. At the moment, that is. I know how it works. Like, I probably still know more about Vengeance than most people, but I definitely can't speak to know any intricacies of Vengeance right now. I know the fundamental mechanics, because a lot of those haven't changed since I used to main it years ago. And Prop Pally, similarly, at an extremely high level, I have not played my prop pally this season, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that, but I still know a lot about it. And then the other 4 tanks I all play at a high level, so I can answer basically anything about them. And I'm pretty much always open to talking about it. Like, if somebody sends me a log and asks me, like, you know, can you do an in-depth log review for me? Like, I'll probably be like, I don't know, have that much free time to do that. But if somebody has a question, whenever, I don't even need to be streaming. I'm more than happy to answer it. A lot of people do message me tank questions, and I have absolutely no problem answering it. I love talking about tanks. Can't ask questions to a recorded video? Well, sure, but you can... Like, my Discord is in the description, right? When I say people ask me questions, I mean, like, they'll DM me on Discord and be like, hey, I was watching XYZ thing, and I was curious what you thought about, you know, whatever. And I respond to everything, so... Even if I'm not streaming, is what I mean. You're still able to contact me. Let me read. Am I 10 out of 10 Mythic? Yeah. Yeah, we were, what, World 56? We've been doing Reclears for a while. Technically World 3rd Rotmeyer, but, you know, I don't count that. More deep's always gooder, true. You single button rotation tanked heroic Lura on your DK. Okay. Well, I will put it out there. I do not think it is a good idea to tank ever with single button rotation. Like, just because it is possible, it is very, very, very bad to build that habit. Obviously, if you're just, like, fucking around having fun, like, you know, do what you want. But if you're trying to improve at the game, that is, like, the worst thing you could possibly do, especially as a tank. Heroic, though, I mean, yeah, like, you can probably scrape by. It worked on Myth, or, on Heroic. Just because it works, right? I mean, there are people who, without single button resistant, they play the game wrong, and they still kill Mythic bosses, right? You can kill bosses not playing correctly. I'm just saying, if you are trying to get better at the game, it will build bad habits. I would not recommend it. If you're just having fun, like, by all means. Tanking Bellerin is the easiest shit you've done. Heroic Bellerin's pretty easy, yeah. Mythic Bellerin is much harder.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do you want to take first, Will? It's annoying that it's RC loot council that's bugging out. I'll turn on bug sec though. I normally, man, it's really spamming me right now. That's unfortunate. premise, I can't even, like, disable RC loot counts, like, so literally, it's one of the only things I actually need to have enabled for raiding. Of all the add-ons to completely break. That's unfortunate. Our monk has rolled off the edge. Fantastic. Alright. Of course, we have dropped our puddles right on top of the boss here. I guess this is honestly better than we've done it on previous nights, at least, so... Holy shit, we actually one-shot Voracious. It's a miracle. I don't know why we struggle so hard with this fight, though. It should not be. But we did it there. It's also, like, when I'm on Blood Decay, at the very least, I can go out of my way to handle the grips. That's specifically why I told my co-tank to take first. That way I was the one handling the adds that second set, because that second set is the one that we consistently fuck up. And there we had somebody just brain off letting the ad run towards the tank soaks directly under the boss, and I just mass gripped to make sure that didn't happen. So. We probably still would have killed anyway, but you never know. Oh, I'm getting juggled. Hold on. Let me read your guys' messages. You don't have my Discord? I mean, it's in the... It should be in the description. Is it not? I'm just saying, if you ever wanted to ask me a question, I tend to make my Discord, which also, like, my Discord username is Harldan. It's not... it's not very complicated. So... But yeah. You play Unholy, maybe? Yeah, I mean, if you're mostly playing DPS and you have to, like, fill in as a tank, I can understand that. Obviously, though, I like tanking, right? I think it's fun to learn how to play correctly. I hate that. It parses 9%? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Can hold aggro from the other tank? Well, yeah, and that's one of the bigger issues, right? That absolutely can make it really, really, really annoying to tank. Especially as the tank whose pulling threat feels really frustrating, constantly having to, like, watch your threat because you might accidentally rip at the wrong moment. The thing is, though, what you just described, though, of having the taunt in the 5-second window for tank busters, that is actually a good thing to know. Because I've seen a lot of tanks who don't know how to deal damage properly, which, admittedly, is not hard. But they don't know how to do damage, but then they also don't realize that the vast majority of tank busters, as long as you have threat when it's going out, which you can guarantee by taunting, because the boss locks onto you, you can tank, like, 90% of bosses doing, like, no damage at all. But so many tanks I've seen are really bad, do no damage, and then they don't realize that they can snipe their taunt at the last second. They'll taunt like 8 seconds beforehand, the guaranteed threat will fall off, they'll lose threat, and then they fuck it up. So it's good that you know that, though. Hey, Squiddy Mariner. This is just muscle memory for me at this point? I sort of. I mean, I definitely... The bosses, in general, are muscle memory for me, yes. The problem is, a lot of times on Reclear, because some people don't do mechanics properly, which can potentially lead to wipes, I can't just, like, brain off muscle memory it. Because, like, there, on Voracious, I had to specifically look around and see, okay, what terrorists are dragging their ads into melee, so I can grip it and deal with it. And then I specifically stood inside the explosion and pressed DA and AMS to make sure that if one of them ran out, I could grip it back in. I think they all died quickly enough that it didn't matter, but that was something I was sitting there ready to do until I saw they were all dying. And like on Saladar here, Saladar is not a hard boss, but if nobody swapped to the orbs, which our group never swapped to the orbs, then this fight becomes very challenging because tanks will need to do some crazy maneuvers to keep everybody alive. So, be prepared for some shenanigans, because that's what always happens. I should also buy more regular lights potential. Their salad bar, yes. You taunt around 5 seconds before the mechanic. Does it last for 8 seconds, right? No. Yes and no. So, there is a taunt debuff that lasts for 6 seconds. So you can see here, Dark Commands. Commands the target to attack you and increases the threat you generate against them by 800% for 6 seconds. The threat amp lasts for 6 seconds. There is like in, like a 2 to 3 second window immediately after you taunt, though, where the boss is, like, locked onto you. So, even though, I think, like, Death Grip, you can see it does say, forces the target to attack you. But all taunts have that, where for, like, 2 to 3 seconds after you use it, the boss will always be targeting you. It overrides threat.
1.
It also, like, it doesn't say it, but, like, taunt itself generates a lot of upfront threat. So it generates a ton of threat. It forces the target to attack you for a few seconds. Beyond everything. And then it also gives you the threat amp. Now, the threat amp, that only matters if you're actually doing damage, right? 800% threat, if you're doing, like, a fraction of the damage of the other tank, will actually amount to very little. Which is why, if you know you're doing very little damage, the only way to reliably hold threat is to make sure that you are, what's it called? That you're playing around that window. The orb... Like, the orb's dying extremely slowly here. It's fine, just because this is the first set. Okay, this is where it's gonna get a little bit finicky. I need to let my co-tank hold for a little bit here, because I don't want to make the boss do any crazy movements. Okay, I'm going to do a big move here. The main thing, so with this boss, if your DPS is not killing the orbs quickly, when the boss does this, the Twilight Spikes or whatever it's called, he will be rooted in place. So if the orb's still alive and you keep him too close to the orb, then when he starts that cast, the orb will just go straight in, and then the orb hits him, it causes a wipe. So it's very important that if I see the orb is still high health, I start dragging the boss really far away. That way, while he's rooted in place, if the orb still isn't dead, it has more time to reach him. We are really yapping today. Which is, like, fine as long as people focus. Unfortunately, a lot of times... Right now, they're yapping about Transformers and Megan Fox for some reason. I don't know why. Dragging the boss away. Where is he going? What? I mean, you saw that, right? Yeah, Okay. I've... Wow. Alright, speaking of randomly wiping to a bug, yeah, spaghetti code game. I've 100% run along here, though. That's insane. I mean, is that a new patch bug? Because we've never seen that. No, because at first I thought that too, but then I looked, yeah, it was still locked onto me. That, I mean, that's just spaghetti code. If you guys don't know what happens there, these little ridges in the ground, it's not common that this happens, but sometimes mob pathing really breaks on tiny ridges like that. I've never seen it happen on this fight, but apparently I stepped on the ridge and the boss just decided, okay, I'm going to path directly into the center of the room, where, in the worst possible way, that is exactly where the orb was. So the boss pathed directly into the orb and then stopped to do his animation. I mean, I've seen that bug happen in general before. I have never seen that happen on this fight. That is unreal. I do wonder if, like, they broke something new with this patch, because I feel like if that was a thing that could happen on this boss, we probably would have seen it by now, because we've killed it so many times. You'll have to run far. Nobody's swapping to the orb. Orb's still really high. Why is the orb still alive? Yeah, it's exactly what I predicted. They're in a yap about random shit mood. Now we're just blatantly ignoring the mechanic. Dick? Dude. Man. Yeah, alright. It's gonna be one of those nights. We're just gonna wipe to everything. Closet said, what's the best class by your opinion and experience that's the best to find a rating spot for CE? I mean, you're asking the wrong question, right? Like, there's no... You shouldn't pick a class, right? It's spec. And as for spec, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the middle. Too broad question, right? The only way I can answer that question is you are just looking at Mythic rating wrong. The first thing you should figure out is what role you want to play. And then even within that, I mean, there are, like, things that I could say, like, obviously, if you want to get cutting edge as a tank, probably don't play Vengeance Demon Hunter. All other tanks could probably work fine. Prop Harldan would also be difficult. But, like, all 4 other tanks would be, I would say, comparable. For CE, there's definitely strengths and weaknesses to each one. And whether or not you'd be able to find a raid spot, like, that's another question, too. That's what I mean when I say, like, strengths and weaknesses, right? Like, Guardian Druid may be good, but it might be difficult to find a raid spot as a Guardian Druid. Blood DK, if you're really good at it, is probably going to be an easier way to get in, but then, you know, Blood DK will have a harder time in M+, or whatever. You can still tank M+, but you get what I mean. It's just... It is a weakness. And then for healers, obviously, you know, it depends. DK doing well this season for both raid and M+? I mean, no. No. I think that's a bit inaccurate to say. Is Blood DK doing bad for M+? Blood DK's not doing bad. Like, you can absolutely play it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I main Blood right now. But I think saying that Blood DK is doing good in M+ is just factually untrue. It's not. Compared to the other tank. Like, everything's relative, right? And also, while I think Blood DK is good for, or can be good for M+, if you play it correctly, it is much, much harder to play than other tanks that can get comparable results. Especially, like, at a lower level. Like, extremely low keys, I mean, every tank can snooze through. But I think Vengeance Demon Hunter and Blood DK are going to start hitting a point where, if you are not comfortable with the spec, you will struggle a lot more than if you play Guardian Druid, where you can probably just press Thrash and Iron for an extremely long time. Same with, like, Brewmaster Monk. And just kind of sleepwalk through keys. And even if, you know, a really good Blood DK could reach the same level as, like, a mediocre Brewmaster, there will be, like, a fall-off point where, on average, Brew will do better. And I say that as somebody who's not exactly pleased with the current state of Brewmaster, but, I mean, it's just true. Blood is obviously very good in raids at the moment. But I also don't even necessarily think it is that much better than the other tanks on raids. The only thing that you can maybe argue is that at the moment, because Blood DK is so good on Lura, and it is required for some fights like... it's required for certain fights like Dragons, and a lot of people... Can we swap to the orb? A lot of people don't like to play multiple tanks. I mean, obviously, ideally on Dragons, you just have people swap Blood DK. But if you don't want to do that, then having Blood is just a nice all-rounder. This is as far as I can go hard swap. We have space. Alright, that was cursed, but at least... done. Same guy died again. That's the buyer. Yeah. The person dying at the start every time is buying a carry. This is a sale run. Oh, you mean DK in general? Yeah, DK in general is doing well at the moment. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, DPS DK especially is very strong in both. But that's the thing, right? Like, so I'm more saying because the way that that was worded, right, is what did Clauseth ask exactly? What's the best class to find a rating spot for CE? I feel like the problem with that wording, and I'm not necessarily saying this to flame, I just think a lot of people, if they're trying to get into cutting edge rating, it can be difficult to know where to start. And I think it's important to go in with the right mindset and thinking like, I just want to get cutting edge, what's the best class for it, is just not the right way to look at it. If that's specifically for DPS, then like, yeah, DK is a good option, but then also I think even then, that is not a great way to look at it because DPS, more so than anything, really your spec does not matter. You could be playing the weakest DPS spec in the game. What is currently... You're the guy in my YouTube chat? Gotcha. Let's see. So if I look at Warcraft logs, what is like right now on statistics, the spec at the bottom? Which I should note is not always super accurate because there are some specs that are like really bad for one particular fight, but it's like, it doesn't matter. It's a meme fight. So the numbers aren't always 100% accurate, but yeah. So like right now, Arcane Mage is apparently the lowest. And so yeah, Arcane is the lowest. That I have heard. Arcane's bad. Surprised that Feral is the second lowest. But then after that, it's what? Athlock, BM Hunter, Assassination Rogue are all like low there. Feral Druid, I mean, Feral is one of those where it might be low at the moment, but I know some people who really, really like Feral, and if you are like the best Feral Druid in the world, this gap is not large enough that you won't still get cutting edge. Like, there are people who can be really good at Feral and do it. But obviously, if you don't normally play Feral, obviously don't pick that, right? And while Arcane is low, both Fire and Frost are up there. So if you're picking Mage as a class, which I think the only time you want to look at what class should I play is the pure DPS classes. Like, you only really ever speak about things as a class if we're saying Mage DPS, Rogue DPS, Hunter DPS, Warlock DPS as well, right? That's the only time anybody ever really talks in that terminology of, you know, which class should I play? Because you're always going to want to have one of them for raid buffs. Rogue's a weird spot, but usually you have at least one rogue. And then you definitely do bring one rogue, one mage, at least. One rogue, one mage, one warlock. A lot of times multiple warlocks. And at that point, if you're getting cutting edge, then it is kind of expected that you know how to play all the different specs. So like right now, you're probably not going to play Arcane. You're probably not going to play AF. I don't know about AF, but looks like it's low. Maybe it's... There are times where, like, AF is insane on very specific fights. You might play it for, like, one particular boss. I don't know. I'm not a Warlock expert. But that is the only time where you should be thinking about class. But then, honestly, for that reason, it often might be a better idea, if you are not, like, a dedicated Mage, Warlock, etc. player, to not try and learn that. Like, if somebody is like, I want to get cutting edge as quickly as possible, what should I play? I would not recommend that they play, like, Hunter or... Hunter, maybe. But I would not recommend that they play Mage. I would not recommend that they play Warlock. If they try... Let's say they try out Mage, and they're like, oh my god, I fucking love this. This is like... This spec feels like it was made for me. This is so good. Well then, yeah, I mean, sure, go for it. Right? That's the most important thing. More than anything, is that you enjoy the spec and you have fun. And I don't even say that as a meme, right? Because, like, if you are enjoying something, you are just naturally going to be better at it.
Gorfine's Grasp.
A lot of times when there's a tank spec that I feel really passionate about, I love that. Who am I targeting? Oh, Smash, yes. But yeah, whenever I feel really passionate about, like, a particular tank spec that I'm playing, that's always when I perform the best, I'll be honest. Just because, you know, the few times when I've been, like, you know, straight 100 parses down the line, it's because I just absolutely love that particular spec. And even if it's not like a meta tank spec at the time, I just feel so motivated to try and like min-max the fuck out of it because I enjoy playing it. So you'll always just do better playing something that you enjoy, first and foremost. But if you are, like, if you're not somebody who feels so strongly, super passionately about, like, Mage, about Warlock, then you shouldn't force yourself to play them just to get cutting edge, because a lot of times you will be expected to, well, first off, handle more difficult roles. A lot of times Mages and Warlocks are assigned some of the harder mechanics. But then also, it will be expected that you'll be able to play all 3 of the specs. So in many cases, you will have to learn like 3 times as much as somebody else. So you're better off... Well, and you know, that's the trade-off, right? I will say, though, if you are a really good Mage player, right, like, you're basically guaranteed to find a raid spot. But I wouldn't necessarily say that's easy. Like, that's hardly a life hack or whatever. Of like, oh, want to get a guaranteed cutting-edge, you know, raid spot? Just be extremely good at all 3 Mage specs. Like, yeah, there's a reason that would be guaranteed. If you do manage to do that, you are rare. Very few people can be extremely good at all 3 Mage specs, which is why many, many, many guilds actively try and recruit really good players of those classes. Warlock also. So that's why it's like, it's a hard question to answer, because there is really no right answer. But it's also, that's why I'm saying you're kind of going about the question wrong, right? You need to find the thing that you're passionate about the most. And then also, so the rest of that question was, I was trying Druid, and, you know, I'm not able to find a raid spot on Druid. Well, I mean, look at our raid comp right now. We have 3 Druids right now. So, the problem with saying something like that is then, if we're trying to say, oh, well, Druid just can't find raid spots, right? Because nobody wants Druids. Well, that's just untrue. As you can see, you know, Druid is very popular. Honestly, multiple specs of Druid are very popular. We have literally 3 out of 4 of the Druid specs in our raid comp right now. And like in our, so we do 2 runs every single week. In our other run, I play Guardian. So for tank, Druid is very good right now. If you're very good at Bear, you'd be able to find raid spots. Resto Druid is very good right now. We have multiple, our healers, many of them play Resto Druid alt in our split runs. So that is a perfectly viable option. And Boomkin is in a pretty good spot right now. Boomkin is just good in general. In fact, I think, yeah, Boomkin is like above average just across the board right now. But then Boomkin also is very, very good. I mean, look at the damage right now. Our Boomkin is top damage. This is like Boomkin's best fight, to be fair, but like...
2 Gloom Circle.
That alone should go to show you that on Druid, if you are struggling to find a raid spot, it's not because of Druid, right? And that's the question that you need to ask yourself. Like, why am I struggling to find a raid spot? There is, like, without knowing anything about you, the person who has this question, right? I do need to say, there is obviously, you know, there could be a skill factor, right? If you do find yourself really struggling with Druid, then you could maybe say, like, okay, you know, maybe I need more practice before I join a cutting-edge guild on a Druid. There also absolutely could be the case of, like, Druid just isn't your thing. Like, you're just not vibing with Druid, and then maybe you go and you try a different spec, and you're like, oh, wow, I like this so much more. And then you find that you are really good at playing something that isn't Druid. There have been many times where I'm just like, something might be meta, but I just don't vibe with it at all. And like, usually in my case, I can learn how to play anything at a basic level, I'd like to think. But there have been times where I'm just like, I really don't feel like this spec is something that I could get really good at. Like, get rank 1 parses with, in that sense. And if I don't feel like I have the potential to be one of the best players at any given spec, then I usually try to find something that I can be one of the best players at. You take the other guy. Okay, what is... Blizzard must have fucked up something with... I'm gonna update my add-ons. They must have fucked something up that a lot of add-ons use. You leveled your Druid today and you had a couple bugs with my add-on? You'd have to be more specific. If the addon is showing a blank step, you have to do something really wrong. I know a few cases where that happens, and it's usually like you skip over multiple steps and do it out of order. That should never happen if you're doing it correctly. But I mean, if you're running into problems like that, and you don't report it to me, like, there's nothing I can do to fix it. If there is a genuine bug, then you have to let me know. The only one that I think most people might encounter is right now, if, like, one step will turn blank during the turn-in section if you end up skipping the later sections of Eversong. Which, like, you should still do, but to be fair, in that case, you just hit next, and it works fine. It's just because there are some quests that you can, that are, like, you pick up during the Eversong section, and then you turn in at the very end. But if you skip the later sections of Eversong, it's entirely possible to reach the end and not have started those quests. In which case, right now, they're blank. And I just need to code something new, because in the past, there hasn't been a reason for me to have, like, variable step turn-ins like that, where depending on how far somebody progresses in the route, they might not complete all of them. Because previously, everybody was expected to do the same things. But now there are some, like, differences there that you might encounter. But outside of that one specific example, which, again, can just be solved by hitting next, then it really shouldn't matter all that much. And then if you have encountered a bug, report it, right? Like, saying that does nothing to really help, because, like, obviously, I can't just, like, open my omniscient mind and be like, ah, yes, I know exactly where in the add-on you're referring to, and I will fix that, right? If I haven't encountered it myself and nobody reports it, I can't fix the bug.
No! I will not let you harm my family!
Just be a retired Race the World First raider, you'll get any spot? True, yeah. Life hack, for sure. Where am I looking? If you're talking about the statistics, I was looking at Warcraft logs. You did the entire Eversong, but meeting Lorthamar on the bridge to the north, after talking to him, it showed blank. I mean, that used to be that bug. When was the last time you updated your add-on? I know that was a bug a long time ago. Like, months ago. So unless you have really not updated your add-on at any time recently, you should not be encountering that issue. And, like, the other thing is, like, I know exactly why that problem was happening, and I know for a fact that it is fixed, so it should never happen again. You updated it yesterday? Well, then the only other situation is, like, so what else happens after that? After that, it sends you up north to do the side quests on Sunstrider Island. So I suppose it is possible that if you just skip that step, which it does tell you to do at the start, if you skip past the pick up those quests, then you might miss that. Though I do believe I put a failsafe in there. Hold on, let me look through the code real quick. The region's request. Oh, no, okay, that is... Right. I know what happened. You skip past the Voidstorm breadcrumb. Yeah. Yeah, that is... So, there are a collection of similar issues, all tied to one underlying, like, problem with how Blizzard handles certain breadcrumb quests that I need to fix. And I'm going to have to design a lot of fancy code to basically account for a lot of different quests. Yeah, I looked at the code. I know exactly what it is you missed. You forgot to pick up Voidstorm. I actually remember a different issue. The problem is you missed something earlier on in the step And because that harbor area is the final part of the step, the add-on doesn't actually register it as an issue until you get to the end there. Now, that being said, again, that is another one. The reason why issues like that are not a priority fix is because you can just hit next, and you miss literally nothing. It is, because of the manual override buttons, like, I mean, you can just do this, right? And it works. So specifically, here, after we pull, I'll show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, I know what the issue is. What I'll probably just do, actually, here, just to make this easier, I'm just gonna actually remove... I can fix that pretty easily. There's... I'll explain. Obviously,
5,
so I just changed a line of code really quickly, which,
1.
in the next update, that issue will technically be fixed. I'll explain why. Obviously, that you won't be able to see that until I actually update the add-on, which is going to take a few days still. No lock gate. It's fine. I love having to lose up time because our warlocks never remember to drop the fucking gateway, dude. Yeah, they have one job. It's fine. Still gonna do bitch duty on the slowest class of the game, even if nobody else does their job correctly.
Taunt.
Seriously? I think I might have forgotten to slash reload. Okay. I updated my add-ons. I think I forgot to reload after, so shit. Just do that after. Hopefully it doesn't do the chain pop-up thing.
Taunt.
Come on, son. That was a good bait.
Personals. Taunt. Taunt. Anti-magic zone.
He did a short hop that time.
Taunt.
Oh, dip my pinky toe in it.
Personals. Taunt.
They're felony. It's onto the wrong one.
Personals.
Big run, big run.
Taunt. Taunt. Light blood dies in 1 minute.
Okay, big move again. Nice. This is definitely not the UI you'd expect from a Mythic Raider. Well, congratulations, you just learned something new. Your UI does not matter. And I'll be honest, I'm not just a Mythic Raider. I'm extremely fucking good at this game. That is something I'm not really afraid to say, because I have years and years to back it up. That is, like, so, assuming that you're not just, like, randomly flaming, which a lot of people do, right? Unironically, your UI does not matter, right? Your UI matters to an extent, right? It needs to be good for you. You need to be able to understand what's going on. But, like, my UI has intention behind it. This is the UI that allows me to get all the information I need as easily as possible. Some other people prefer a different UI, and that's fine, right? But it has always worked for me. We'll see. My code saying, I don't know what happened to him there, but he... Technically, we might have wiped anyway, just because people, dispel? Block gate, please. I'll run. Is it that hard? That hard to do the one mechanic? Jesus Christ. This is not a good Reclear so far. People are not... This is also, like, primarily mains. This isn't even people on their ults. Very few people are playing their ults today. So, I don't know what the fuck is happening. With people just not doing their assignments. But it's a little bit annoying.
Taunt. Personals.
Doing big moves.
Taunt.
Nice. Sometimes Sen glitches out and just kind of stands there and doesn't move.
Personals.
And then sometimes she runs all the way into the corner. I get the Giga Bait. Which is really nice, because that gives me a lot of room to work with in future pulls.
Taunt. Taunt.
I probably, if I'm gonna play Deathbringer on this fight, which, like, this is very much a sand lane
Anti-magic
fight.
zone.
The problem is, it's like, Blood DK just isn't supposed to do this job anyway, it's just I did it in prog, so, like, I always do it even on Blood DK. This is definitely a sand lane fight, but if I'm playing sand lane, or Deathbringer anyway, I probably should swap to 45-second Deathbringer, just because it lines up much better.
Taunt.
It honestly doesn't matter, though. Like, honestly, you have to stop damage for an extended period of time on farm on this boss at this point. So, damage is never really going to be a concern.
Personals.
Especially not min-maxing to that extent.
Taunt.
Remember, you're taunting Bellamy back here. Come on, Sen. Okay, good enough. This one's really tricky if the tornadoes spawn bad to get the perfect bait, but that's one of the nice things about getting the good bait earlier. Even if that one's a little bit bad. We still have more than enough room.
Taunt. Taunt. Light blood dies in 1 minute.
Take some. Jesus Christ. I don't know what is going on. That was a spicy otter. Alright. Cool. That just one-tapped AMS. Alright, we're fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the taunts were really bad today. Nope. We got it. You were about to go to bed? I have good news and I have bad news. I'm going to be streaming basically every day for the next 5 days or so. Unless I, like, magically feel sick or something, I don't know. Now, tomorrow's stream will be around the same time, because I'm going to be streaming my second Reclear. And, but then Thursday, Friday is raid testing. So actually, Thursday, Friday, I'll be streaming at probably a better time for you, Owner, because it'll be earlier in the day for raid testing. Well, earlier in the day for me, like, early afternoon, which is probably, like, evening for you. Appreciate you stopping by, though. Are the Shift 1, Shift 2, etc. buttons your main modifiers, but with Shift modifier? Oh, yes, yeah. The S means Shift 1. Yes. And hello, Pixelina. You had some bigger issues in Voidstorm later on. Oh, yeah, okay, to be fair, if you skip around the guide, you're gonna run into issues. Like, that is just... There's nothing I can do to account for that, right? Like, if people ignore steps in the guide and skip ahead and then run into problems and go, like, surprise Pikachu... I know you jokingly said, like, can't account for all of your stupidity, XD. Like, yeah, like, some stuff, that is just gonna happen, right? Like, I'm never going to spend effort trying to... I don't even know how I would do that. Certain steps... There's only so much I can do for, like, if somebody intentionally does something in the wrong order, there's only so much I can do to account for that, right? The bigger thing is, in rare cases like that, like, the line of code I changed is basically, normally, I'm supposed to make it so the Voidstorm quest only shows up at a specific point to make it so it doesn't clutter the log. But then if you somehow completely miss all of the steps that are telling you to pick up Voidstorm, if you overlook that for some reason, then it will, like, the arrow will still be pointing towards it, but the step will be hidden, because it was, like, yeah, I need to tweak the code for that slightly. In that case, what I've just done is the Voidstorm quest is no longer hidden on the display ever, so if you overlook it and the arrow is pointing in the air quotes wrong spot, you'll be able to look at the panel and be like, why is it pointing there? Oh, it's because I never picked up the Voidstorm thing. The reason why I did that before is because, technically speaking, if you forgot to do the Voidstorm breadcrumb quest, it's not worth, like, sticking around to get it. It's 2k XP. The reason to do it is because while other roleplay's going on, you can go and grab it. So if somebody does forget, it's like, I figured, oh, I'd hide it. But then it could lead to other issues later on. So I've just changed it so now it will always force you to go pick it up, which will, you know, in theory, if somebody does it wrong, lose them like 30 seconds. But then technically it's because they made a mistake anyway. But that's the thing. I can only do so much. At a certain point, if I try to do, like, gymnastics to account for potential mistakes, it causes more issues for people following it the intended way. So, yeah. Those are the issues that I care about fixing, though. There's 100% something's going to break if you do it out of order. The addon will still work. Like, you always, no matter what, you always have manual override permission. Like, you can always just do this. Which is why, you know, the addon's very flexible. If the addon ever gets stuck, it is only ever stuck within this step. If you hit next, everything on the next step is self-contained. So, issues with one thing, like if there is an issue with chance meeting, that will never cascade into Ransack Lab. They're all self-contained steps. That's the beauty of this system, right? The only time when that gets problematic is currently the biggest issue, which, like I said, with there's like an issue with certain breadcrumb quests that I need to fix, and that's just more of an underlying like spaghetti code thing on Blizzard's end, that in order for me to handle like certain certain, like, if basically, it is another issue of if people slightly deviate from certain steps of the add-on, the arrow might glitch out. It's pretty flexible in most cases, but on very complicated steps, the big example being any steps that involve, like, picking up and turning in, like, 5 different quests within the same step. Amanizar Village is the classic example, right? In the case of Amanizar Village, if somebody picks up one of the quests out of order from the way that I recommended in the add-on, the arrow can bug out. Only for the remainder of that step, right? Like, after you exit the Amanizar Village step, everything will go back to normal, which is why whenever people run into that issue, I tell them, just pick up every single quest in Amanizar Village that you can see, and then hit next, right? That way, even if you did it out of order, you'll have all of the quests. That's the only thing that really matters, and then once you hit next, it'll continue to work as planned. It's just specifically if you do it out of order because of the way that Blizzard handles certain breadcrumbs. Currently, the arrow will glitch out within that context. But then again, the only reason that can have knock-on issues is because all of them are contained within the exact same step. And it's just because that is an extremely convoluted step. The Ani quests used to be something similar, but I developed brand new code to handle specifically those edge cases. But they're 2 separate issues. The problem with Amanizar Village and the problem with the Ani quests were 2 separate edge cases that it presented the same way. The arrow would bug out in the same way, but it was caused by 2 fundamentally different things.
Hit Morium.
And admittedly, the thing with the Ani quests, that was technically my fault. It was just because what I ended up finding out with the Ani quests is the original way that I coded, like, the step display, it did not play well, because I had something in the original code that I forgot I did it, where the way that, like, pick up and turn in steps were handled, like, they were not super flexible. And so I had to change, like, the fundamental code for that to allow more flexibility. Specifically because the Ani quest was the only example in the entire route where you're picking up and turning in a quest within an arrow override chain. This is, like, complicated code stuff, and if you don't know the code, which obviously none of you will, none of this will mean anything. But it was technically, that one was an issue with how I originally designed the code, so I had to change the code to make that work correctly. The other issue with the breadcrumb quests is, like, I suppose technically speaking, it is an issue with how I designed the code, and that my code can't account for it, but it's just because Blizzard has something fucked up in their code that causes certain steps to not give me correct, like, I am given incorrect information by Blizzard's, like, what I think API would be the correct term. I'm alive. Holy fuck. Alright, easy. That was just a really cursed set. I don't know how nobody died. It is always better to get knocked to the back of the room than the front, though. Try to stack up a Lyria when you can. Make sure we hit a Lyria. Okay. Those arrows. Nobody aimed those arrows correctly. Jesus. No, I used it before. I could single grip, but I won't have it for the next set now. Make sure we're hitting these arrows. We missed some first ones. Oh, I'm lagging. Why am I lagging? Oh, fuck off. Please. I haven't gotten targeted by a single arrow yet. That feels not normal.
Gateway.
Also, I'll finish yapping, but because shit has kind of hit the fan here, I need to... The nice thing is on Reclear at this point, boss damage doesn't really matter. I messed up. Finally, I got something. Out of middle. Shit. Forgot to refresh Bone Shield. Should be fine.
Personals. Insta break then cross.
Yes, they didn't forget this time. I love my evokers. We've had a few reclears where I'm on my blood DK where I just don't get rescued. I'm just stranded out there. It's not fun. But thankfully I think Newman is playing his evoker and he usually remembers whenever he's assigned to grip me.
Anti-magic zone. Break after orb damage. Personals. Wait obelisk, gate, and break tether. Stop casting. Break after orb damage. Jump over. Personals.
Keep them? Okay. Alright. Did we just one-shot? We have struggled on Reclear in this one a few times, so... W. Oh, that was Matt rescuing me. That was perfect. I assumed it was Newman. Nice. Well, now I have two evokers I can rely on. Unfortunately, they're both, well, I guess... Next Reclear tomorrow I'll be on Druid, so I can do it myself. Let me catch up on chat because I haven't been let's see. Your super tired dog just came into the room looking tired and cute, wondering why you weren't in bed yet. You gotta get some sleep. It's 3:30 now. See ya. Appreciate you stopping by. You never liked bigwigs because of all the noises? You just want the callouts? Well, you can toggle all that on and off, right? Like if you type bigwigs, like you can change everything in the sounds. So obviously, I don't know, if you want something that works out of the box, I have no idea which one would be better. But I frequently change the sound effects for different mechanics depending on what works. A lot of times I disable the sound notifications for a lot of fights because I don't like sounds for most things that I don't need to be aware of. And that's also important, because then when I do hear a sound, it's for a mechanic that I need to pay attention to. Because I have ADD, right? So I need to make sure that whenever there's like a sound blurring in my ears, it's for something important. I must have big hands. I don't know. I think they're normal sized, I guess. You can barely reach shift button with your thumb and index finger. So you're stuck using F1, F2. I mean, if it works, it works, yeah. Like the, in Guild Wars 2, the default keybinds are F1 through F5 for extra buttons. There's also way less abilities in Guild Wars 2, generally. And the way that, like, the way a lot of abilities are handled there is you hit apostrophe is the default to swap weapons. I think it's the default. Maybe I changed that at some point. So you have, like, multiple bars of 1 through 5. But, yeah, F1 through F5 on Guild Wars 2 also works for me perfectly fine. But I'm so used to this on WoW, so it doesn't bother me. I don't know why I'm like, my frames are tanking. I mean, it's probably just Silvermoon being fucking garbage. We're going to Ultimus. Yeah, dude, what's happening to my frames? I'm gonna restart my game real quick. I've had issues with frame rate tanking before, so I'm just going to do this before we actually pull Bellerin and Lura, just to make sure. Which buttons do I use for strafing? I don't have my strafe keys found, right? So I just use WASD and then, like, my mouse, right? So for strafing, I'm holding right mouse and dragging, right? Let's see. Dark Wolfie Gaming said, I know UIs don't matter at the end of the day. You try to put probably too much into your UI. I mean, generally, I think, yeah, if anything, you should be putting as little into your UI as possible. You want to have a minimalistic UI. That's, I think, just generally speaking, true, right? I think a better way to describe it would be your UI should have the least amount of information present possible for you to play as best as you possibly can. If there's anything that you can just keep track of in your head very easily, which, like, I'd like to think I'm pretty good at that. There's a lot of, like, resource management things that I don't have displayed in my UI because I'm just mentally keeping track of it, and that has always worked perfectly fine for me. And that's good, because that means that there is more empty space on your screen to pay attention to mechanics, especially for things like Lura Glaives. You need as much visual space as you can. Let me just check, because for graphics, right? Is my... Yeah, it disabled max foreground FPS. I think one issue I saw is, like, my FPS spiked to, like... When I was basically getting 0 FPS there for a moment, it said my FPS was, like, 200-something. So I think it was just glitching out, like, trying to do as much as possible, then it ended up obviously fucking my FPS. Normally I have the FPS cap, I guess that got disabled at some point. You try to stay as minimalist and addonless as possible? Yeah. And to be clear, that will look different for everybody. That's why UIs are different. Some people need to have more displayed on their screen to play as best as they can. But if their performance is still really good, then, you know, who cares? Even, like, you look at Race to World First Raiders, the quality, like, air quotes, quality of their UI is different. Different people use different things. Now, I will say, I often get people surprised at my UI. I am very, I suppose, strange in that sense, because I use the default UI, which very few people do. But it has always worked for me, I think. And I've customized the default UI given the tools available as much as I really feel is needed. And obviously, I used more add-ons prior to the add-on purge to track some information, which is, like, the bone shield gigantic display in the middle is like, it is a little bit absurd, but unfortunately, given the way that Blizzard lets you actually display your buffs, that is the most effective way for me to track things like bone shield, like shield block uptime, etc. Given the tools available. And, you know, it's fine. I used to do different things beforehand, but they don't work anymore, so, you know, it's gotta work with what you have. But yeah, for strafing, what I do is, like, right now, I'm holding down right mouse button, and then 80, 80, 80. And the reason why, like, this is why people should make sure they have this stuff bound correctly, right? The reason why I still have the turning thing is because there are times when you need to have very precise... Oh, okay. Nice, they reset. Where you need to have very precise positioning, like this. Especially, like, where your character is facing. I'm trying to... like, the example that I can think of right now, the classic example is Mythic Zanesh from Nyalotha. Obviously, that nobody will know what I'm talking about. But the soccer mechanic on Zanesh was entirely based on, like, the direction that your character was facing. But there are a lot of mechanics like that where, depending on where you are facing, something will happen, right? But that is the reason why I have my keybinds. This I feel strongly about, right? Some people work differently, but, like, for instance, our mage player Chi, the way he does his movement is he has his keybind set to start and stop auto run. So he has to, like, hit A to start auto run left, and then he hits A again to stop auto run, which is the most demonic shit I've ever seen. Like, that almost feels objectively wrong. And to be fair, he also has, in a few cases, fucked up and died. And, like, messed up, like, crystals and whatever, so... like, he is generally speaking fine. But every now and then he just runs it down, and then when he explained to us how he does his movement keys, everybody was like, what the fuck? But there's a reason why. And, like, another thing is a lot of people who don't really understand how the game works will tell you to unbind backpedal. That is just objectively bad advice, because there are times where you need to do very precise positioning. Lura has a bunch of those, like forward and back, and, like, make sure you're in the exact right pixel, or roughly, still a fairly precise area, and backpedal being bound is essential for being able to do stuff like that. Also, fuck, I potted. Alright.
Soaks to cross.
Ow. Gonna have blue orbs coming in from the tank side. Helps it. Light orbs coming, helps it.
Soaks to star.
Watch this. Awkward position. Up so light.
Phase the boss.
Five.
Alright, we're good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Something over there.
Anti-magic zone.
Five,
Personals.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I really, really hope I don't have to do the far soak this time.
Soaks to square.
Especially because light is soaked here. If I have to go far here, I'm fucked. I don't. Nice. This boss is such a fucking RNG nightmare for tanks. I fucking hate it so much.
Heal absorbs health pot.
Sick boss.
Soaks to moon.
Okay. I'm gonna be in a really awkward spot if this is a dark soak. Okay, nice, it's not a dark soak. I'm lagging. I got this claw. I will soak these. Watch, watch, watch. Help soak, help soak. That's really awkward. We got it though.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nice. We one-shot that again? Jesus. How are we still wiping on fucking Nexus King? And then one-shotting Bellerin and Cosmos. Fucking hell. I mean, I won't complain. I will complain a little bit, but I can't complain as much as if we wiped on this for another hour. All things considered. Alright, let me read chat. You still click to move? Click to move is interesting. I will say, click to move, I cannot imagine would ever be viable for Mythic rating. I don't know anybody who does that. I know some people who like it, because, like, definitely for, like, open world stuff, I could see it being fun. There's obviously a lot of older games that use click to move. But I could not. I don't think click to move would ever work for, like, a fight like Lura. Trying to dodge glaives with click to move sounds like absolute hell. But yeah, you even agree that Autoturn does, yeah, it is strange, his method. Interestingly, our buyer that pull did not die, which he's supposed to, but then he also, like, we killed. The problem with that is, if he had gotten assigned a mechanic, which is random, then if he didn't do it correctly, he could have wiped us. So, like, right now everybody in my guild is laughing about the fact that the buyer lived the entire fight, and one of our raiders died, so they're just like, hey, you know, fucking send an app, dude, you're better than one of our raiders, like, jokingly, but he should have died. We just got really lucky. And the buyer, I guess, got lucky that he didn't get targeted for anything, and he lived. Just gonna buy a Vanta soon. Your biggest issue is you're always trying to fit your action bars smack dab in the middle of your screen? Well, I mean, I have my action bar centered, right? I guess, depends on what you mean. I'm assuming you mean literally middle of your screen, though, which... I mean, that, yeah, you can't really do. I think most people I know... where's... Yeah. Most people I know who have stuff like dead center of your screen, they have to have a minimalistic UI to do that. So I know some people have, like, a setup where, like, it only shows abilities that are, like, on cooldowns. They have, like, a few abilities very centered here. I mean, you can see I have, like, my personal resource display here and my bone shield tracker. So I have a few very critical things dead center of my screen, pretty much. But that's why, like, there's space between this and the rest of my abilities, because I'm not usually looking at this. I might glance down and be like, how long do I have an IDF? Glance down, 45 seconds? Okay. And, like, it's there. But, yeah, it definitely, you need to make sure that, like, the center of your screen is as clear as possible. Like, I have a decent amount of space around my character. You're trying to get your UI as put together as you can before you get your sub back on Monday, so you can get straight to leveling and catching up. Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? It's a gradual process. Hello, Empress Christie. Good to see you. Ever since Dragonflight, you say pretty stock UI, edit mode generally gives you more than enough for what you need? Yeah, for sure. You're one to talk, Baze. You're back from ads? Well, the nice thing is I only just read the message, so you didn't miss anything because of ads. You'll never unbind backpedal? Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think enough people have said that. I specifically remember at one point somebody asked Max from Liquid that question about, you know, unbinding backpedaling, and even he said, like, anybody who tells you to unbind backpedal is clueless. I don't know if he said it in as strong terms, but he definitely was like, yeah, no, you should not do that. That's a crutch. Generally speaking, the people giving that type of advice are the people who, it's like, you know, Dunning-Kruger shit, like people who think that they know a lot about the game and are like, oh, only casual players backpedal and keyboard turn, so unbind half your keys because only noobs do that. Like that's the kind of person who tells you to do that. Actually, the funny thing is, we just killed Bellerin, and I wasn't talented into Wraithwalk. Normally, I swap to Wraithwalk, and then we pulled, and I realized, oh fuck, I forgot to swap my talents. And then we just kind of did it anyway. That being said, it was really sketchy, though. There were a few sets where if I had gotten assigned to clear a wall, I would have been in deep shit, because I didn't really have much other than Death's Advance. But we got kind of lucky in that sense. Blood DK and Bellerin is definitely a bit of a weird thing to play. It's not bad, but it's just the mobility heavy bosses, obviously, it's rough. They're still figuring out assignments and whatnot, so... Oh, by the way, are both me and Will doing intermission crystals again? Ooh. Okay. Apparently I'm not doing a crystal, today. So that's good. I won't complain, I suppose. I honestly, I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with doing intermission crystal because it's so fucking RNG sometimes. But also, the hardest things kind of are. Because if everything is 100% predictable, then it's very easy to memorize the patterns. The fact that intermission is very heavy RNG does mean that you need to be really good at adapting to different variables, which is fun. It feels really bad when you die, but also, like, I wouldn't be Mythic rating if I didn't like a challenge, so... Well, we one-shot Cosmos and Bellerin, so maybe we one-shot Laura as well. That would be very nice. We'd be out of here so fucking early, dude. Holy. Give me 2 free hours of my night. Honestly, if we finish Laura fast enough, I might do a little bit of PTR at the end of today's stream. If we're here until midnight, I probably won't, but if I have time. Oh, somebody froze. No way! Wait! Oh, I haven't looked at what... Oh my god, no way. No way. No way!
5, 4, 3.
Oh my god. Yes. 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 My entire game just froze. Oh, never mind. We're back.
Gorfine's grasp.
Alright, who missed?
Glaives.
How did... None of you guys told me the news? In chat, I had to check Wowhead myself to find out that it is my personal Christmas? Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no way. Okay, I'm so excited. Why did I had to see that headline literally seconds before we pulled. There's no way. There's no way. Oh my fucking god. Now I know. Oh my god. Now I get it now. Earlier tonight, people in my guild were yapping about my leveling guide or whatever. And I didn't understand the context, so I didn't, like, say anything. And also, the person who was yapping about it is our Fury Warrior, who's just, like, a big troll. So I thought he was trying to say something to, like, bait a reaction out of me. So, frankly, I kind of ignored him. Got two kicks missed, 3 kicks missed, 4 kicks missed, 5 kicks missed, 6 kicks missed.
Glaives.
Yep, I also backed
Memory
up.
game.
Okay, I had to respond to a few questions in Discord first. Did I? Dude, I've been using rank 2 oil because the How long have I been... Oh my god.
5,
Apparently,
4,
the DBM whatever or bigwigs like thing that pops up, where it's like, you know, you're missing buffs. Click this to use it. Apparently, this entire time, it's been auto-applying the rank 2 oils that I have sitting in my bags. Instead of... It's supposed to use the highest quality.
Gorfine's Grasp.
I guess honestly, I'm just going to take them out of my bags. That way I never make that mistake again.
Glaives. Memory game. Interrupts. Anti-magic zone.
Alright, well, so much for one-shotting Lara. I love wiping the P1 kicks. Dude, they posted so many PTR changes. Holy shit.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Interrupts. Gorfine's Grasp.
Admirable, but futile. This was the only outcome.
I love playing the Solve People's Focus Kick macro game. as I answer somebody in Discord, PSA, for anybody who needs to hear it, Tank Valera is really, really, really bad. Tank Valera is just a slightly worse version of other Valera forms at max level. Tank Valera is literally impossible to use properly while leveling. She will never pull her weight. Do not use Tank Valera. I just, responded to somebody in Discord who was having issues doing delves at level 80. And then after, like, a lot of diagnosing, I find out they're using Tank Valera. Well, yeah, okay, there you go. That's your problem. Oh, boy.
Gorfine's grasp.
We did have to get a backup kick there, so still make sure.
Glaives. Memory game. Interrupts. Anti-magic zone.
I've kind of slightly fucked up my Reaper's Mark. Oh, hey, shit, we actually...
Glaives.
Oh, no. Oh, it's one of those nights, dude. Please. Please, not another 4-hour Lura, please. There's no way we one-shot Cosmos and Bellerin and then have another run it down on Lura night. Oh... Alright, let me... Oh man, there's a lot of changes. I'm gonna start pulling up.
5.
Okay, nice. So I know Wowhead posted that there were scaling crest costs. That's really nice. Wowhead posted there were scaling crest costs in the PTR, and Blizzard has just confirmed that that was an issue. That was a bug, and that crests are going to work the same in 9.1 as they do now, which is actually really good, because the one thing that I was thinking about, where, like, the entire strategy of, like, gearing that we outlined in my previous stream, when I was, like, looking through all the PTR gear, of fishing for heroic raid vaults to get mythic loot from Ulatech, the one thing that I was thinking about, where I'm like, that actually might maybe make this not worthwhile, is the scaling costs. Because losing out on, like... How do I put this? If you're losing out on, like, a few mythic crests for one particular slot, like, that can be a little bit bad, but if the difference between Mythic 1 out of 6 and Mythic 6 out of 6 is not linear, and you get exponentially more crest saves because the crest costs scale for those higher upgrades, then getting a 6 out of 6 item would actually be incredibly impactful, rather than just, like, a nice boost compared to 1 out of 6. But now, the difference in terms of crest save is more normal, more like what we would expect. I can't really get that one in the back. Yeah, if it's directly behind me, you need to grip it.
Dude. Memory game.
Yeah, I am too. That's just the game, I guess. Yeah. World MS. Yeah, the game's just shitting itself. Oh! Yeah, server just went down. I'm in Zul'jin, I think. Fucking small indie company, dude. I mean, it's definitely a server issue, because multiple of us just said we were lagging at the exact same moment and then got disconnected. Yeah. I don't know. I'm stuck in logging into game server, so I just 5-minute break or something. Man, fucking Blizzard. All right, well, the nice thing about the server shitting themselves is I can read patch notes. So yeah, crest change TLDR. That's really good because that means that our strategy that we outlined of fishing for heroic vaults is actually still very, very valuable. What else? I'll save the best for last. Class tuning and tier set changes. Oh, I can't even. It's times like this where I wish I had decided to do a face cam stream because I have the biggest fucking smile on my face, man. Holy shit. Oh, Today is a good day. Yes. Okay, so what's it called? Here's some class changes. Okay, no blood DK changes. Vengeance changes. Apparently, Vengeance got talent changes. They got talents moved around. Okay. Well, I guess I'll look at the PTR to see where exactly they moved stuff, but they moved Feed the Demon, Roaring Fire, and Sigil of Silence. Well, Roaring Fire is terrible. Sigil of Silence is nice utility. So obviously you hope that they didn't move it into a bad spot. And Feed the Demon is, if I recall, in a really, really awkward spot in the tree at the moment that makes it basically impossible to take. But it is a decent survivability node. So if they moved Feed the Demon to a spot that is actually, like, takeable, where you can, instead of taking, like, one of the mediocre nodes in the midsection of the Vengeance tree, you can take Feed the Demon instead, that would be quite nice. But I guess we'll see. Though the Monkey's Paw situation would be if they made Sigil of Silence harder to take and made Feed the Demon easier to take, because then that would actually just be a nerf to Vengeance. Oh shit, I forgot to get the Omnium Folio this week. Let's see. Spending Rage has a 10% chance to awaken. Okay, so I was wondering, the new Guardian Apex talent is just a 10% chance whenever you spend Rage? That doesn't seem too bad. Attacks a nearby enemy for 300% of attack power. I'm still stuck in logging in. I'll try to close it again. Uh... Each time a spirit attacks, you generate 8 rage? Okay, I think I'm back in. Okay. Hard to tell how good the Guardian changes are, because the Guardian changes in the PTR are tweaks to an unimplemented talent. So, really, whatever they're changing is just going to be the first iteration of that talent, and the only thing they're changing is the numbers on their, like, test version. But the numbers behind the new Apex talent seem okay. Like, I'm not looking at that and being like, oh, that's nothing. Like, 8 rage whenever it procs, like, that is a decent amount of rage. Like, a non-negligible amount. If there's just, like, multiple procs. And something having a 10% chance to proc whenever you spend rage, it's like, that seems like it would have a decent uptime. Because, I mean, you spend a lot of tiny bits of rage. So, I guess we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so there's fairly minor changes from what I can see. Although Wowheads, unless I get like, there is a chance that I just got Wowhead clickbaited. But they said 12.1 PTR class tuning and tier set changes, and there's been extremely minimal actual class changes. It's mostly just like backend. No, East Coast. Yeah, so there's, like, basically negligible real changes. Okay, so we actually got numbers on the Guardian Druid 4-piece. I have no idea if those numbers are relevant, though, but I'm sure now that we have numbers, people can actually put it into Sims and figure out if it's good or bad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Interrupts.
For some reason, I don't know if you guys could see there for a second, my Blood DK was using a fishing pole. It looks like it was just a visual issue, though.
Glaives.
What?
Memory game.
Could it be because PTR is back up? No, there should be no overlap. I mean, there have been many times when the servers on a Tuesday just kind of shit themselves. This is just a normal, unfortunately normal thing for Blizzard. It's rare that it's that bad and that it actually disconnects. Also, I saw Shadow Tonic Wave. Missed 2 kicks.
Glaives.
You want the Ironfern's AoE thorns back? They won't, and for good reason. It's bad design. That was very unhealthy for Bear. Because the problem is, when that does actual damage, it leads to a situation where you don't actually even need to press, like, Mangle or Maul or Raise or Ravage, whatever version you're using. You just slam Ironfur and you become basically unkillable while also still doing really good AoE damage. It's unhealthy design, which is why they changed it, and if they're smart, they will never bring that back. The thing is, though, if you liked that playstyle, you should really like one of the upcoming talents. They're reworking... There's basically a 0% pick rate talent right now called Gory Fur for bears, which is like, you know, on a Tuesday, your fucking Iron Fur is stronger. Nobody runs it. It's really bad. But they're reworking it to basically be whenever you Iron Fur, you have a chance to get a free maul, and whenever you maul, you have a chance to get a free Iron Fur. And that is a much more healthy way of implementing that kind of thing of, like, Iron Fur gives you damage. We already have Iron Fur gives you Mastery, right? Which is already a good thing. Like, Mastery gives you survivability and damage, so you don't feel bad for pressing Iron Fur as a defensive. And now, with Gory Fur, which, I mean, that is a really strong talent. Almost everybody will probably run that. You're going to be rewarded by pressing Iron Fur by getting free mauls. So you won't feel like, you know, you're losing a ton of damage because you have to press Iron Fur to be ethical. And then sometimes, if you really want to dump a lot of rage on... I'm going... Oh, shit. We both went through. We're fine.
Personals.
But yeah, so now, if you... Thank God I don't have a crystal today, man. Holy shit. But yeah, so now, like, let's say there's a bunch of ads, and you want to pool rage to then dump a bunch of raises or ravages or whatever, because that's, like, really good damage. Now you won't feel quite as bad doing that, because you'll sometimes get free Iron Furs that you can then use for an upcoming tank buster. So, like, honestly, Lura is a great example of that. There's a lot of times where, like, in P1, there's big crystals right before a tank buster, and I feel really bad dumping a lot of rage into Raise, because then I don't have any Iron Furs up for the upcoming tank buster. But a talent like Gory Fur would mean that I don't have to pick. Obviously, it's a little bit RNG, right? So you want to have a game plan either way. But then whenever it does proc, it either gives you free damage, or it gives you a bit of extra mitigation completely for free. So it's a really good talent that accomplishes the same design goal, but in a more healthy way. If that makes sense. Whereas the prior implementation of, like, what was it, Thorns of Iron? That was just really unhealthy for the state of Guardian Druid, and led to degenerate gameplay. And it's a good thing that they removed it.
Soakstar.
What is going on with our crystals? I think that's the first time I've ever seen 2 crystals get clipped in P2 without us wiping.
Personals.
Come on. That sounds really good for single button assistant, because you can spam Iron Fur and still get Maul and Raise. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yes. Frankly, ironically, if you have Carpal Tunnel, the Thorns of Iron build probably would have completely demolished your hands, because that was one of the most spammy iterations of any tank I've ever played. You were just mashing Iron Fur constantly. So yeah, I do agree. I think that would work out quite well for you. And definitely, I mean, I just think the change to Gory Fur is really, really good. It's one of those rare cases where, like, I love when I can see Blizzard make a change that I look at it and I'm like, that is such an elegant change, and they clearly understand the actual problems with the spec. Because a lot of times they'll make changes to things where I'm just like, they clearly have no fucking clue what issues the spec is actually facing. But that Gory Fur change is beautiful. Honestly, all of the Guardian changes in 12.1 are really good. Though, the problem for me is, like, I already thought Guardian was, honestly, one of the better tanks right now. Might still be the best tank right now. So, Guardian really didn't need beneficial changes. Guardian was already in a good spot. I won't complain. Like, hey, you know. One of my favorite tanks getting better is, like, a positive, but Prop Paladin got some good changes too, but outside of Prop Paladin, none of the other tanks really got anything great. And they got some mediocre set bonuses. Speaking of which... Okay, yeah, so I basically got Wowhead clickbaited. These are like nothing burger changes. A lot of these are just Blizzard clarifying numbers in the back end, and not actual changes. W Wowhead clickbait, let's go. Let's see. Didn't Newman say there was a fire outside his house? Uh-oh. Oh, God. Okay. Our evoker is potentially busy dying in a house fire, so we'll see. I'm joking. Like, apparently there is a fire outside his house, but I don't... Considering the fact that he's joking about it, I think it's not actually that bad. But I guess his mom freaked out and started unplugging a bunch of cables, and that disconnected the internet. So, we'll see what happens.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Interrupts.
Oh, God. What? Deli, did you...
Gore Fiends grab.
No, I think he fucking gripped me. Either an evoker... I don't know. I just got yoinked into the fucking melee stack. We're fine, we're fine.
Memory game.
I don't know. It was non-consensual. It does, I think. I mean, I'm gonna start using it if you guys are randomly gonna poop me up.
Interrupts. Anti-magic zone. Flames. Memory game.
Our rogue just said glaive through middle, and then like 5 seconds later he said, just kidding, I'm gay. I don't understand him sometimes.
Interrupts. Gorfine's Grasp.
Okay, nice. Let me back up. Oh my god. I was about to say, perfect crystals. But we're chill.
Glaives.
Almost perfect crystals.
Memory game. Get crystal.
You waste your time. I am flow, the darkest of hearts. Darkness illuminates. This is a certainty you must embrace. Shatter.
I can go far if you want. Dude, look at my co-tank though. He was gaming. He got some fucking crazy patterns. Holy. I don't know how he lived that. If I were him, I'd be so mad that, you know, he just played out of his mind and then somebody else fucked up. Unlucky. Let's see. Single button assistant has helped you a lot, not having to play Dance Dance Revolution on your keyboard. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's very good for the game that it exists. Like, I've been harsh on the single button assistant, but like the thing that I always said when it first came out, and that's why it kind of annoyed me when people at the time took me out of context. The Evoker just whispered me and said, "I don't know how I rescued you, but might be." I'm guessing he checked logs and realized that it was him.
2, 1.
Interrupts.
I am denied.
Gorfine's Grasp.
You solve nothing.
Oh boy.
Glaives.
But yeah, like when
Memory
I
game.
think the problem I have is a lot of people like take things to extremes, right? So I wasn't thrilled with the idea of the single button assistant when it first came out, but I think to me the problem that I have is a lot of people view it as like literally earlier today somebody was like, "Oh yeah, you know, I was only playing Blood DK with single button assistant or whatever because it's not my main spec," right? And I do think that having single button assistant as a thing for people with disabilities makes the game more accessible, and that's good. But I do think a lot of people view it as like a shortcut to being able to play. Which, if all you care about is like, I don't know, the story or doing casual content with your friends, like that's one thing. But I think some people view it as training wheels when I think it's worse than training wheels if you're trying to actually like really learn. But if you're like, if you understand that it's not like a good way to learn and that's just like your preferred way of playing the game, then it's probably good. It's probably healthy for the state of the game that it exists.
Memory
I think
game.
the only minor issue I have is that it does kind of discourage some people from actually trying to put in the effort to like learn. People who would be fully capable of actually learning and just want to be lazy. So that bugs me a little bit, but you know. Obviously, you can't really control how people choose to use a tool, right? There's always going to be pros and cons to just about everything.
Interrupts.
I am denied.
Gorfine's Grasp.
You solve
Oh, this is beautiful. Early on.
Glaze.
Because whenever it's just one, especially if it spawns back there, I can very easily back up for a bit.
Memory
chill.
game.
Low Reaper's mark. Unlucky.
Get crystal.
You waste your time.
It's a crazy glaive. Where's my Koten going? I'll go Farwell. I think he went the wrong way. He got, like, turned around. Yes.
Enough. The dark well calls, and I answer.
I'll read the rest. I don't have
Active
time
marker.
to read that right now.
Soak star.
Somebody will need to get that. I just fetched it. Ooh, I kind of gamed there.
On marker. Anti-magic zone. Soak star. Right of marker.
The fact he took that res when he did is fucking
star.
crazy. His basketballs were just going out.
Personals.
Ending. Midnight. Fall.
Soaks.
Shadows take you. The sun falls.
Memory game.
That's the first time I have ever gotten hit by constellations. I did not even see that one there. Thank God for Purgatory. That kind of fucked me up a little bit. It was also, I was a little bit stun-locked by the fucking constellations just making zero fucking effort to move towards each other. We were probably like 1 second off there. But that is still my bad.
The sun falls.
Soaks.
Shadows take you.
Oh, we have like 2 people dead. Okay, we're probably fucked.
Gateway.
I'm glad that we... I'm kind of glad we wiped, because that would have ended up being really sketchy for me anyways. Because I blew a lot of stuff to live that constellation. Oops. But honestly, I recovered there, so, you know. W. And that was also... Oh man, that was the pull. Yeah. Where I fucking saved that P2 crystal. Nobody else was going for it. W. Let's see. It buffs and helps the average player even up to AOTC rating and 2500 and plus rating? Yeah, for sure. I remember when it came out, people did the test and single button assistant was doing more than 70% of the average heroic rater? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Because those people aren't even pressing their abilities, like, at the same rate as single button assistant, even with the GCD penalty. One of the biggest issues that a lot of people make is they just sit there not pressing anything. The, you know, ABCs always be casting, right? You should always be using something. There are rare cases, right, where there is downtime in a rotation. But a lot of people just sit there and, like, stare at their abilities like, what do I press? And that's going to lose you a lot of damage. So definitely it'll help the average heroic raider who does that. It's not training wheels. Assisted highlight is training wheels. Yeah, agreed. I do think the assisted highlight is, like... I still feel like it's probably not worthwhile to rely on that, but I agree that, like, obviously there's no downside to using that. But I still don't use it because it's... whenever I learn a new spec, I want to fundamentally understand why the spec plays the way it does. So I just know what abilities to press next. The problem is, doing that requires a decent amount of reading ahead of time. Most people don't want to have to do that. Yeah.
Five, four, 3, 2, 1.
Darkness
Interrupts.
I am denied.
Right, I think,
Hord's grasp.
however many pulls later, we've finally gotten our interrupt issues figured out. So, hopefully no more wiping of that, at least.
Glaives. Memory game.
Slightly delayed my AMS thing.
Interrupts. Anti-magic zone.
I am denied. You saw.
Demonic blade. Jesus!
Glaives.
It's like fucking pre-nerf glaive PTSD, dude. Holy.
Memory
This
game.
is... Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Woo! Ow.
Interrupts.
I am denial.
Gorfiend's grasp.
You solve nothing.
What are these glaives?
Glaives.
This is genuinely the worst set of glaives I think I've seen since the
Memory
nerf.
game.
Holy fuck. That makes me miss pre-nerf glaives, honestly.
Get crystal.
I miss when it just felt like you were inches away from dying non-stop.
You waste your time. I am.
Nowadays, I'm just kind of asleep half of P1.
Darkness looms. This is a certainty you must embrace. Slice of shadow. Slice of shadow.
Oh my god.
Enough.
Will, I saw that. That was fucking crazy.
My answer. Can you hear it?
Left of marker. Soak star.
In case you guys didn't see what happened, my co-tank literally ran into the beam to keep his crystals safe, which is fucking wild. I couldn't really see exactly what was happening on the opposite side. I'm guessing that the DPS to the left of him were being terrorists with their lines. Because that's the only reason why I would ever consider doing that, but
On
I
marker.
mean, he lived it, so good for him.
Anti-magic zone. Soak star. Right of marker. Soak star.
Shadow. You cannot stop what has begun.
Personals.
End the ending. Midnight fall.
Hey, we didn't explode. W.
Soaks.
Shadows take you. The sun falls.
I got really unlucky on that Reaper's Mark. It's fine though.
Memory game.
The sun falls.
Roar.
Your efforts are the absence of reason, of light, of life.
Memory game.
I don't have a...
The sun falls.
Soaks.
Light be scoured.
Gateway. Revolt.
Infinite, eternal, inevitable. Let it
Anti-magic zone. Soaks.
Give me sword, please give me sword, please give me sword. Please give me sword, please give me sword, please give me sword.
Blazes.
Yes!
slice of shadow.
Personals. Move.
I don't have it.
Blazes.
Slice shadow.
Oh,
Move.
what's this job?
Blazes.
Shatter in shade.
Move. Blazes.
An inevitable end. Shatter in shade.
Nice!
What was wrought here cannot simply be undone. The light is
Did we get
consumed. I barely feel the well's power.
We can't leave it like this. The wounds the void left behind must be healed.
Did you get a rank 1 revolt? All things considered, not a bad Reclear night. We still have Rotmire to go, though. We have Rotmire to go, and because we still have time, after... I'll do a little bit of PTR after Raid's over, because Rotmire's going to be a one-shot. And then I will do a PTR patch notes reading on stream. Nice. Our raid leader got a 97 parse. I have to say, P4 Lura doing the the wave clear might be one of my favorite tank mechanics ever made. It is so much fun to do that. Especially as a Blood DK, you just take the fucking ad to the face, drop to 5%, Death Strike back, boom, and then you line it all up, get the perfect cone, clear all the ads. Oh, it's so satisfying.
Catalog every newcomer. I want to know secrets among these latest arrivals.
8 out of 10 Rotmire pugs are terrible Whitefests? Oh, I can imagine, yeah. Because probably, everybody and their mother is trying to join... I already... Forgot I got my, Before single button assistant, you would sit on a new spec, like coming out of Subrug, massively undergeared, less than a week. Massively out DPSing everyone higher with way more experience, yeah. It definitely, like, you can tell the difference between somebody who actually practiced and knows what they're doing, and somebody who's just kind of, like, button mashing, even with single button assistant. But, our druid just rolled a 1. God damn. I need... This is more stats, right? Then... How many extra stats is this? So this is... 5, 15. So this is 20 extra stats compared to... Huh. Wait, the Lure Necklace is actually better, though. Because the Lure Necklace has the extra socket, and the stats from the second socket are actually worth more. So, I still... So it's something worth mentioning, is it's going to be very important to have one of every single item off Rotmire that you can get, even if you don't want this. Because this will translate into a crest discount early on in the season in 12.1. So I'm going to try to get the entire loot table on all of my relevant characters. But I actually don't think it is worth using this necklace. Because I won't actually get value out of the bonus proc effect, right? So. The ring is really good, though. I don't think I have the ring yet. I think I've only gotten... What have I gotten already? I have gotten... I forget. I definitely used my bonus roll on something. What did I get last week? Dude, my brain is not working. Yeah, it's the same icon as that ring. Yeah, so I don't have... Spore colors. Yeah, so I don't have that ring. I'll run in. I don't have whatever that add-on is, no. I mean, I can always check the VOD. Oh, you know, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I got the chest. That's what I got. Now, I was thinking I got the chest off the actual loot, but no, this was my bonus roll. Right. Last week. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking, because my druid actually got 2 pieces of gear, I think. On my druid, I won some item, I won the roll, and then I also bonus rolled. But my Blood DK, I didn't actually get anything. You think the proc is consuming a decent chunk of that necklace's stat budget? It's not, no. No, it's not. The proc doesn't consume any of the stat budget. This is normally statted for a necklace of its item level. What I'm saying is, you get more stats off the Lura necklace because a second socket is worth more stats than the increase in item level. That's all I mean. This is completely free. It doesn't count against the budget at all. And in the case of the ring, right, like, in theory, full bis would be this plus Eye of Midnight. or whatever other ring you want to use, but for any haste classes, which like Sand Lane will love using Spore Callers plus Eye of Midnight. So I'm gonna wait until I have all of this to try and get parses on Sand Lane. But that being said, if I manage to not get the necklace last, or the trinket, I don't need the trinket, then I can, the moment I get the belt and the ring, I can start playing Sand Lane for parses. I mean, I could play it right now, I don't care enough. Downside is to when you get your count back on Monday, detours, you gotta figure out what you want to max level, what you want to raid prog on. Leveling up a Harroneer after you get it unlocked. Well, the nice thing is, I mean, leveling at this point is very fast, so... And if you're playing next week, we'll have Turbulent Timeways, so it's gonna be even faster. You got the belt and you still need the neck and helm to catalyze, so you can switch to legs with something with good stats. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, late season I'd be down Newman, but not tonight. You'll have a free level 80 boost, but you don't know if you're going to use it because of the time waves. You can just get your Guardian Arrestor up on the way. Yeah. Definitely, if you plan on leveling like a rogue or something, the boost would be good for that. Because Druid is really, really good for leveling anyway.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, the environment. I think a Shroomling died, like, instantly. Watch that Fungling. Just make sure no Fungling dies on it. Oh shit. Get that out. Get that Fungling out. Yeah. Fuck, my bad. No, yeah, we... Well... The only reason I mass gripped is because two people were kiting the Sporlings into the range. So... No. But people need to be faster about moving. Any Havoc DH in the raid? Right now, no, I don't think so. They're all playing Dev. We used to have a Havoc Demon Hunter, but they left. I mean, Havoc's not bad, don't get me wrong. Devour is just kind of broken. Your Rogue is already 80 because it was one of the main raids or raid characters you played last expansion.
4,
I see.
3, 2, 1.
I will say you can have priority single target damage, even if there are ads. Sure. Need to make sure we kill those, though. Watch where we're kiting. Watch where we're kiting. Where? Why? Because we needed to move, but people are kiting it. Nah, whatever. Just watch that one shroomling. Make sure nothing dies on it. Did you take 2? Okay, my bad. I had to grip that. Yeah, I'm fine. I can take 2. Hey, no, Curve is the one who died. I was chilling. No, no, it was the first fucking pull! We had 2. No, it was only 2. Yeah, look where the thing is. You may, like, drag it towards that. Yes. I'll need a bubble taunt in the next one. Alright, taunt now. Never mind, I just lived a third. Okay. Sure, I will die here. So actually taunt. Okay, yeah. It is really impressive how it's the easy bosses that we manage to struggle on so much. Just because people are unwilling to do like the singular mechanic. And just ignore calm. That's a bait feast.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Grimlings under boss, not the spore cap. Watch that Shroomling under boss. Dragon boss. That. I think I was like knocked into the air a millisecond before my grip went off, so it didn't fire. I only have one. Watch that funneling. My bad, well. Funneling under boss, funneling under boss. Get that out. I don't have a grip for this. You need to move. You'll need to take this. Sorry, Will. Please get into the right position. I mean, you can drop that in a way that it stays away from melee. Jesus. What I get? I got the belts. Nice. Oh, well, there's the belts here. Okay. Oh, my guild is saying that apparently the necklace now procs off Leech. So, apparently classes that have self-healing, like Havoc Demon Hunter, would be really, really, really good. Yeah, my rolls were bad. Unlucky. But that's the beauty of bonus rolls. I'll be able to get this eventually. Let's see. This is definitely, if I have a socket. Do I have a socket on hand? I could just buy a socket, right? It's probably worth doing, yeah. It's pretty much BIS for everybody. Well, the funny thing is, I just looked, and it actually, in theory, wouldn't be BIS for me, because I guess I get less stats out of it compared to the Lura necklace. And also, there are some people who, like, for instance, the Illyria neck would probably still be better for a lot of people. Because, the Illyria necklace is really high haste, and it deals shadow damage. So, I mean, I would have to sim it. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Yeah, you just keep it. I'll get it up bonus roll eventually. I don't care that much. Oh shit. I never opened my vault. Dude. Alright. What do I get? Please give me another Rotmire piece. Yo, let's go! Well, speaking of which... I mean, yeah, I would have to sim it, but I'm pretty sure the proc effect isn't enough to outweigh a second socket, but, like, who knows? Maybe. I don't know. Our evokers are catfighting over stat weights. Alright, I'm pretty sure raid's over, so... Fucking lucky bastard strawberry luck. Look, it's either that or I get it like another week on a bonus roll. I'm gonna get all of them eventually. It's not that lucky. If it had like tertiaries on it, that might have been insane. Alright, I think raid's over. I'm gonna hop onto the PTR for a little bit. I'll stream that. Just leaving my guild Discord. It is kind of lucky that I mean, I got it out of the vault, but here's the thing, right? I need to get the rest of the loot off Rotmire anyways. So it's still entirely possible that we kill... Where's the fucker? We kill Rotmire next week. I've bonus rolled the chest and the belt. I could still bonus roll the necklace, right? So that's entirely possible. It would only be lucky if it means that I get to save a bonus roll, but then also, literally, what else do I even need to bonus roll at this point? Nothing is the answer. I don't need anything. The only thing that I theoretically still needed from dungeons was the Nexus Point Zenith ring set, but I'm not running that anymore because now it's Sporefall ring, so when I play Sand Lane, I'm going to play Spore Color's Blooming Loop, plus I have Midnight, which I already have, so, you know, there's that. I need to enchant my ring, Eyes of the Eagle, or, no, I'm stupid, I got a belt, I'm dumb. I don't know why, I'm dumb. I'm going to hop onto PTR, okay. I'm going to hop onto PTR, and then we're going to read the patch notes, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll fuck around on PTR a little bit. Why aren't we killing it a few times in a roll for the bonus rolls? I mean, we don't need to. Somebody in our raid did ask if we want to do that, like, at some point. But, I mean, there's so much time left in the season, like, there's no reason to do that right now. Like, we're going to be doing it every single week anyway. So, there's no... Like, think about it this way. You get more loot over a longer period of time by just killing it once a week. If, let's say, later on in the season, like, close to 12.1... a bunch of people still need gear, at that point we can, you know, potentially on an off night. Okay, PTR is updating, so let me pull up the patch notes. And by the way, you know, just because every time people are like, oh, the screen's black, like, yes, the screen is black right now. That is intentional, because I'm, you know, the game's closed, and I'm bringing up the patch notes. And then once I have that up, I'll share that screen. Let's see here. How do I get this correct on OBS? And then... window capture... There we go. That looks good. Yeah, that is centered properly. Alright. Let's read some patch notes. I have never been more excited in my entire life to read patch notes. I already know what's coming. I just don't know the specifics. Alright. Vaults of Ulatek. Wait, oh shit, is that what I think it is? Vaults of Ulatek. Huh? The fuck? What the fuck is the Vaults of Ulatek? Is this just a... So I saw this at first, and I'm like, wait, is that the Mega Delve? Like, I'm not crazy, right? You would think that's the Mega Delve. It screams, this is the Mega Delve. Mega Delve, blow it off. So that's what I first thought. Especially because they have not mentioned Vaults of Ulatek at all before. In any of the, like, the previews. So I have no fucking clue what this is supposed to be. But they say... Vaults of Atalutek provides a challenging play space that requires players to work... Like, so... I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Fuck your fucking PR buzzwords in stuff trying to explain a feature. This is not marketing. This is a forum post about an upcoming feature that we're supposed to be testing. Fuck the fucking buzzwords. Just tell me what it is you're testing. Like, challenging play space. Work together to defeat the forces of Ulatek. Aid ancient Amani spirits in fighting back evil undead. Blah, 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 blah. But, like, they say it survives the Coiled Isle. This is, like, so many words to say fucking nothing. I believe this is probably that open world thing that they keep talking about, of like whatever the new open world feature is. Like, the way that I'm thinking, this is probably like surge delivery for fucking Undermine, that type of shit, right? Or junk piles. It's the open world thing, I think, based on this description. They do such a poor job explaining that stuff. Heroic Lair difficulty is available for testing this week. Actually, hold on. Let me post. Post real quick. In testing. Heroic Lairs will be available for testing this week. No specific time, so presumably you can enter whenever. Even though that's not an official raid, might be nice to set up a time to test it, since it will have semi-relevant gear at the start of the season. Right, I'm posting in my guild's raid testing thread, because that's actually interesting. Obviously, we've never had something like Lairs before, right? So, you know, my guild leader, I don't think has even considered that. But if there is a flexible scheduling time, we may as well try and test it. Yeah, so raid testing, I've already said I'm going to stream raid testing on Thursday, Friday. I'll show the times, right? So the times are this. So for these 3 hours and these 4 hours, and then presumably I think my guild's doing testing the following week as well, but definitely this week I'll be streaming. That is okay. For a second I was like, wait, is that? It's not the 24th, but then I realized it's not past midnight yet. But yeah, so later this week, I'll be streaming that. I'm streaming tomorrow for my guild's second Reclear, where I'm playing Bear, and then I'll stream again for raid testing on Thursday, Friday. For that. Then New Dungeon, I'll probably test that at some point. Prey Season 2 is available for testing, which, as far as I'm aware, is a whole lot of nothing. Housing has been enabled. Okay, sure, who cares? And then, the moment that I've been waiting for. Characters, Earthen, Developer's Note. In Curse of Ulatek, we are revisiting the amount of XP gained when exploring nodes. This will particularly impact the leveling speed for Earthen characters who receive significantly more exploration experience via their Wide-Eyed Wonder racial ability. To compensate for the decrease in experience gains from exploring zones, we are increasing the benefits of ingest minerals. Have you ever seen such a beautiful thing in your entire life? God damn. I thought they'd never fucking do it. What's interesting is, I really don't know why they are changing XP for all players. This is, as dumb as it is technically a nerf to everybody. Now, obviously, for Earthen players, that doesn't add up to much. But keep in mind, every time you explore a new location, it's like 1k XP. So, this is, like, not insignificant. I don't know exactly how much you can expect this to be, but I wouldn't say it is unreasonable for this to be a total loss of probably somewhere in the realm of like 100k XP for 80 to 90, and potentially even more than that for low levels. This is actually like that's why I don't know why they nerfed that. Like, why not just nerf the? It is a very dumb way to change this, because like if you don't want Earthen to be able to level through exploring, just fucking change the racial, right? Like. You could just nerf the racial ability, right? Why nerf everybody? And then just, I don't know. It's just strange. And then experience gained from exploring low-level zones is no longer reduced from baseline. So this is a weird one. Basically, the way that this works is if you are... this is the reason why you need to enable, like, lore walking for earthen exploration. So in order to get the proper scaling for 80 to 90, you turn on lore walking, which is, like, kind of an exploit, but, like, whatever. It doesn't matter now. So this actually isn't a buff per se. Honestly, I don't know why this changes a thing. All this means is that lore walking won't be necessary. But, like, I think people were doing it anyway. I don't really know. The interesting thing about this is, so, obviously, 60% nerf is quite a lot. I don't know enough about exactly what the tuning on the earthen stuff was to say how big of an impact this will actually have. I will say, like, I'm half joking. I don't know. Like, my celebration is, you know, a little bit over the top, I suppose. Actually, I don't know. I haven't made a big, like, dramatic show of it. But admittedly, I have been pretty vocal about how I just don't enjoy earthen leveling. So I think, you know, it should go without saying that obviously I'm glad it's dead. I do think that the way they're doing this is silly. It's... yeah, I don't know. It's strange the way they're doing this from low-level zones. It will make leveling a little bit slower, right? It's hard to really say exactly how much experience for non-earthens can be attributed to exploration, but it's not nothing. It really isn't. It's like a decent amount. Like, I think, if anything, you can look at how much experience earthen are able to gain from leveling and understand that it has to be at least somewhat relevant for them to be able to level entirely through that. So even for normal people, this is significant. Is it going to meaningfully change leveling times? No. Like, how much would it realistically lose us? It would be interesting, I think, to look back through a run and see how much I was getting. Like, how many exploration nodes I hit. But, at the very least, like, this is like half a level, right? Bare minimum. And if you think about the total amount of exploration XP earned from 80 to 90, I think calling it half a level, maybe it's like a little bit less, but this could be the difference between turning it at like 50 or 85 and a half and like 86. So it will matter, which is, yeah, I don't like that, but sure. The weird thing about ingest minerals getting buffed, though, is because ingest minerals has been grossly undertuned for such a long time. So, I mean, this is just like, this is the worst way to do this. But in typical Blizzard fashion, they are so afraid of making any decisive decisions these days. They know for a fact, and they've probably known for a while, that earthen needed to get nerfed. I think, if anything, the way that Midnight launch was handled is a very clear-cut example of Blizzard knew earthen leveling was not okay and something needed to be done. And they... like, I had been suggesting many different ways that they could fix it that would have been healthy. And considering I, like, single-handedly got a lot of the really degenerate stuff fixed in time for Midnight launch, and I even, like, I got a blue post response. Literally, I got a developer response telling me, or on my post, basically saying that they were going to make the change. So at the very least, my post outlining all of the blatant issues with Midnight launch leveling is something that Blizzard read, and definitely a main driving factor behind them fixing things like Endeavor leveling. So I take, like, basically a large chunk of the credit for getting that fixed. But even in that post, I did say that they need to fix earthen leveling. And I outlined multiple ways that they could fix it, and I said, this is going to be a problem. What do you know? They fixed almost everything in my post except earthen leveling, and then earthen leveling is used to completely break Midnight Race to World First. The 80 to 90 leveling, that is. And Blizzard freaked out so much, they were somehow completely caught off guard, despite the fact that it was like the first bullet point listed on my forum post, where they read it because they gave me a blue post response, so clearly they read it and understood, and they were so caught off guard that after the first person hit level 90, they temporarily banned all of the other Earthen people that were just barely behind, because they freaked out and apparently they weren't prepared for it. And then they later unbanned those people, but it really goes to show how unprepared they were for that entire thing to happen. So they knew it was a problem. I kind of was hoping, at least, that after they realized that, they were going to make some adjustments to it. And like Earthen leveling has gotten like a new resurgence in terms of like word of mouth recently. So doesn't surprise me that it's getting fixed now. But they know for a fact that a lot of people like it. And so they are terrified of just saying, we are nerfing Earthen exploration leveling because it's just unhealthy for the game. Because, like, everybody is just fucking going, Earthen leveling, and I'm, like, the only fucking person who genuinely is like, hey, look, this is bad for the state of the game, this should be fixed. Which is why I've kind of just stopped saying that. I've given up, right? Because if Blizzard's not going to do shit about it, like, I'm not going to try and, like, you know, fight this unwinnable battle. But they're so afraid of just taking a hardline stance and being like, yeah, we fucked up adding this to the game, we're removing it, sorry, you had your fun. So they do this fucking workaround thing. Oh, we're making, like, the way they word it, I think, is particularly funny. We're revisiting XP gained when exploring zones. This is particularly going to impact the leveling speed for Earthen characters. It's like the only reason they did it this way is because they want to cop out of, like, yeah, for outside of the context of Earthen, guys, exploration gained from exploring zones was totally a problem. This was totally something that everybody was having a hard time with. And, you know, this really needed to be addressed, guys, for sure, for real. Like, it's really important that we made this fix. And, oh, yeah, because we're making this really important fix that's totally unrelated to Earthen, it might, you know, particularly impact Earthen. So, because Earthen, you know, oh, we totally, like, we're sorry that this is happening as an accidental side effect of us nerfing this unrelated thing. But they're probably going to get, like, the short end of the stick from it, so we're going to give them an unrelated buff. Like, just fucking say you're nerfing the racial. Like, what is this fucking workaround fence-sitting mumbo-jumbo bullshit? Yeah, it's so annoying. I hate so much about the stuff Blizzard does. They're so fucking afraid to just make a decision because they know they're going to get backlash. But, like, if you know it's good for your game, fucking make a stance. Because now, you know, the end result is that they've probably pissed off all the Earthen players, but they've also pissed me off because this shit is so annoying. Like, why did you nerf it for everybody? How is this unhealthy? Whatever. I mean, like, so all things considered, right? If anything, like, look, half a level, this is, and the nice thing is, since this isn't happening until 12.1, at the very least, I don't need to, like, rework the leveling guide to account for, like, less exploration experience in this patch. I have a while to do that. And with the Delver's Call changes, the like, existing leveling route, there's so much extra there that it's going to be more than okay. But think about it this way, like, the longer that you spend leveling in, like, an area, the more value you're going to get out of exploration XP. So for somebody who has a lot of XP modifiers, like in my speedruns, where pretty much all I do is Elwyn Forest, Duskwood, Lock Mode on, and then I go do, like, Dragonflight crafting, War Within crafting, etc., and I'm actually exploring very little, I get comparatively less value out of exploration XP, because keep in mind, right, like, exploration XP was never affected by XP modifiers, so the fact that you're exploring less but getting like 40%-ish more experience doesn't matter, it's a fixed value. So you're getting a lower relative value of exploration XP compared to somebody who has to do the entire route and has to do, like, Wad Intro, Shadowmoon Valley, Gorgrond, Talador, Spires of Iraq. If you are somebody with less overall experience, like you don't have the Warband Mentor bonus, you don't have Darkmoon Fair buff, etc., and you have to go through all of those extra zones, then you're actually losing more XP. This is having a much larger negative impact on you, even for regular leveling. So the thing about this is most likely for people like me who are doing speedruns, this actually won't have that big of an impact. You'll probably need to do like a handful more quests, but we understand the breakpoint, right? So all this means like you get to level 85 and then you do your big turn in for speedruns. Obviously, I'll test with a 30% buff and see what that ends up being. It's probably going to be more like level 84 or something like that. But you'll get there, you'll do your turn in. The only thing is you might need to do a little bit more in order to reach level 85. Probably won't be much. It would be like a handful more quests than Eversong or Zul'jin for speedruns. And even for 80 to 90, it probably won't really matter that much, because even people with like no Warband Mentor bonus at this stage are not going to be finishing the guide before the end of Zul'jin. And they'll have plenty of extra stuff in Zul'jin to get done. But for like the biggest negative impact is going to be people leveling from 1 to 80 who don't have all these XP modifiers, because then if they follow the entirety of my route, they would have gotten a decent amount of exploration XP, and now they won't. Well, they will, but like reduced by 60% is still a sizable decrease. And then, like, I don't know, this line does nothing. It's interesting. The main thing is, I think this, like, completely kills Earthen leveling, I'm pretty sure. It might, like, technically speaking, Earthen would probably still be the fastest race to play for a theoretical, like, 10 to 80 speedrun or something like that, just because even with the nerf, the extra experience passively that you would get with the Earthen racial would be higher. Like, I haven't really said this, right? It's been kind of an unspoken rule that I've used ever since, like, early War Within, when, like, I got shit from people, because, like, people don't like that I don't cover Earthen leveling. But it's been an unspoken rule that I've just not done any speedruns with Earthen, even the level 10 speedruns. I've just done something else, right? But in theory, racials at this point mean so little that the tiny bit of extra experience, even with this nerf that you'd probably get from Earthen, would probably still make it the fastest. But we would be talking about, like, minutes of time saved. Even right now, it would be a trivial time save. You would save, like, I think right now 5 minutes or something like that, 5 to 10 minutes, if you just did the normal leveling route with Earthen. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things. For a speedrun, that is considerable, which is why I haven't used it. But for regular people, it really wouldn't make much of a difference. Like, it would not be worth it to play in Earthen. For speedruns, in theory, it might still be worth it to play in Earthen. But I think, like, for me personally, I have still kept up my mental ban on, you know, I'm just not going to do runs with Earthen anymore. And that probably won't change even with this nerf. But the Earthen leveling as a method, I believe, is dead. What I'll probably do is, like, later on, I will check some of the Earthen resources and, like, maybe even message some of the people I know who are big into Earthen leveling and try and understand what they think about this, how big of an impact they think it will be, just out of curiosity. But the exploration, the baseline value being nerfed by that much does very much limit their abilities. And the problem is there's only so much that you can do. It's kind of like, think about it from a regular speedrunning perspective. This, like I said, I am not as familiar with this, but I have spoken with people who make the Earthen leveling routes, right? And they've, like, told me a little bit about, like, how they've optimized it, which, you know, I find interesting, right? I think it's interesting to understand it in concept. It's just never something I've actually wanted to do in practice. But, you know, speaking to them and understanding why they're doing the things they're doing, it's been neat to learn. But the main thing that I always talk about for leveling, right, is leveling gets, like, exponentially faster up to a point, right, as you add XP modifiers, because there's, like, at a certain point, the activities that you start to complete for leveling start to get slower. So if leveling takes long enough, we're talking, like, regular leveling, if leveling takes long enough to where you need to start including, like, less efficient quests, etc., it's like the time gets, like, exponentially slower. Exponentially maybe the wrong word, but, like, it's a compounding time loss, because the less XP you're getting, the more you're forced to do, and then the more you're forced to include things that are even less valuable at a baseline efficiency. Whereas if you have a higher XP value, then you can cut out all of the inefficient stuff, and then not only are you just getting so much experience, but you're only doing the most efficient possible activities, and then leveling just gets hyper fast. That's basically what we end up seeing in like Legion and Mop Remix, where at a certain point, when the XP modifier gets high enough, you can just only do the most hyper efficient methods nonstop and get like a ridiculous leveling time. It just snowballs like crazy. Then we kind of like on the opposite end. I mean, it's like a bell curve, right? On the far opposite end, when you start getting to like, you know, the extremely minimal time saves, it becomes really, 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 really hard to push the time down. There's a reason why, like, for the bulk of Legion Remix, like, times got really, really, really fast up until, like, most people were getting, like, 30 to 40 minute boosting times, and then it was, like, incremental gains from that point on. Ignoring the fact that, obviously, we got the sub 2 minute speedrun. That doesn't really count. That was more of, like, an exhibition run, just because we had to have, like, a full team of people doing abnormal things to make that happen. But even at the time, when I got that sub 2 minute speedrun with our team, I was still leveling characters solo and, well, like, self-boosting, right? Like, I had, like, a multi-boxed account, and I was leveling up characters for myself. And even at that time, I was leveling characters in, like, 30 to minutes to, like, 50 minutes, give or take, depending on the method I was using. And it was really hard to get solo times faster than that, because we reached a point where, like, travel time was just a factor, right? The animation time is a factor, loading screen time is a factor. At a certain point, you can't get past certain inherent time losses. It's just impossible. There are, like, baked-in times where it's just not possible to overcome that, per se. But up until that point, it snowballs. But now, the problem with earthen leveling is basically getting pushed to the opposite side of the bell curve, where the 60% nerf might actually end up being not just a 60% time reduction, it might end up being significantly worse than that and effectively killing it as a method, because if it reaches a point where it takes so long to level with earthen exploration that there's simply not enough viable, like, traveling nodes, it's entirely possible. I don't know for sure. I'd be curious to see that there are simply not enough nodes available in the game with the 60% reduction to level up to level 90. I don't know. Would be curious to see whether that's the case. But at the very least, the earthen route, from what I've been told, is, like, very highly optimized, and there's a lot of zones that technically you can level in, but they're not efficient. And with a heavy reduction, you'd now be reaching a point where, in order to actually continue doing this as a method, you need to start accessing those inefficient zones. So then it would slow down even beyond. It's not just like a 60% reduction on the current route. It is a 60% reduction, and then you have to fill in the gaps with stuff that's even slower. So it ends up compounding in a worse way. So my take on this is, even though Blizzard did implement this in a really dumb, backwards way, earthen leveling is most likely dead. And at the very least, keep in mind, let's keep something in mind, right? Earthen leveling, at its peak, which is, like, pretty much right now, is marginally faster than my speedruns, right? We're talking, like, if, like, the fastest earthen leveling runs I've seen, because I've looked at the world records, are, like, ever so slightly faster than my regular questing runs. It's pretty minor at this point. And I actually think there is a chance that with the 30% buff, I might be able to beat the earthen run. It's possible. The 30% buff is a lot. I think that I could actually get a faster time already. Now, would the regular person have a hard time? Yes, the regular person, brain off following the earthen thing, might, in theory, be able to level faster than their first time following my route, right? And then you could argue that, in theory, if somebody really wanted to do the earthen thing, it might have a higher peak. Obviously, that is right now. But it's pretty fair to say that the fact that earthen leveling is dying, for people who actually know how to level, obviously you guys aren't impacted. And here's the good news, right? it actually kind of works out perfectly, because I was planning, I've said this many times, I was planning on having the 10 to 80 routes done by 12.1, and I have just received, like, this is kind of for me, like, as much as I've said that I have issues with, like, the way that earthen leveling works, and, like, I am kind of happy that Blizzard's finally changing it, I am, in some selfish way, extra, like, ecstatic about this change, because it basically means that the only viable competing route, or, like, leveling method to my speedruns, and, well, my routes and whatnot, and follow the arrow, is basically getting completely killed at the exact same time that I had already been planning to release the 10 to 80 guides for Follow the Arrow. Which also means it works out well for everybody else, because anybody who plans on using earthen leveling is going to at least have the access to the Follow the Arrow 10 to 80 stuff. So, I mean, this is... I don't necessarily want to, like, you know, dance on its grave too much, because like I said, I do know some of the people who really enjoy this, and I know they're probably upset about this, and, like, I can empathize with that, at least, you know, enjoying something and being upset that it's gone. But I'd be lying if I said that this wasn't, like, the best news that I've heard in a really long time. You know, purely selfishly, it is just, I think it is healthy for the game, but also it is, from a selfish perspective, fucking incredible news for me. So, yeah, W. Wanted to make sure I at least gave a good, you know, reading of that. I missed a few messages, I think. You saw the Guardian Druid talent you were talking about, 20% chance on Iron Fur and 10% chance on Raise Maul for free Iron Fur? Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, generally speaking, you spam Raise Maul or more often. But yeah, it's a really strong talent. Let me read the rest of the notes. I'm gonna skim it, right? Like, obviously, I'm assuming that this is all the stuff that WoW had posted, and it's, like, nothing major. Oh, shit! Sigil of Chains is now learned at level 35 and is no longer a talent. That is very good. Wow, that's actually very strong. Let me quickly pull up. I'm not going to pull this up on stream just because Wowhead bombards you with ads, but on my second computer, I'm going to quickly pull up the current Vengeance talent tree to understand where exactly the swap is happening. So, where was Sigil of Chains? Sigil of Chains is, like, dead center of the tree. And Roaring Fire has now been moved into that position. Okay, that was on the choice node with Sigil of Silence. And now it's moved there, which means you can just very safely ignore that. You can just never take that and be fine. And then they swapped Sigil of Silence and Feed the Demon. Oh, I forgot. Feed the Demon's in an... Oh, I was thinking of Last Resort. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fine, actually, because I'm pretty sure you always took both Feed the Demon and Sigil of Silence. You probably still do that. That doesn't really seem like it's changed at all. Okay, yeah, so that... I was saying, depending on how they change the nodes, that could either be a buff or a nerf. Yeah, that's just a buff. I mean, getting Sigil of Chains for free is actually pretty fucking crazy. That is really, really, really good. Wow. And then, yeah, I mean, this move is just basically to give a little bit more flexibility and to make sure that there is something in place of where Sigil of Chains was. It's a pretty inconsequential change. But that is, yeah, that's good. Okay. This is the stuff I was talking about. I mean, they have... Like, they didn't even implement it before, so that's, like, whatever. What else? Okay, I mean, that's... So that was basically it. So, I thought they did more changes. As is tradition, Wowhead took this one post, which isn't even that long, and chopped it up into, like, 5 different articles. Jesus fucking Christ, Wowhead. Ugh. Well, yeah, Wowhead's gonna do what Wowhead's gonna do. Alright, well, that was the main thing. Let's hop into the PTR for a little bit, and I'll poke around. And I mean, I was technically my raid would have just ended, but normally, like when we raid all the way up until midnight, it's like it's exhausting, right? So a lot of times whenever I stream and we raid all the way up until midnight, I'm just so fucking tired that I just want to end stream and like go lay down for a little bit. But whenever we have a more chill raid night, I'm not like as stressed out. It's you know, I don't feel bad streaming longer. Serrated glaive change is a great buff for Havoc. I'll be honest, I did not do any of my European vaults last week. I will be doing later this weekend. Initially, I was thinking of doing Friday for preservation, but then I remembered we have raid testing, and I don't want to do it the same day. Either Saturday or Sunday, I'm going to be doing Preservation Evoker Keystone Hero, so I will finally be starting that this week. But I'll be honest, like, I kind of like... I only did the bare minimum that I needed to do last week, and I did not really feel like doing anything crazy on Europe. I kind of took like a bit of a break week last week and played a lot of Guild Wars 2, which, I mean, Guild Wars 2 fucking owns, so... let me swap OBS over, hold on. Worst part of leveling an Earthen is you end up with a max level Earthen, yeah. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why I never liked it, but, you know. There were... So... ad blocker works in Wowhead? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really use ad blockers. I find them to be too much of a pain. But, yeah, I know. It's really nice. It's rocking so much. Yeah, I think that talent looks really good. Let me take a look at the thing you mentioned, Owner, because I kind of skimmed the rest of the changes because obviously I'm, you know, mostly play tanks, but I do understand Havoc enough that I'm sure if you say it's a good change. Serrated Glaive. Is Serrated Glaive... Let me look at the talents. Is that the one where it's like whenever you hit a target with Throw Glaive, it like applies the debuff that makes them take more damage from like Chaos Strike and other stuff? Is that the thing I'm thinking of? Let's see. Enemies hit by Chaos Strike or Throw... Yeah. Enemies hit by Chaos Strike or Throw Glaive take 15% increased damage from Chaos Strike and Throw Glaive. Yeah. And then now it's just a buff on you. Okay, yeah, that is very good. That's a minor damage increase, right? In theory. Because that means, like, the benefit would happen on, like, the first hit instead of having to, like... At least for some of them, right? But yeah, that seems good. You have the trinket from Rotmire? Nice. Blind Fury got a slight nerf. Inner Demon is now a choice node with Chaos Theory. What was Inner Demon again? When you enter Demon form, you explode, and now it's a choice node with... Which one's Chaos Theory? I forget what Chaos Theory is. I forget, like, where all of these talents are. I vaguely remember the name, but I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you where in the tree half this shit is. Oh, I see. Blade Dance causes your next Chaos Strike to have increased critical strike chance and always refund Fury. Interesting. Depending on the spec, and especially Eldrachi, might get a real damage buff. Yeah, I found it now. And then what else? Trail of Ruin. Interesting that Trail of Ruin, the damage is now applied immediately. Okay, I guess. I thought the whole fact... I don't know. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, good changes. Obviously, it's still early. They're almost certainly going to make more changes. But yeah, I guess that seems like good changes for Havoc. Obviously, I don't, you know, ever play Havoc in competitive content these days, but I still do enjoy Havoc for fun. I play it a lot. I'm actually... I would say I am strongly leaning towards doing Havoc for my... I'll log into my character. This was the character I logged in on, right? Just hop in. I'm strongly leaning towards just doing Havoc for my next 10 to 90 speedrun. Partially just because... So, the... Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. I don't know enough about Havoc to say. I think, so, now that it's confirmed that, like, you know, earthen leveling is kind of getting nerfed, I feel maybe a little bit more, like, I can speak a bit freely on it, to an extent. I'm curious, by the way, have they nerfed the tier set items? It's kind of strange how, like, a lot of times they put these, like, super beefy avoidance tier set items early on in the PTR, and then later on, they make it so they're, like, heavily nerfed. And they don't have, like, avoidance on them. And a lot of times they aren't even max item level. It's, interesting what Blizzard decides to do for the vendors. So I mean, at some point, probably tomorrow afternoon, I'll do it off stream, right? But I have to get my character set up for raid testing. I don't know, what am I going to play for raid testing? I'm pretty sure, actually, yeah, I'll ask my co-tank, but I'm 90% sure based on what he said that he's going to play Prop Pally. Are you planning to bring Prop Pally for raid testing or something else? But, I mean, he brought he brought Prop Pally, tongue twister, brought Prop Pally to Rotmeyer, and he was telling me that he's, like, really, really excited. I know he's enjoyed Prop Pally, and it hasn't been, like, in a super good spot ever since, you know, we've started raiding together. So, I can tell that he's excited to be able to play it. And, like, I'll be honest, if it ends up being really good, which I do think it looks good, but I don't really feel that strongly about it. I think the changes look good, but I'm not, like... I've never been, like, oh my god, I love Prop Pally so much. It's always been a tank where I'm like, I enjoy it, but it's never been my favorite. And, if he wants to play it next year, and I play Bear Blood DK, like, I have no issue with that. I'm enjoying that a little bit more, so... I think, actually, I might bring my Bear to raid testing. I was gonna say tomorrow, but it would be Thursday. To raid testing on Thursday. It's either that or I bring my Blood DK. But I think it would be nice, because, like, Blood isn't changing at all, right? There's, like, basically 0 changes. But it might be nice to get used to some of the new Bear stuff, especially the Apex talent, to get, like, a feel for exactly how it works. So I'll give that a shot, probably, on raid testing. But... what was I going to say? Yeah, so for earthen stuff, last thing I'll say a little bit. What was I going to say? Right, oh yeah, 2 things. One, so I never actually said this. I did kind of mention a little bit ago that I specifically said I wouldn't be using earthen for any level 10 speedruns before, but I'm curious how many people actually, like, flocked onto this, because I don't really think many people did. I shifted to doing level 1 to 80 speedruns midway through War Within, instead of 10 to 80, which is pretty much, or, like, 10 to max is what I did for basically the entirety of Shadowlands and Dragonflight. And the first time I ever started actively doing 1 to 80 speedruns was last expansion. I never really brought attention to this fact, but 100% the reason why I decided to make that change is because of earthen existing. And even if technically speaking, I can personally do my speedruns without using earthen, it's a lot easier to differentiate between different runs if I use like a different level range. So people can say, like, oh, earthen's able to level from 10 to 80 in this time, and I can be like, well, I leveled from 1 to 80 in this time. It's technically a different bracket. Now, 1 to 10 was never really a noticeable part of the run, but it was a different enough, like, separation to where I preferred to do that just because it gave my runs just very clear ironclad distinction from the earthen runs. So that was one of the reasons why I started shifting towards doing that in in War Within for my actual speedruns. For like casual runs, I don't really care. But all of like the world record runs, I specifically did on 1 to 80 because technically, I think most people would argue that they're like different categories, right? But you know, that to many people who don't really understand speedrun categories would come off as a technicality. But if it's just a different level range, and it's like a level where Earthen literally cannot start on, then I think a lot more people understand that as being a more legitimate difference, right? So that was one of the big reasons I did that. And I was a little bit on the fence of what to do for Midnight now, because in Midnight, 1 to 10 basically doesn't exist, right? I already showed how you can completely skip it with the housing thing, and that means that for a lot of people, it's just not really a thing at all. Even like if you have to do it normally, like it's Exile's Reach is whatever. So for a speedrun, 1 to 10 isn't really that interesting. There's a reason why for the longest time I never did it, and I just started as an allied race. But then if Earthen is going to continue to be a thing, then I'm like, all right, well, you know, I want to continue differentiating it. So I was a little bit on the fence about whether or not for like my big speedrun for 12.0.7, I do Demon Hunter, Monk, or Druid. Because if I do Monk or Druid, I probably would have wanted to start off as a level 1. Druid would have been a little weird because Druid doesn't have any good starting positions. Because Monk, you would play Human Monk, right? There's Human Monk or Undead Monk, Alliance or Horde, is what I did back in War Within, and I don't think that's changed. I think they would still be the two fastest. But I don't think Windwalker is necessarily the fastest spec anymore. I think it's still really good, but I don't think it is that dominant, at least as much as it used to be. And I think that now that Demon Hunter is able to start off at 10, I could do that instead. And that actually works. The only issue with Demon Hunter is I was debating doing a Horde speedrun, because I do think Horde is probably slightly faster nowadays. Obviously, the War Mode bonus is standardized. It's the same for both factions. There's no difference. So the outnumbered bonus, to my knowledge, doesn't exist. I have not heard reports of it existing ever since they changed it to 15%. I could be wrong, maybe. Maybe I just have missed that. But I think both factions are now 15%, which is good. I like that. I thought the outnumbered bonus was really dumb, and it made it so sometimes it was just way better to level 1 faction. And technically speaking, Horde was much faster in War Within, and the irony is I was just honestly too burnt out to even bother trying to do a 1 to 80 world record, and because my Alliance 1 to 80 was just so fucking clean, like the stars aligned for that, and everything went perfectly, and I managed to get a sub 3 hour, just barely, which was like such a crazy time. I was just like, you know, I'm happy with this. And I just kind of, I was pleased with that. Definitely for an Alliance time, that was fucking bonkers, but I'm pretty sure I could have beaten it on Horde. And, what's it called? Technically I did in Midnight pre-patch, but I don't really count that, because that was after the squish. But I was thinking about doing Horde for this next run. The problem is if I do Demon Hunter, it has to be Alliance Demon Hunter, because it has to be Void Elf Demon Hunter. That's the only one that can start off at level 10, so by default, it's faster. And it... like, without the Earthen change, I think I may have still been on the fence. I might have ended up doing it anyway, but with the Earthen change, at this point, it's pretty solidified now that, like, Earthen's gonna be dead soon anyway, and comparisons won't really matter. And also, Earthen can't even be Demon Hunters, right? So I still have that, like, you know, distance of... At least it is a different type of run. It is a Demon Hunter, you know, 10 to 80. So if you want to level a Demon Hunter, that would still technically be the fastest way regardless. So even in the context of 10 to 80, it would be a separate category. If I did a Monk, then I would kind of have to do it from level 1 to 80, or 1 to 90, because Earthen can be Monks. Earthen can't be Druids. So in theory, Druid would also be a viable contender, which is why I was leaning towards doing Druid up until this Earthen change. But now, I'll lock it in, right? I'm confident enough now with this change that I'll do I'll do a Demon Hunter run. That's not going to be until later, though. So, based on the schedule they announced, it's going to be like first week of August. So here, this is when we're going to get TBC time walking. So on whatever day here, we end up getting TBC time walking that aligns with Calamitous, that set of delves. That is the day that I'm going to do... what's it called? That's the day that I'm going to do my speedrun. I'm not going to stream that whenever it happens, but like I'll record it and then obviously later on I'll post it. And the nice thing is, by this point in time, by first week of August, ideally, I should have the Follow the Arrow routes for 1 to 80 fully finished. And then I'll be able to use Follow the Arrow in that speedrun and have that serve as a demonstration. I don't like the fact that I have to wait until this late. It just kind of so happens Burning Crusade lines up on that week. And I don't really have much of a choice in the matter. I need to get the faster time walking. That's just it. Well, I need to get Darkman Fair. And between the two of them, this next Darkman Fair is not going to have as favorable of a time walking week. I forget which one it is, but it's not as good. I think it might be Dragonflight. It's like whatever the first one is. Turbulent Time Waste 30% XP buff is character-based? Yeah, it is character-based. The account-based thing was a mistype on the original post, and people just kind of ran with that. And they had to clarify it. But that was never the case. And, what's it called? For... oh, yeah, also, I don't know if you guys... I would imagine there's probably a decent amount of people who haven't heard yet, but the patch is coming out on the 11th. It has not been officially announced by Blizzard, but a lot of people speculated that this was when the patch was going to be. Like, this was what... Because Turbulent Time Waste ends here, right? And there's a bunch of other things, like if you look at the patch cycle, it is expected. But it has been, like, soft officially confirmed, because some, like, PR guy in Method accidentally leaked it. So... obviously anybody like probably in a higher end guild or whatever, I've seen this screenshot floating around a bunch of places. My guild Discord, a bunch of people posted it. But somebody on Method's like Facebook page leaked the release date for patch 12.1. And, you know, that screenshot, I'm assuming they took it down very quickly after, but a screenshot of it has been floating around. And like, everybody knew that's when it was going to be anyway, so this is just like the final confirmation. But if you didn't know, it's basically soft confirmed that yes, it is the 11th. From what I can tell, though, the only thing that, because Blizzard hasn't officially confirmed it, like, we don't know exactly, but this is most likely going to be the week that, like, the patch comes out, and then the 18th will be the week the raid comes out. We all kind of knew this. Like, if you've been following along for a while, you probably already knew that. But in case you didn't know, there you go. I am bestowing this information onto you now. I was wondering why I got a bunch of pings. My guild leader's doing assignments for tomorrow. I don't know why he types at everybody every time he posts, like, updated assignments for, like, different bosses. It's like, I mean, you could just do the, like, update the assignments and then put a single at everyone ping of, like, check the updated assignments for tomorrow. I mean, probably it's easier for him, I'm guessing. I don't know. You have to do 4 time walking each time you level a character? Yeah, but like... So, I understand why people are upset. Like, to me, I don't really care because it's always been like that, right? So, the main reason people are upset is because Blizzard mistyped it. It was a mistype, and then everybody started freaking out about like it being account-wide, and now they're upset because it's gone. The problem with it being account-wide is, like, that leads to a lot of, like, weird degenerate stuff where I would have to get the buff on an alt before starting a speedrun, and I don't like that. I like to minimize the amount of, like, pre-run prep that I do. Now, I still do a lot of pre-run prep, because obviously, I'm gonna do whatever it is I need to do, but I mean, the less that I have to do pre-run in order to get a good speedrun, the better. I don't want to have to do all that crazy stuff. So, if something is, like, the way that it's currently set up is I'm going to have to do, if I want to do a speedrun, 4 dungeons anyway. So to me, I like it, because it means that instead of having to, like, do 4 dungeons before starting the run, I could just do the 4 dungeons the run. And the only downside, on one hand, is if you could do the 4 dungeons before starting the run and just get the bonus, then technically you could level whenever and have it be the same speed. Obviously, the time at which it took you to do the dungeons on your other character would be slower, but maybe in theory you could have done it while getting gear or something like that, so it would have been better. I don't know. In my case now, because of the fact that I need to include it in a run, I basically need to do it on Burning Crusade week, just because Burning Crusade dungeons are so much faster than the other ones. So I need to basically high roll and get like really good dungeons in order to make that worth doing. Well, it's always going to be worth getting the 30% buff, but there is very much a case to be made of like getting the TBC dungeons versus like Dragonflight dungeons is like a difference of probably up to 15 minutes in a run. Like, it is not negligible for a speedrun. Could even be as much as 30 minutes, I don't know. Like, you're gonna save time no matter what by getting the 30% buff. So let's say if you didn't get the 30% buff, a run would take, like, what did my recent runs take? Like, admittedly, I wasn't going for super fast times, but I got times in, like, the 4 to 5 hour range, I think. Around 4 hours, I think, is closer, on, like, casual runs. So I think something that's fair to say is, like, with the 30% buff, you'd probably get a time, like, much closer to 3 hours. And then for a speed run, like, my midnight pre-patch speed run was 2 hours, 30 minutes. And that one I actually was kind of trying to go fast. So in that case, I'm pretty sure sub 2 hours is possible no matter what. But with TBC dungeons, I think it's entirely possible that I could get like around an hour and a half for 10 to 80 and sub 1 hour for 80 to 90. I think that is entirely possible. Maybe sub 1 hour that's going to be really tough, just because the amount of time it takes to do all the delves is, like, that is kind of just a fixed amount of time, really, and XP doesn't really fix that all that much. We'll see, though. But it would save a lot of time. I'm going to obviously do a lot of testing in advance before I do the run to see, like, with all of the XP buffs, how much time do I save, like, you know, what level can you turn in at? I'll do a bunch of testing to figure that out. That I'm going to do the moment Turbulent Timeway starts next week. But I will have all that figured out by the run, and I'll see. But I think another sub 3 hour or I guess in this case, because I'll be doing Demon Hunter, a sub 3 hour 10 to 90 is entirely possible. And if I didn't have TBC dungeons, it might be close. It might be like barely over 3 hours. But it's still a noticeable difference, I feel. I'm just kind of running in circles. Can I start, like, the campaign? Can I visit the island and see? What are some things that I can test in the PTR right now? Because, like, okay, so yeah, it says, continue the campaign by accepting the quest Hagar's invitation. I looked through all of the Valera stuff. One thing, oh yeah, I was curious, Zandalvari wasn't on the last PTR, so they might have added it. I really like to see what the Valera curios and whatnot are. I also, at some point, I'm gonna have to do a lot of delve testing on the PTR. Whew, I have my work cut out for me. But I will say, like, my motivation to finish working on the 10 to 80 guides has been, like, massively reinvigorated as a result of the Earthen nerf. Because there is, like, part of me that was thinking, why would I spend all this time, like, remaking the 10 to 80 guides if, like, people are just gonna shout me down and say, like, Earthen leveling herder. But nowadays, like, this is literally perfect. The only alternative is gone. Like, it is absolutely the perfect time. So, I'm gonna have to bust my ass, but I will get it done. Now so more than ever. Okay, where am I going? I'm guessing, okay, probably over there. And is there... Where's the Delver headquarters? Is Zandalvari up? Ah, we have Zandalvari. Okay. Okay, there's no He doesn't have portals to the new delves. And to my knowledge, I'm not seeing... Oh yeah, so they brought back Zandalvari, but they haven't actually updated him. He's still selling Season 1 stuff. Alright. Thank you, Zandalvari. Very cool. Seasonal refresher. What the fuck? Alright, let's... Are these like new Valera poisons? So I'm assuming, yeah, Delver's starting kit gives you... This is once per account. What the fuck? What is this nonsense? Oh. Dude, I'm already tired. I'm already tired. Do you ever just like look at a new feature and you just like immediately feel just a wave of exhaustion? Oh god. I don't even know what this is, and I just have zero interest in interacting with it. Can you check the new Delve boss? Almost certainly not. There is zero chance it is enabled. I mean, I'll check, but... Dude, what is this shit? What is this shit? What is this borrowed power swap, man? Why? Why do we need this? Oh, I'm looking at Delves. The problem is I don't even know if I am. I don't think this is Delves. I think this is the new borrowed power slot that they were talking about. I'm just like, how do you not read these tooltips and your eyes just glaze over, dude? I mean, are these the new curios? The fuck? What am I looking at? What does this do? This just... these notes just bring up this. I mean, I was gonna say, like, are these curios, but it doesn't look like curios, because all of them are just some flavor of, like, boring damage proc. Boring stat proc. It's just like, who designs this stuff? I want to, like, sit down and have a conversation with the developer that keeps adding shit like this to the game. And just be like, what is wrong with you? Like, why? Please explain why you think the game needs more random cantrip proc effects like this. Why do I need to look at my damage breakdown and be like, ah, yes, my 5 trinket effects? Why? At least it's not taking up a gear slot. I mean, I guess, but like it's I think some enchants, right? I'm guessing. Okay, so it's probably this fucking shit. Yep, I'm right. Oh, wait, no. It functions outside of dungeons and raids. Okay. Partially right. So it's not just elves. Funnily enough, it says outside of dungeons and raids. It doesn't say outside of PvP. I'm assuming that's an oversight. Otherwise, PvPers are going to be pissed off. Let's see. You already know you're not doing any of whatever this is unless you absolutely have to. At the very least, the fact that this doesn't work in dungeons and raids means it's not going to be, like, extremely mandatory. So that is a relief. I'm guessing that's what this is supposed to be, right? Infuse a belt with the corrosive soul, granting it a random effect? Dude, what? There's no way. Like, okay, I'm so glad this doesn't work in dungeons and raids, because, like, who makes this shit? Okay, I see now. So this pamphlet, this lists all of the different effects that you can get. And you have to randomly get an effect, and then you have to get another corrosive soul, and just keep re-rolling until you get the 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I guess 12 total. 12 total effects. and just keep spending more corrosive souls until it rolls the one that you want. And presumably, you have to re-enchant every new, what is it, belt or wrists with this fucking shit? Why? I mean, like, I get it. So, notably, though, this will matter for people trying to get the Delve Nemesis boss. It's the new Delver belt, but worse, but it doesn't work in Dungeons and Raids. So, if this worked in Dungeons and Raids, I would rush to the forums right now and write up the angriest fucking post about what the fuck are you doing? Why are you adding this? The fact that it doesn't work in Dungeons and Raids does mean that, like, the tuning doesn't need to matter. It can be dog shit. It can be tuned like crap. It can have a terrible design. And, like, it doesn't really matter because you can technically choose to ignore it. So, like, it says, no. The effects are fleeting and only work during Season 2. That just means that it won't work for the rest of the expansion. They used the same wording on Corruption Enchants back in War Within. Like, literally, they had the exact same wording, so we do have precedent for what they mean by the effects are fleeting. But, yeah, they specify. Basically, this just means it won't work for the entire expansion, unlike Omnium Folio, which for some reason is a permanent expansion thing. God knows who thought that was a good idea. Shit that no one asked for, part 420,000, yeah. Yeah, the nice thing is most people won't need to worry about this. I mean, fuck it, I'll test it out, right? So how does this work? I throw it on... Let's throw it on these bracers. Taking damage is a chance to fortify me, reducing incoming damage. Nearby poisoned enemies increase this effect. Okay. Does it say... Okay, you can see the exact... I mean, I kind of guess this is the reason why they have this pamphlet. I actually... Okay, so unrelated from this system, the, like, effects like this, right? Where it's just, like, generic vague wording, where it's like, you get this effect, but it doesn't tell you, like, the exact numbers on what it does. I hate shit like that. It's really annoying. So unrelated to this particular system, the idea that there is some in-game way to see the exact tooltips before you use it, and see, like, this is reduces incoming damage up to 23k, which, like, by the way, this is nothing, right? This is whatever. But at least we know it's nothing. We know that this is a effectively worthless DR. It's weird to say reduces incoming damage up to 23k. That is just a 23k absorb shield with extra steps. Like, why... I don't know. It's weird. But this idea, like, imagine if the start of every season there was an in-game pamphlet that let you view the effects of every single trinket in the game, and you could sort and read through it and see, like, you know, the exact values of different things. Like, that would be nice. I think they should do that. So this pamphlet idea is cool. The fact that, like, I don't know why it has to be attached to this garbage system, but, like, sure. It's also, like, the idea of poisoning an enemy is weird, because if this is... So, poisoned non-boss creatures... There is, like, Valera has poisons, so presumably that would work. So everybody will have some way to get poisons, but maybe people who apply poisons themselves will have better effects on this. This will be really good just because any poisoned non-boss creature damage below 20% health is executed. On certain things, this would be a colossal damage increase. Just like the insta-kill proc at execute range is really strong. So I'm thinking, like... Because, like, the way that you need to think about this, right, is this doesn't matter in dungeons or raids. So this only matters, the only time this is at all relevant... okay, my guild leader is doing pings or whatever, for, like, tomorrow raid. The only time that this is relevant at all for any, like, competitive content would be the Nemesis boss, right? But if you are like me and you're going to try and get, like, Hall of Fame Nemesis boss or whatever, then this is something that you will need to take into account. You will want to get your best effects. I am sure it will be possible to kill the Nemesis boss without all of this stuff. I do not doubt that, right? But obviously, you're going to want to get every little advantage you can, so you may as well get this stuff. And, I mean, you know, the beautiful thing for any of you guys watching is I will have to test this, and then by the time that you go to figure it out, I will just tell you what the best solution is. So, I have to figure this out because I'm going to be making delve guides, and this will be relevant for delve guides. You will be able to just copy my homework, so there you go. But this will be relevant for that, at the very least. Okay, this is like a little grip, so this is neat. Having like a constant mass grip could be nice. The one interesting thing is this could be really troll if you're playing like a ranged and you want to try and like kite a little bit. So whenever I'm doing delves on like my Preservation Evoker, like Disc Priest or whatever, recently, I've been trying to kite while like, you know, hitting from range using like hover and whatnot. So that would actually be really bad. But pretty much everything else, anything that's melee, like on my tanks, caster mobs sitting out and just spam casting are the worst fucking nightmare in delves. So this could actually be quite nice. The damage seems low. I still think this seems like higher damage and the free execute. Think about like Nullius, right? Nullius, the adds that he summons, if they live too long, could apply a really nasty dot onto you, and that could be really tricky if you didn't kill them and then he reactivated. So having the insta-kill mechanic would make the adds a lot easier. Think of something like Zekvir, right? This would be insane for Zekvir. The entire difficulty of Zekvir was killing the web wraps, or whatever, the eggs. So this would be nuts for a boss like that. Really wouldn't make that much of a difference for Underpin. Was that the name of the... it's been so long. I think it was Underpin or whatever. And then... what was Kaiveza? Kaiveza I don't think had ads, right? I don't think... Yeah, there were no ads in Kaiveza. It was just dodge. So this would be bad on Kaiveza. But like you could also swap this around. Obviously, we'll probably know a little bit more about the Nemesis boss when we get closer. But I think this is definitely one to look out for. The grip one could have some utility. Chance during combat to apply Cloud. This seems terrible. This seems completely terrible. Okay. Upon dropping below 50% health, stun all enemies for 10 seconds. When they break free, enemies are poisoned. Okay, this seems really bad. Because it says targets are stunned and invulnerable. So if it was when you drop low, you AoE stun the enemies, that could be, like, potentially kind of useful. There are curios like that. But the fact that they're invulnerable, so, like, you couldn't break them out of the stun or whatever if you wanted to, that seems bad. Why would you want to just sit there for 10 seconds and not be able to attack enemies? This seems actively not helpful in the vast majority of cases. So, don't like that. Hi, Little Deke. Good to see you. Bandage time. Yeah, this is the one that I just got, which... as we saw. I mean, this one, at the very least, like, it's an absorb shield, right? I have no idea how much the damage cap would be increased. They still didn't say that. If they're giving all the numbers on this pamphlet, they should have at least said damage cap is increased by, like, 25% or whatever. But, okay, whatever. This is at least just a net benefits. It doesn't have a potential downside like this, so sure. It's also, like, none of these really gave survivability. So this, if you need survivability, I guess could be okay. There is actually, I mean, depending on how much value you get out of this, even though the shielding on this is not much, there are a lot of people who struggled on Nullius specifically because of survivability. So this could be something to look out for. Chance during combat to gain an Ouroboros cycle? What the fuck? Gaining tertiaries. What the fuck? Slaying an enemy extends the Ouroboros cycle. I mean, this seems pretty terrible, honestly. Like, it seems like okay stats, but it's like proc stats that last for effectively, because the tertiaries don't matter. You can extend the duration a little bit, but like I'll say like 7.5 seconds of proc effects. Because it's like 5 seconds and then 5 seconds, but it's inconsistent. Like, I don't know. This doesn't seem very good. It's whatever. Generally speaking, for stuff like delves, I mean, stuff like delve, stuff like leveling, damage proc effects like this are just better. So, yeah. Chance during combat to poison yourself? What the fuck? Lowering all of your secondary and tertiaries by 100. I mean, that just seems bad, right? Like, this might be a minor increase for some specs, but there's actually some specs that value secondaries over primaries. Like, why would you want this instead of something that just gives you a flat effect? No. Especially the fact that this would lower your versatility in a fight like Nullius, where survivability does matter slightly. I just, no. That seems bad. Upon entering combat, veil yourself in 5 layers of virulent mucus. Ugh. Each stack negating an instance of incoming damage that would exceed 5% of your maximum health. Dealing damage to a poisoned enemy has a very low chance to grant you 1 additional layer of mucus. It's negating an instance of incoming damage that would exceed 5% of your maximum. So, okay. Think about this, though. For a fight like Nullius, or Kaiveza, this would actually be fucking crazy. It says it's not reduced. It would negate an instance of damage. So, like, in theory, if you fucked up, like, Kaiveza Cup game, if that's a single instance of damage, you may have been able to live that with this. If Nullius hits you with a Tank Buster and you have a stack of this, that could be really good. Now, the proc chance on this, I don't know. It says has a very low chance to grant you this. But one nice thing is if you're tracking your uptime on Mucus, and you see, like, oh, hey, obviously, I don't know exactly how the new Nemesis would work, but I'm giving examples of previous Nemesis bosses to get an idea on, like, what we can expect, right? But there have been a lot of bosses. I mean, even Zekvir had some pretty hard-hitting tank busters and whatnot. And that, in many cases, was the thing holding people back from actually killing the boss, because they would just get one-tapped. So, Nullius especially, I think of the final tank busters at the end. The challenging part of... My dad said, virulent mucus, that feels like your last week with pneumonia. Thanks for sharing. RNG defensives, yeah, that's going to be really good. Well, okay, so to be fair, obviously RNG defensives in a vacuum are bad, right? But like, and RNG like normal defensives are bad. But the idea behind this negates an instance of damage entirely. So the idea behind this, you think about a fight like Nullius, where the main challenge of Nullius is that he does these massive tank busters on you that you need to use, like, major defensives for. And when I killed Nullius, outside, like, my first kill on Brewmaster just cheeses it, but when I did it on Blood DK, I was, like, very carefully rotating my defensives to be able to survive. And even if this is a very low chance, what you could end up doing is, like, if you see that you have a stack of this, then you know, okay, I'm about to negate this next Nullius Tank Buster, so I don't need to use my defensives. So that means you can use your defensives on the one after that. So in theory, this could give you a lot longer uptime on, like, a really hard boss like Nullius, even though it has a low proc chance, as long as you got enough procs that you could line up with the big busters. The only problem is because this procs on anything, if you take, like, a Nullius auto attack that does more than 5%, then that would be tricky. But this has potential. Like, on Nemesis boss fights, this could be really good. Especially the way that it would work with potential light mechanics. There are chances, like, I think that there are probably certain one-shot mechanics where, like, the way I think about it is, like, Kaiveza probably... I would imagine all of the mist barrels explode. So I think it is multiple instances of lethal damage, in theory, on Kaiveza. So this probably wouldn't work for that, but you never know. It's entirely possible that you could live mechanics that you shouldn't be able to if you get lucky enough. So it could be really good. This is definitely one to look out for. I will probably try and test this at some point. How do you poison an enemy? So yeah, Valera, rogue poisons might count, so rogues could be pretty good. Valera has a new thing called poisons, where you get like these different effects. We looked at this the other day. Basically, one of her poisons just gives leech avoidance and speed. The thing is, I remember saying that having enemies haste reduced by 20% is like basically worthless, right? But this poison, Soulthirst Venom, while this is the only one that's like kind of okay, because this one, what was this? Yeah, this buffs you. This one's terrible. Because it's a buff on the ally. But Blood Cryptoxin here would debuff enemies. So this would, in theory, apply a poison to the enemies, whereas these ones are just personal buff poisons. So this is a case being made for Blood Cryptoxin, because now you're not just getting this like damage reduction on enemies, you're also getting whatever bonus effects, like a higher chance to activate them. You should consider 2 of these combos, 1 for belt, 1 for bracers. Yeah, no, I'm aware that you have 2. Right now, I'm just looking at like which ones at all in a vacuum have merit, and then maybe a good combo will like jump out at me. Chance during combat to afflict a cursed poison. Interesting that this one applies poison as well, which in theory would further trigger these effects. That's another thing to consider, right? Like, do any of these... So, like, this one doesn't seem very good, but it does poison enemies as well. So it could, in theory... It reminds me of... I'm getting down into, like, super niche territory here for, you know, people who have been min-maxing shit for years. But if you recall, the Onyx Amulet had a builds... I think it was, like, the Twilight Runestone that did like really good damage, and the best combination for Onyx Amulet was something that did like a very tiny amount of healing. It was like it was the Vampiric Runestone, and then you had another effect where it was like when you like proc a heal or something, like healing runestones can proc your damage runestones and vice versa. And because the Vampiric Runestone did a tiny amount of healing and damage, it caused your other runestone to proc like all the time. So you had the Twilight Runestone, you had the Vampiric Runestone, and then you just did the runestone that did the most damage. So 2 of your Onyx Amulet gems were like an engine that just caused you to proc a shitload, and then you just took what is the highest damage proc effect and put it in the 3rd slot, just basically caused that engine to trigger the 3rd proc a bunch of times. And that ended up doing the most damage out of anything. Even though, in a vacuum, that individual runestone wasn't that strong. It's just, when procced a million times manually by the, the proc engine of the Vampiric Runestone, it was really good. So, I think back to that with stuff like this, where some of these effects that apply additional poisons could be better than they look on paper, just because then, if your second effect is really strong. Like, what is this? Dealing damage to a poison... Now, this... In theory, this says dealing damage to a poisoned enemy. So as long as the enemy is poisoned by something, you would have the maximum chance to proc Virulent Mucus. But there were... what's it called? If there are things that have benefits the moment... like, this is any poison non-boss creature damage below 20%. As long as you're able to poison all enemies, then... this would be good. But notably, this doesn't poison itself. It does nature damage, but it doesn't apply a poison. This like, pull effect doesn't actually apply a poison. But, like, in theory, while this does drag in nearby poisoned enemies, like, I don't know, it doesn't matter that much. But, like, the fact that some of these apply poisons, like, you know, this applies poison every 1 second for 1 minute. Okay, that seems bad, right? The main idea behind this is that if an enemy casts a spell, this interrupts it. That said, think to a fight that has heavy kick requirements. If you need to get interrupts, like a good example would be, Zekfir, right? Zekfir was a massive pain in the ass where you couldn't kick everything because you needed to kick you really needed to kick the heal. Otherwise, you would wipe, right? Because he would heal for 30%. And he applied the poison. Now, a lot of people like druids could just shift out the poison, but some specs really struggled to deal with the poison. And having bonus kicks like this, and it also inflicts it on the strongest enemy. So presumably, if you use this on a Nemesis boss, it would always apply this to the Nemesis boss. So whenever this does trigger, this would always trigger on the Nemesis boss. Also, give me 1 second. All right. Now, the only reason why I don't necessarily know how good this would be now is just because, even though in theory, like, if they do release a Nemesis boss that has a shitload of kicks, this would be good. But they almost can't do that, right? Because there are just some specs that are really bad at interrupting. And every time they do something like that, like with Zekvir, people like, well, before priests, but nowadays any healers would complain because, like, what are you supposed to do if there's a kick that just kills you? And, like, Nullius, for instance, Nullius does apply a kick that, if it goes off, it instantly kills you. Then, obviously, yeah, you need to get that, but then right now, DPS Valera is, like, really good at getting interrupts, so she'll pretty much always get that. And while the debuff that Nullius applies is annoying, it's nowhere near as bad as the Zekvir one, because the Nullius debuff just deals damage to you. The issue with the Zekvir debuff is the Zekvir debuff did really nasty damage and slowed you. And there were times where if you had the slow on certain specs, it was literally impossible to dodge out of Zekvir's one-shot combos. So if you couldn't cleanse the slow and he did a bad combo, sorry, you're dead. Zekvir was... I still think Zekvir was honestly the hardest Nemesis boss. Because, like, by the very end, after nerfs, Zekvir could be basically entirely cheesed by a Brewmaster Monk. But so far, literally every single Delve boss has been... The only Delve boss that actually couldn't really be cheesed by Brewmaster Monk is Underpin. They were still good for that. I actually did it on Windwalker. Because the main hardest part about Underpin... Well, the hardest part about Underpin was the bombs and the oil slicks and whatnot. But it was easy to do that if you were a tank, because you had more wiggle room and you can, like, eat a hit and not die. But then Underpin also had a really, really nasty damage check that couldn't be cheesed with Touch of Death like Zekvir could. Zekvir, you could Touch of Death the eggs, and it made it really easy. You could not do that on an Underpin, because you couldn't Touch of Death the shield. So that was a little bit tricky. Brew was still fine for it, but just nowhere near as strong. But you think to, like, Nullius doesn't really have any extremely tight damage check. The final section before he kills you is a little bit of a damage check, sure. But Nullius is... what's it called? Nullius also doesn't have anything where it's like, if you don't dodge, you die. Kaiveza had that, of course. But, like, Kaiveza, the entire challenge... Kaiveza, I would say the two challenges were... if you don't do the mechanics, you die, and rot damage. If you could out-heal the rot damage, which if you had Healer Brand, you could just live through it pretty much usually. And then obviously the mechanics were, like, a bit of a challenge. But there was also 0 damage check on Kaiveza. Underpin had... I think the rot damage on Underpin was very low. That was not an issue. And he didn't really have any major tank busters. But you had to do the mechanics or you died. And he had a damage check in the form of a shield. Nullius has not really rot damage. The debuff that you get applied to you is, like, really the only rot damage. If you don't kill the adds fast enough, that could kind of be considered rot damage, because they apply a nasty dot to you. But usually it's easy enough to just kill them off. And there's really not a lot that you need to avoid, right? Like, that's... The little lasers in the ground don't do that much. So Nullius is basically entirely a tank buster survival check, a little bit of a rot damage check, and a tiny bit of a damage check at the very end, and like the ads can kind of be considered a damage check. Nullius is by far the easiest out of all three of them. Like, nobody's arguing that. But then, compared to all of that, Zephyr had one of the tightest damage checks, period. Even with the Brewmaster Touch of Death, right? That definitely made it easier. That was not really doable pre-nerf. Zephyr did really heavy passive damage, especially if you could not handle the second interrupt. And Zephyr had mechanics that you had to dodge where if you didn't do it, it was really brutal. And he still hit you really fucking hard. So Zephyr, I think, by far, the hardest out of all of them. Every single hard thing that a Nemesis boss can do, it did. The only thing is, like, Kaiveza's mechanics were just, kind of objectively harder than Zephyr's. But the nice thing about Kaiveza is because the rest of the fight was a little bit more chill, you could focus a lot more on just doing the mechanics, whereas Zephyr, you had to do all of that while also staying alive and meeting the damage checks on the egg, which is what made it so hard, because juggling that was a fucking pain. So, all that to say, getting an interrupt, if this is absolutely necessary, this could be very good. It's something to keep in mind. I don't think it'll end up being that useful. And the fact that if it does get a useless kick, you lose the damage just kind of makes it worse in that sense. Let's see. Chance during combat to apply stacking poison. Okay. This could be okay damage. Like, it seems like decent damage, because there's no, like, conditional effect. It's just, it applies a stacking poison that lasts for a minute. Like, that's just it. And this kind of reminds me of exactly what I was saying before, of if you just need something that does an additional source of poison that does damage, this is just a free way to poison an enemy. This would definitely be your best way to get that, of like a free poison effect. Stir up a geyser, erupts after 10 seconds, healing all allies, poisoned units take increased damage and healing. I mean, that seems bad, right? So you would have to stand directly in the geyser, who knows how large it is. And the damage that it would deal to enemies, split, would be less than this, the Ophidian Maw. And obviously the balance to that is that it heals you for a little bit, but then this also heals for less than Lithic Plumage by a pretty noticeable amount. So, yeah, I don't really think this is that good. And then what is Ulatek's Gift? Okay. Chance to inflict your target with nature damage every 5 seconds for 1 minute. While you are poisoned, apply 5 additional stacks. Upon applying 20 stacks to a target, the gift corrodes, dealing the remainder of its damage immediately. I mean, this also seems like it could be a decent way to deal damage, because, like, obviously it would consume the poison, so you would lose the effect of a target being poisoned. And also, the fact that this is while you are poisoned, this means that if you are running an effect like the one that I was talking about earlier, the Valera Soulthirst Venom, where you are poisoned, I think this counts as you being poisoned. Similarly, like, this applies as you being poisoned, I believe, whereas this applies as enemies being poisoned. I assume that's how that would work. In that case, if you're already running this and getting like 10% leech, then you get more value out of something like this, because you're applying more stacks of this, and then that allows you to get more value out of a poison applying to enemy effect, while still using a poison applying to yourself effect. So I could see something like that being useful. Let's, I'll apply the second one to my belt, and we'll see what I get. Okay, and we actually just got that exact one that I was talking about, so cool. I guess this one seems fine. Yeah, definitely, this one seems good. Plague of Corrosion seems good. I think Virulent Mucus, this is one of those where I would probably not use this normally, but this is something that you would likely want to have just in case. If you needed this for a Nemesis boss, this could complete... This is the type of thing where Blizzard never really thinks about this stuff. Keep in mind, Blizzard adds so much random nonsense to the game that this is the problem, right? With adding shit like this to the game. There's no way you can design around this. Like, you cannot add so many different cantrip effects to the game and then have every single design that you ever implement be like 100% foolproof with all these things. They just add this shit for people to play around with. And this is, again, why it does not work in Dungeons and Raids, because they know they can't balance this. But there is absolutely a chance Blizzard has added this to the game, they've forgotten this exists, and people like us will look at this and be like, wait, you can just negate damage? And the person designing the Nemesis boss has no fucking clue that presumably a different developer has added this effect to the game, and then day one, people are going to be able to walk into delves and use Virulent Mucus to just cheese one-shot mechanics on a delve boss and get a free kill. That is entirely something that I could see happening. So whenever you see something like this, like the ability to negate instances of damage, whenever you see a thing like that where it's like, taken to an extreme, this effect could be so fucking broken, always consider it. Always bookmark it in the back of your mind and be like, if I find a use case for this, this could be so fucking crazy. So you can never rule this one out. And then what were the other ones I was interested in? Ironically, as much as I think this is like underpowered, just getting free shields is like fine, I guess. Depending on how this scales for nearby poison enemies, like maybe it's even better. Getting a 23k shield is like, it's okay. Like, you know, it's definitely, look at like Frenzied Regen, right? Like it's nowhere near the level of Frenzied Regen. What is like, you know, that's about 300k, right? 32% of my health, give or take. And this is 23k health. Obviously, this seems like it's a static effect. So on DPS players, this would be a lot more valuable than on tanks. But, you know, it's not bad. If you need survivability, if you're not a tank, right, then maybe this is really good for you. If you are a rogue and you have poor baseline survivability, maybe this would be really nice. It could be okay. I still think for sure these two are like the most interesting. The non-boss creature execution, instantly killing adds below 20%. I mean, this one seems to just do the most damage, right? 9k damage. How much does my Thrash hit for? My Thrash hits for 13k. My Mangle hits for 14k, right? So, like, this is not that much damage, but for a proc effect, like, I don't know exactly how much a Trinket proc you can expect to do, but this seems fine. Like, this seems like what you would expect a random proc effect to do. And the fact that it could just do 20% of a target's health instantly seems very, very, very strong. Now, it does require you, presumably, to poison a lot of enemies. So if I had, like, this and Ulatek's Gift, and I was applying poison to a lot of targets with this thing, and then I got, like, an Ophidian Maw proc that just one-shot everything when it got low, I mean, Mandate already has a chance to one-shot a target at any point. Well, actually, Mandate's going to be gone, right? So actually, especially now that Mandate's gone, this will be kind of the new Mandate. So this could be very, very, very good. 20% of a mob's health is a lot of damage. So that's kind of a similar thing. Any insta-kill effects you always need to look out for. It's the reason why Mandate is so absurdly broken right now. With the upcoming season's theme, there's no way Delve Boss is not being a stake that poisons you. Didn't we already see what the Delve Boss is? Didn't they show it? I don't know, though. You regularly checked every kind of these cantrip items toys in the with the Mage Tower in mind? Exactly, yeah. Because, you know, obviously, Mage Tower, especially now that it's out, they can't really think about that in hindsight. But there's a lot of things like that that will break old content. And in this case, new content, because there's no way they're designing this with it in mind. Use Corrosive Soul on a corrosive item. Wait, so in order to complete this quest... Okay. That's hilarious. And that is a really silly oversight on Blizzard's end. How do you get more Corrosive Souls? So, you know, I didn't read the quest. It wants you to use a Corrosive Soul on an item, and then in order to complete the quest, you have to reroll it. And then it gives you 2 more. But, like, every single person is going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to use 1 on belts and 1 on wrists. Nope, you don't get to complete the quest. How do I get more Corrosive Souls? I'm guessing it's just going to be a random drop from Delves or something like that. But that's really bad quest design. That is very, very, very bad.
Let me know what you find without a trace.
All right, and then what else do I need to do for this quest? Surprise bag, purchase throne. Sure. Are there any new interesting cosmetics? Right, yeah. Effigy of Dun. Okay. Sure. Bouncy Mushroom. Wait, oh shit. This is new, right? This is not already a thing? Is this already a thing? It doesn't seem like it's locked behind anything. Is that? Hold on, I have to double check. Wait, apparently this is already a thing. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I didn't realize you could buy that right now. Interesting. Huh? This actually, so it only works in midnight zones, unfortunately. So its usefulness is a little bit limited, which is a bummer. Outdoor only? Yeah. It's probably why I kind of overlooked it. It never even occurred to me that you could use this for something. Melting in here. This does have interesting potential for, like, you know, you could figure out a way to use this for, like, speedruns or whatever, but... My dad said, off to finish my sucky K-drama so I can start on your digital circus. It's a good show, yeah. I'm telling you. You'll like it. But enjoy your sucky K-drama first. You'd swear there was some... Oh, yeah, I mean, there are mushroom hats in War Within. Honestly, that might be why I never noticed it until now. Because there were a lot of mushroom hats on the Delve vendor in War Within with this exact same icon. So I probably just assumed it was a different recolor of it, and I just kind of skimmed over this. But that's interesting, I guess. It's probably not actually useful at all, but, you know. Okay, so what do we get off this? This looks like 3 different poison effects for Valeera. But, okay, maybe after I finish this quest line, I get access to these poison effects. Okay. I've got good news and bad news. All the curios we dug up melted. Melted! That's the explanation. I love how there's like a new explanation every single fucking Delve season as to why the curios don't carry over. Okay. So... I will say, I don't like this because I never played through any of the Delve unlock quest lines in War Within. I never cared because they only gave mounts. But apparently in order to unlock, like, you actually have to do this quest line to unlock new poison effects for Valeera, so. I'm getting it. I told him to watch Digital Circus. The finale had you crying buckets, yeah. I watched it and then I sat there for like probably 2 hours straight, just like contemplating my existence. So I know the feeling. Okay, let's... That's so strange. Okay, so the quest just like dumps me here in a Talu Tech. Can I just like fly here? I don't need to actually do the quest line to unlock this place? Alright, I guess. Wait, no, okay. So, apparently I'll have to do the unlock chain to do Valeera's quest. I wonder, so that's probably why. I think the Valeera quest probably teleported me directly here, and then because I don't have access to it, it just kicked me out. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so this is Zul'jin, this stuff here. Let's see. What am I looking at? This is, so, Vaults, this is the thing that they're testing. When did they say they were testing this? Let me check the blue post again. I guess maybe I need to do that test. What time is it? June 26th. More details can be found here. Wait, no, Blizzard, there's no way. There's absolutely no way they're doing this shit. Play with the Blues at... Why are they so bad at time zones? So at 3 p.m. on Friday, they're doing the open world test, and I'm so... Yeah, so, okay, the way that I'm reading raid testing, they're using 2 different time zones, dude. Fucking hell. I wish that they were consistent with this. Friday's raid testing starts off at 2 p.m. my time. Then Boss 2 is at 3 p.m. Then 4 p.m. Yeah, okay. So the moment raid testing on Friday ends, Blizzard's doing a Play with the Blues open world test for whatever the fuck Vaults of Atalu Tech is. So... I mean, I guess I'll do that, considering it's going to be immediately following the raid testing. May as well. I'll already be streaming that, so can't hurt. Okay, so the dungeon entrance and the raid entrance are both in this, I'm guessing, subterranean section. I don't know where... So that's Gnarldor Island. That's Ring of Glory. Oh, yeah, I meant to check. So... Delves. Okay, so Ring of Glory and Gnarldor Island have 3 variants. Ah, okay, so Parhelion Plaza has a 4th variant. So, Gulf of Memory only has 3 variants. Sunkiller Sanctum only has 3 variants. Shadowguard Point has 4. Collegiate Calamity has 4. Shadow Enclave has 4. Twilight Crypts has 4. And Darkway has 3. I like... Okay, wait. So, the downside, the bad thing, is that Parhelion Plaza has 4 variants. So, and let's double check, right? So, Gulf of Memory. What is Gnarldor Island and Ring of Glory? Open Night and Olds and Ends. Open Night. Olds and Ends is A. Open Night is A. So that seems to be consistent, right? That has not changed. The same ones are here. And then presumably, if this is the same, then what are the remaining delves that only have 3 variants? I know it was... Gulf of Memory has 3. Sunkiller Sanctum has 3. And I think that's it, right? Let's double check. Darkway has 3. So we should expect to see right now Focusers Under Pressure. Focusers Under Pressure. Core of the Problem. And Descent of the Harroneer. Oh! It's different! Oh, wow, the world map is much bigger now. Okay, but this is Descent of the Harroneer. And this is Core of the Problem. Wait, did I misread? Does Darkway... It says Darkway only has 3. So then why is Darkway... Darkway's on a B cycle. Why is Darkway on a different cycle? What the fuck? That is weird. But now what I would expect to see is every single other delve that is on a 4 variant cycle, if it works like War Within, should be identical. So Trapped, this is C variant, right? Trapped and Ritual Interrupted. Or no, B, right. And then... Yeah, no, I was wrong. Trapped is... But they were both B, and then everything else should be B. Yeah, Shadow Enclave, Shadowy Supplies. Collegiate Calamity, Academy Under Siege. This would be March of the Arcane Brigade. We would expect to see Calamitous. Calamitous, yeah. And we should expect to see, what is it, Dastardly Rotstock? Or no, yeah, Arena Champion's the B one, though. So that is correct. I just misremembered which one was B. Yes, that is B. Okay, so fair to say, everything matches the pattern we expect to see, where all of the 4 variant delves are on the B cycle, all of the 3 variant delves are on the A cycle, minus Darkway, which is just being emo and is on the B cycle for some reason. So the real question is, did they... Two things, two possibilities here. Either they forgot to decouple Darkway with the 4 variant delves, and when the 4 variant delves roll their D variant, Darkway does one of two things. It either bugs the fuck out, or it randomly picks A through C. Or Darkway actually does have a D variant now, which is why it's on the same cycle. Because if this was a C variant, that would be very confusing. But it is on the same variant as the other ones. It's on B right now. So it's possible that they did add a variant to Darkway that they just forgot to mention on the achievement. And I guess we'll find that out whenever the delves roll around to the new one. So we'll see. But it does confirm that the delves are on different cycles now. So what this means for speedruns is, in the case of, because Calamitous is obviously still kind of important. Now, what I was really worried about is that a lot of, the best delves would be on different rotations. But here's the thing. Shadowguard Point, Collegiate Calamity, and, what's it called? Shadow Enclave are, kind of 3 of the important delves where they have, one specific really good variant. And they are all on B variants. Now, it's entirely possible, right, that some of the new variants will end up being really good. It's hard to imagine that any of them will be better than those. Academy Under Siege is really, really, really good. Calamitous is really, really, really good. And Shadowy Supplies is really good. So for those 3, it's hard to imagine it being better. Now, in the case of Darkway, Ogre Powered is the best. So it would be interesting to see whether there would be a way to get, maybe Darkway could be just on its own cycle. It's on a 3 delve cycle, disconnected from the other 3 delves. That's entirely possible. That also could be a bug that they would fix in time. But that is something to consider. But the delves that we don't have connected are Sunkiller Sanctum and what's it called? Gulf of Memory. And Darkway, I don't know what's going on there. Now, Sunkiller Sanctum, the B variants, the one that we normally did with Calamitous, is good, but honestly, all of the Sunkiller variants are pretty fine. None of them are slow. They're all just, solid. Not What I Expected is a little bit slower, but it has more mob kill XP. You probably still want to get one of the faster ones, but Core of the Problem is, decently fast. Core of the Problem also, I believe, has probably a little bit more mob kill XP on average. So, I honestly, I think that this would not matter that much. If you had to do a speedrun on a day where you have B variant Shadowguard Point, 4 delve cycles, and then you had either A or C, and it wasn't gravitational effect, you'd be fine with that. That would be okay. And in the case of, Gulf of Memory, Sporosaur Special, the C variant, is actually, I would say, slightly faster than Almoth Munchies. The difference, I don't think, is that much. It's pretty minor. You definitely don't want to have Descent of the Heroneer, so that is a potential hiccup, right? If you get an A variant, So for like Sunkiller Sanctum, if it's Core of the Problem, it would also be Descent of the Heronir. That would be slower. You would not want that. But if it was C variant, then it would be Sporosaur and not what I expected, which is fine. Like, you'd be okay with that. And then, presumably, if they fix Darkway, and let's say Darkway is aligned to correctly cycle with the other 3 variant Delves, then on a C day, you would also have Ogre Powered, which is by far the fastest Darkway variant. So, if that is how it ends up being distributed, then that would actually be a slight time save for Delves. Well, for speedruns in general, but specifically the Delve section of speedruns, that would be a minor time save. Now, what would be interesting, though, is because in the case of the other Delves, like right now, Atalamon, all of them are fine. Now, maybe none of them are like that standout, though. Maybe this new one is really, really, really good. That could be interesting. Then you have, what's it called? Twilight Crypts, were similarly, Twilight Crypts, none of them are like that amazing standout, like this is so good. So maybe why did it have to be Snakes is really fast? Who knows? So I'll have to test this for sure. I mean, I'll test all of them. And where is it? Parhelion Plaza. Parhelion Plaza, obviously, the B variants that we normally get on the same day as Calamitous, March the Arcane Brigade, this is really bad. Now, Holding the Line is pretty good. Bombing Run is fine. It's passable. I would hope that the new one for Parhelion Plaza is better. And then maybe there's like some merit to where, okay, you do the same thing I did before, but like do it on a daily reset and try and get like a bunch of really good Delves. We'll see. And then, so I'll test this right now, but one thing that I can say for sure, right, is so people were asking, are you going to be able to do these Delves while leveling? This is a considerable amount of travel time to get here, right? Like, this is not nothing. The distance to get from Atalamon to Twilight Crypts is already, like, a bit of a hike. Same thing to get to, like, Parhelion Plaza. But the amount of time it would take to fly from, like, Amanizar Village, roughly, all the way out to these Delves, like, that's some travel. So that alone, even if these do work while leveling, something you need to keep in mind, right? But notice how I was not able to just fly to this island and get there immediately. I got teleported out. Now, it is possible that I just need to do the campaign once on my main character, and then if I unlock the ability to fly to Atal Utek on my level 90 character here, then if I swap to a low-level character, I'll be able to access the Delves. But I think it is entirely possible, based on what I just saw, that you will not be able to access this island on sub-level 90 characters. It'll teleport you away, which means that no matter what, it's just not designed to be done while leveling, which again was the case for the patch Delves in... Wait, why is Midsummer active on the PTR? Oh, wait, Midsummer... Okay. I'm dumb. Midsummer's just active right now anyway. It's the summer. Ignore my brain. Alright, I'm gonna do the unlock quests. I'm guessing it's Hagara's Invitation. So this is interesting. This is the quest that we're gonna get in like 21 days, right? Or something, in like 2 weeks. And it looks like in order to even access Atal Utek, you need to do this quest line. So historically, you didn't always need to do like the interim patch quests. Like there were a bunch of quests with like Orwenia and Illyria that came out like midway through Undermine that were not prerequisites for Koresh. But it does seem like this might be required to complete in order to access Atal Utek. So I think you will probably want to do this on live servers whenever it comes out. Otherwise, you might need to do a bit of extra questing before being able to access the new zone. Does it really matter all that much? Not really, but, you know, it's one of those things where if you're going to have to do it anyway, you may as well do it before the patch. So it's just one less thing you have to do when all the new content has come out. Where am I going? Presumably here. Do I have Leatrix Plus? I don't have any add-ons in the PTR. Shit. I'll have to copy them over at some point. Speak to delegates. Man, if this is required for, if this is actually required for the 12.1 campaign, maybe I just actually bake this into Fall the Arrow already. I don't know, I'll think about it.
Cowards who hid from the Legion, or traitors who joined the Horde.
I be listening. And don't be getting mixed up. Spear spilled blood with some of the trolls.
Okay, these guys.
But I be willing to set aside old rivalries for the common good.
Did I miss?
Do what we must for the
Furi, so.
preservation of this world and the
Alright, yap. Back to Romania.
to break bread with those murderers.
A shooter? Oh, nice to see another familiar face here. It's good to have you along. Now,
Did I... Okay, so there's a bunch of stay while and listens. But all I need to do is talk to Zul'jin. So where is... Yeah, so I think this is one of those where I hate these, like, whole stay a while and listen things, where the quest will not show you where to go unless you actually do the stay a while and listens, and then it, like, updates. Obviously, if I had a follow the arrow thing here, I could just do it, put in the final destination as, like, the arrow coordinates, but obviously until I know that, I have to do this shit. Now, presumably, I can just... I don't actually need to stay a while and listen, I can just talk to them. And then it would tell me where to go, which is... Is it here? Yes, alright.
what do you mean, proof? You're always welcome. Orwena, how do you know Hagar speaks the truth?
We must go to the Den of Echoes. Follow me.
Alright. What was I saying earlier? I was saying something about delves, and then I got distracted. What was I looking at? It'll be interesting to see how fast these variants are. One thing that's a bit of a bummer that I'm kind of a little bit sad about is because because Collegiate Calamity has a new... I just instinctively went to Gulf of Memory. Because Collegiate Calamity has a new variant, Invasive Glow will have a much lower chance to be active, which means you won't be able to use it as often for easy crest farming. But to my knowledge, I mean, I don't think they've fixed it. So, I guess I can always test it whenever it's up in the PTR, but I can't imagine that they've nerfed Invasive Glow. Is...
Give me your hand. Touch the vision. Our magic only works.
I guess we'll see. I hope this questline doesn't take that long, because I want to test the open world stuff. But it's a little bit annoying that apparently I need to go through and test all of this. Also, my nameplates are disabled. I have to go and test all this stuff. Also, I was gonna test out the new trinkets. Where are they? This one seemed good. Here, I'll just put this on. And put this here, and then... Yeah, those don't seem very good. I think I forgot to buy a few other trinkets that I wanted to test out, but I definitely remember this thing, the Font of Venomous Rage, looking like, you know, big on-use trinkets like that are always pretty nice. It's kind of hard to go wrong with that. Let's see. Okay, how much damage does this thing do? Okay! I mean, I guess it does do 557k. And then splashes to nearby targets. Interesting. I don't even know if the target had that much health. I forget what I was... there was something I was going to yap about with Delves, and I have gotten completely distracted. I will be honest, if this takes too long, I might just, like, we'll do the unlock quest, and then I'll do this, like, I don't know, can always do it tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow anyway. I didn't even plan on streaming so long, but I've kind of gotten, like, sidetracked doing PTR stuff. And I gotta test this at some point anyway, so may as well. What do I do? Complete the summoning. Do I have... I love quests like this, where it's just like, extremely vague. What are you supposed to do? Oh, just extra action button, and you have to stand in the exact spot. I guess that kind of makes sense, but there's no, like, indicator on the ground of, like, stand here, so... yeah, that's poor quest design, but whatever. Oh man, I'm out of coffee. Ugh. It really cannot be overstated just how much, like, energy I got from reading the Earthen Changes. Like, that has completely reinvigorated just my will to work on videos. It is nice. I also really want to see what people think about it, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who are pissed off about that, but, like, I don't know, El Bozo. Take the route way to Zul'jin. Arrive at Talonstrike Terrace. Okay, so I'm guessing after this roleplay is finished... Yeah, Aurania's opening a portal. Alright. Why did Goose Comics say you're welcome? You're welcome for what? Oh, the earthen thing? Oh, yeah. For... I did see you posted that. I will say, so I didn't really say much in Discord. I don't know if you heard the stuff earlier. Because I read through it on stream and talked about it extensively. But, yeah, I will say, like, because you said in Discord, Goose, they were leveling fast, but who cares? I mean, I care. I think it was needed. I absolutely think it was needed. I think the way Blizzard implemented it is, like, a little bit stupid, but no, absolutely it was needed. In fact, I mean, I'll be honest, I think that they should have I think they should have completely killed it, or they should have fundamentally changed the racial to be something different. It's kind of a slap in the face, because as it stands now, earthen leveling is just dead as a method, right? Like, I'm sure some people will probably still try to make it work, but it will not actually be worthwhile anymore. Like, not even remotely, if it's 60% slower. So, it's completely dead. And the buff to ingest minerals is, like, ingest minerals was genuinely, like, worse than regular food before. So, the thing that I think really pissed me off is they're trying to, like, you know, not piss everybody off. They're like, if we buff another earthen thing at the same time as we nerf the regular earthen thing that everybody likes, then, you know, surely people won't be as upset with us. When, like, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's playing earthen because they think the racials are good anyways. Like, sure, this change makes it so people feel less bad about playing earthen if they actually like earthen. But, like, I don't know. I think earthen... I can't imagine the audience for, you know, enjoying earthen is that high. And the people who do are going to play it no matter whether the racial is good or bad. Now, did ingest minerals need to be buffed? Sure. But I just have an issue with the way that they went about it, of saying, like, trying to pretend that, like, oh, because we're doing this completely unrelated exploration nerf change that will technically nerf earthen slightly more than other people. The other problem is, like, exploration XP is absolutely not in any way a problem. They made it a problem because of the Earthen Racial. So, despite the fact that exploration XP was not an issue, they're nerfing it for everybody, which, while not major, is actually... It is a nerf for regular leveling. It will make normal leveling for other people slightly slower. You can... I think it's fair to say, like, roughly like a few minutes of time loss because of the nerf to, like, all other people. Which, like, kind of sucks, because I don't think it was really an issue. It was only an issue for Earthen, but they're too afraid to just say, we're nerfing the Earthen Racial. So they're like, we're nerfing it for everybody, but, you know, obviously Earthen get hit harder. One of the nice things, though, is because they're nerfing it for everybody, I had to deal with a few people arguing that even for non-Earthen, exploration XP is, like, okay for early levels, because they just don't understand, you know, I don't know, I'm not going to rehash that, but at least I take a little bit of joy in the fact that now, because exploration XP in general is nerfed, nobody will be able to argue that it's still even remotely a viable method, even without the Earthen buff. But, I mean, that's not enough of a reason. I still would have rather they didn't do that, because it's just silly. You meant, who cares as in why focus on changing that? Well, I mean, so, and that's kind of, that is exactly, I think, the issue, right, of why, when Blizzard does it like that, because this absolutely isn't a overall racial balance change. This is a Earthen leveling is, you know, unhealthy for the state of the game change, just period. And that is why they made the change. But the problem with them trying to say, oh, and then as compensation, we've also, like, buffed their other non-exploration related racial, it gives the impression that they are trying to do genuine racial balance, when everybody knows that's not the intent, and that they are actually just trying to nerf the Earthen Racial, which is, frankly, long overdue. But, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, did the PTR just go down, or... That's, That was an interesting disconnect. It, like, froze for a long time. You don't even have an Earthen leveled up because it's stupid? Yeah. Same, actually, because the only time I ever leveled an Earthen, it was on the PTR. So, on live servers, I actually have never leveled a single Earthen. What needs to be buffed is the channeled 3-minute racial. Yeah, true. I'm probably dead, right? But imagine that being disconnected for that long. Longest loading screen of all time. I'm definitely dead now. Jesus Christ. Not that it matters, but, like... I mean... Blizzard? Hello? What the fuck? And if I can't get in, if the game's just fucking bricked, then I guess I'll just end stream and we'll continue PTR tomorrow or something. Is what it is. But... Okay. I might need to just completely restart the client at this point, because this is not normal. But yeah, I mean, the problem is, again, like, I agree. They were clearly not actually trying to do any meaningful racial balance. They just knew that was an easy thing that they could buff without really causing any problems to compensate. It's just a cop-out. Okay, yeah, at this point, this has been way too long. I am going to fully restart the client. What I'm worried, though, is a lot of times when this happens, then you get stuck in a, you know, character not found, or whatever. Character already exists type of error message, which whenever that happens, you have to just stop playing for like 15 minutes. And at that point, I would just end stream. We'll see, though. This is definitely a weird bug. Because that was a weird disconnect of, like, a full freeze. Generally, when it freezes that long, it fully crashes. But a full freeze into disconnect, and then endless loading screen. So, yeah, wow, literally called it. I will do the one thing that sometimes helps, if you log into a different character, and then log out. And if this isn't working, I'll just end stream, and pick this up tomorrow. I am kind of starving, because I haven't had anything to eat. Alright, I will log out. If this works, I'll finish the questline. No, we just not be back. But yeah, are people here? Let me open WoW Reddit. I would not be surprised if one of the top posts is, "Oh my God, Earthen's getting nerfed. What the hell?" Surprisingly, I had to scroll down pretty far to see a post about it. All right, that did fix it, and not only am I not dead, but okay, strange, like teleporting me out. Actually, come to think of it, real quick, let me check. I think I haven't checked YouTube comments or add-on comments all day. Actually, I did. I forgot. I checked before I started raid. I did respond to one. No new comments in the add-on, though, which is good. Because usually whenever people comment on the add-on page, it's like, I ran into an issue. I'm stuck. Help. So, okay. It did save my credit. It's so strange that it, like... I don't know. That was one of the weirdest disconnects I've encountered. It did reset my nameplates. Okay. So, one thing I'm noticing that's a minor issue with this trinket is it just overkills things by a ridiculous amount. So, for open world, it's actually just bad, because you get no value out of it. Compared to, like, other trinkets that do damage, like, around you. I don't know. Okay, there's Lithic Plumage. So we can see that's one of the things that procced. Also, I don't know why, like, so many mobs are getting pulled. I think, like, mobs are running away in fear and pulling more stuff, but, like, Jesus Christ, it feels like everything is attacking me in this area. Right, and then I need these things. Where? Okay, so they are... Amani tablet rubbings are specific objects, right? Because I picked... This was an Amani tablet running, and I picked this up. And now I can't anymore. So it's not like a... Yeah. It might be... So, like, the way that... this is confusing, right? Because there's a big circle on the map. Whenever there's a big circle, that implies that you just go and collect stuff in this area. But it looks like you have to grab specific objects that are tablet rubbings. So that would imply that it's 6 specific objects. It could be that there's maybe, like, more than 6 and you only need 6 of them. I'm going to quickly check, because I see one over there. But I'm going to go look to see if I can find another one. Okay, I can. So yeah, there's more than 6, but you only need 6. But whenever there are predetermined locations like that, and presumably not shared spawn points, then that is probably something that would still be worth building in a route for, and follow the arrow. That way I can direct people along, like, the easiest path to get all 6. Assuming I include this. I don't know. I'm still deciding whether or not I want to. TBD on that.
built in a Talaman was dedicated to the serpent's victory.
Are they talking about Ulatek?
What would you hear? I speak for Akilzar. Always have.
Arrive at my Sara Deeps. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to do the stay a while and listen just to get it to show properly.
Firebrand, Malacraft.
Here?
This is a fool's errand.
Wait.
Malacraft is dead.
Even so, it is his knowledge that we seek.
You can skip this?
Boy, no good can come from that.
Okay. So I'm guessing after this it's gonna tell me I need to do my Sara Caverns. You know, it really makes me wonder, why did they put my Sara Caverns in this particular dungeon pool? Like that... I feel like my Sara Caverns fits way more into this upcoming stuff. But it's not in this pool. What the heck? Okay, there we go. I got that to work. Man, why does the questline take you into a level 90 elite area? That's a little bit annoying. Are you kidding me? I know what it is. It's the spirit bearers. Okay, I'm glad I wasn't crazy. The fucking spirit... So my Apex talent, this fucking thing, a guardian spirit casts Thrash on a nearby enemy. So that's what's happening. That's why it felt like I was pulling fucking everything in the crypt area. Because I was probably proccing a spirit bearer that was just running into the next room and aggroing something. Oh, fuck me. How does Blizzard always fuck that up whenever they add, like, you know, you do damage to a nearby enemy, and then they never make it only work on enemies you're already in combat with, and it just pulls the fucking world. I really hope that this doesn't go live like this. Because this is going to be such a nightmare if our Apex talent is basically unusable in M+, because it just starts pulling random mobs. For the love of God, Blizzard, please.
Return to us.
Did I... Okay, there we go. Spurfall pugs are out of control. They're asking for multi-kills. Really? Like, you have to link proof that you've done multiple kills to get invited? That's really silly. I mean, I feel like anybody doing that is just clueless, and you probably wouldn't want to join their group anyway. Yeah, that's absurd. That is just not a thing that anybody does. I mean, I believe you. Like, the idea that some lunatic WoW player is putting that as a requirement, I believe that to be the case. But that is, like, not a thing that anybody knowledgeable does, which means whenever you see something like that, the good news is you don't need to get into that group, because you already know that that group is not worth getting into in the first place. Yeah, it really does feel like this should have been... What the fuck is this Vile Branch Scroll? Is this a dropped item? I have to pick this up off the ground? Has this been, like, nearby? And I haven't seen anything that looks like I can interact with it. What gives? Oh, yeah, it is just something off the grounds. Okay. Well, this fucking sucks, man. This is... Yeah, definitely do this the moment it comes out, right? Because having to do this... what is like? There's no fucking scrolls here. You have to pick up 8 objects, and there's like fucking none of them. Who makes these fucking quests? In an elite area, no less. Like, normally I wouldn't care too much. It's like, oh, just pull a bunch of mobs and, like, you know, pick up the scrolls afterwards. But, A, that doesn't usually feel that bad while you're leveling, because it's like, oh, you get mob kill XP, and then you get the items. But this is a max level quest line. So, what the hell? There's none. 8 objects across, like, a gigantic area, and, like, the density of their spawns is extremely fucking bad. This is a Druid quest if I've ever seen one. This is why Flight Form is bonkers OP. It's exactly for quests like this. Like, I've scanned the entire fucking area and I found 2 scrolls. Okay, I guess there's more here that I haven't looked for. Jesus. Alright, here's 1 scroll. They're also so fucking tiny. I can barely click on it. I think I dodged that attack and didn't interrupt me. W. This. Okay, 6 out of 8. Where?
Infuse avatars with the lowest power. Avatars like your grandfather.
So, he researched Ulatek. If grandfather could wield the power of our
There we go.
greatest weapon, then
He could reclaim stolen lands, rebuild the empire.
Okay. Fucking finally done. Now I'm assuming this will give me the fucking the Mysara quest, and then I can skip that. What I don't understand is why do they have Questertar in here and they don't have the option to just skip this to unlock Ulatek? Like I don't want to do this shit, man. All right, nice, done.
did you succeed in getting Malacra's notes?
Warlord Stay.
Is hidden in the serpent shrine of Atala.
Oh.
Let's go.
Not even done with the first chapter, dude. I mean, I'm hoping that this is just this entire thing is the first chapter, and then chapter 2 onwards is like the actual patch content.
If the key is within, we will have to smash the shrine open. Let me
There's more. It's just a never-ending quest line. Your Russian pug collected people for 30 minutes, wiped twice, and disbanded. Oh, I have to speak to Zul'jin to start the thing. Alright, cool, great, lovely. Okay. Why does it keeps... Oh, I was gonna say turn my nameplates off. But those enemies just don't have nameplates? The heck? Alright, presumably I can just do this, right? Oh my god! Wait, that mob had like 1,000 health. Like, it said 1.1 thousand, right? So that had... I don't know. Wow. I mean, this trinket seems good. It said trigger movie. Oh. Okay. No, owner's in Europe. I think.
You're awake. You were out for quite a while. The roots brought us both here. Zul'jara tending to Kinduru. Come,
What will we do without you, Uncle? I see. Ashura, would you honor us by...
Oh, he's dead. Oh, fuck.
The herbs are on the cart.
Uh,
Zul'jin. He has always...
I'll be honest, that was like the only troll character I actually liked in Zul'jin.
But to join forces
That's a bummer.
with that fool. I warned him about that villain. He manipulated grandfather...
Well, yeah,
Warcraft did this. He killed my uncle.
I don't know. I mean, the writing is fucking terrible as usual. Oh, for the love of God, how is it not over? It's not over, man. Okay, well, that was the end of chapter 1, at least. Okay, this might be the start of the actual patch campaign, because this says, this chapter's called An Island of Fangs. So, I'm hoping that we actually get to go to the island now, maybe? Maybe that's where you need to go to get a chance to practice more diverse and modern Russian? I could see that, yeah. It'll be interesting to see, like, whether I run into any guilds where there's a language barrier. Like, so I've actually been thinking about, you know, if I apply to guilds on Europe for the healer thing, do I even bother applying to, like, German guilds or something like that? Because there's a lot of German guilds. But, like, what I wonder is, like, would those guilds even, like, accept English speakers? Because I would imagine, like, you know, maybe this is arrogant of me, but I don't mean this from, like, a, you know, oh, my country's the center of the world thing. I just mean, I'm pretty sure most people speak English, right? Like, if a guild is primarily German, and they don't want to speak any English, like, I'm sure there are some guilds like that, which, like, you know, understandable, right? But I would imagine that at least, like, a lot of the guilds that are primarily German would at least speak some English. I don't know how much of a barrier that would be in, like, a raiding environment. So, I don't know if that's something where, like, I couldn't even bother looking for, like, any, you know, German, or there are some French guilds, too, that I've seen. Or should I only look for, like, guilds that are entirely English-speaking on Europe? I have no idea. I guess I have time to figure that out, though. But most of the people I've encountered in, like, M+ pugs so far have spoken English, so... Okay, so I've killed all the mobs I need to kill. So in theory, at this point, as long as I don't get interrupted, I can just run around and do this. Oh. Do I get credit for... Okay. Sure. This definitely seems like part of the new patch. Because it has all the new models and stuff like that. Okay. That trinket is fucking crazy. Obviously, this is like an Ulatech trinket. Of course, it's going to be, like, somewhat strong. But it's going to make open world content for testing much easier to just have this. To just delete a mob of my choice. What item level did I get off this? 250 item level. Okay. I mean, that's decent catch-up gear, I suppose. But that's nothing crazy. I guess we'll see what the, entry-level World Quest gear is. That's another thing to consider. It also, like, I do think Zul'jin's forces might actually be the name of the new faction. I kind of assumed that would be a placeholder, but it looks like, I mean, the entire story for this patch is, like, what? Just Zul'jin goes and fucks around with some snakes, and then, like, so far, Zul'jin is, like, the main one resisting him. Like, I feel they could definitely think of a more creative name than Zul'jin's forces, right? Like, that, it just seems like such a generic, boring name. Like, obviously we already have a Mani tribe. Sure. They could even do, I don't know, Zul'jin's forces. I'm trying to think, like, even something like Zul'jin's coalition would be like, that would sound like way cooler than Zul'jin's forces. Just, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit pedantic here. It sounds like such a lame name. Like the Koresh thing, the Koresh Trust, right? Like, that sounds like, I don't know, like, what the lore behind that is, but that's at least like a, you know, it sounds like an actual organization. The Cartels of Undermine. You know, obviously that one actually has more lore establishing it, so I think we all saw that one coming. And, like, the whole rep behind the cartels was, like, interesting, with, like, each one being its own unique thing, yada yada yada. So, I understand that a little bit more. And, like, what else? What are some other things? Flames Radiance, I guess, was a mini patch thing. That, kinda counts. I mean, like, look, Silvermoon Court, right? You know, it's not Silvermoon's forces. It's like an actual, you know, organization. The Singularity instead of Void Elf forces. What about, War Within? What else? Yeah, I mean, these are all cool. Hollow Fall Arathi, I guess, is like, I mean, a little bit eh. It's like, they are Arathi and they're in Hollowfall, but also, like, I don't know. This definitely has, like, Zul'jin's forces energy, though. Of, like, you know, uninspired name. But, like, the rest are fine. Iskara Tuskar also kind of similar vibes. But, like, I guess, they are, like, a branch of Tuskar. But, like, Valdrakken Accord. Oh, Accord. Kind of like the Wormrest Accord. Maruk Centaur. Like, I mean, there were multiple. Loam Niffin. And, like, I guess, location race. Location race. Like, location race. Location race. Location race. And then kind of continuing that forward into War Within of location race. I guess, is Arathi a race? Kind of, I guess. They're like a faction. But it's like a sub-faction, right? But because we technically, like, this, it's not even a new faction, right? Like, you know, they are, we already have the Amani, so it's like they need a reason to do, I'm trying to think, like, what was the last time they did this, where the new patch faction was something that we technically already had, but it was just like a new version of what we already had. Because, like, you know, the Manaforge, like, the Ethereals are new. You know, we didn't have them as a rep in baseline, you know, War Within. Same with, like, the Goblins. We didn't have a Goblin rep in baseline War Within. You know, Dragonflight, the Niffin were a new reputation. The Dream Wardens were a new reputation, kind of. They were, like, you know, subset of, like, the Emerald Dream. But it's also more than just, like, the Emerald Dragonflight, right? The last thing that I can think of is, like, the... What was the faction for Korthia? That one, I think, felt, like, kind of lame, where it's, like... It's basically already your existing faction that you've done a bunch of stuff. And, like, Venari and stuff like that. You have to, like, re-earn the rep. And then, obviously, Korthia had Archivist's Codex, which at least is, like, an interesting name, even though that reputation fucking sucked. But, like, what even was the Korthia reputation? Like, that's probably the most forgettable one, because I can't even remember the name. Like, the Zereth Mortis reputation was the Enlightened, and that at least, like, even if, like, the lore is whatever, like, the, you know, smart brokers that live, you know, on the Zereth area, like, I hate the lore, but it's at least, like, they are a unique faction. So you can understand why there would be, like, a separate reputation for them. But, like, wasn't... Korthia was, like, Death's Advance, right? Or something like that? There's something dumb. Do I even have it? Shadowlands? Oh my god, my memory's so good! Damn. I'm proud of that. Yeah. I did remember Archivist Codex. But yeah, like, so this faction I think is lame as fuck. For sure. That's definitely, like, dumb. But, like, I feel like if you're... I think the two problems I have with Zul'jara's forces as a faction is the fact that we're basically re-earning reputation. Like, what is fundamentally the difference between Zul'jara's forces and the Amani tribe? Right? Like, it's the same thing. This is just the Amani tribe with a different name on it. And it's so obvious that they couldn't even think to give it a new name. And like, the patch before had, like, the big, like, you know, summit between the elves and the trolls. Which is why, like, if this faction was instead of just, like, Zul'jara again, was, like, a combination of trolls, elves, and, you know, the Amani tribe, and whatnot. Technically, they are trolls, but, you know, you get what I mean. Like, and they were doing a combined assault on the island, then, honestly, that would be kind of like Death's Advance, which is, like, kind of a cop-out, but it's, like, you know, a combined assault of different factions working together towards this goal. And then it would make sense why there's, like, a new reputation. Obviously, there always has to be a new reputation for a new patch. But then it would at least be, like, lore-wise, you know, you can justify it. You can make a cooler name. Like, I'm trying to... you could probably do some fucking weird thing. I mean, like, you could make up any generic fantasy name. Like, you know, the Harati, right? Like, right now, Harati. Like, what the fuck does the singularity mean? I don't fucking know. But they pulled that one out of their ass, and at least it's a unique name to describe this faction. So... like, I'm thinking, like, what does the word coalition mean? Because I think that would be cool. Like, coalition meaning. A temporary... yeah, so actually, I do think, kind of randomly, I've settled upon what would work. A coalition is a temporary or permanent alliance of distinct groups, individuals, or nations that join forces to achieve a shared objective. So, like, even though I kind of just pulled that word out of my ass as, like, you know, a descriptor of a group, it actually would work really well for, like, what I described as, like, the elves and trolls and stuff teaming up. I didn't know it was kind of like a, you know, randomly thrown together. It even says coalition in this, you know, Google definition of, like, a, you know, temporary alliance. So, the, you know, the elf troll coalition or so, that obviously that would be a lame name specifically. But you could think of something like that. Even something like, instead of Amani tribe, the Amani coalition. That alone would be pretty cool. And instead we get Zul'jara's forces. I don't know. Okay, so I can finally enter the island now, sure. Most Russians speak English. Russian itself is getting increasingly effective with English words that just get mangled into a form that Russians can conjugate. That sounds fun. Wait, why do I have an active prey? What the heck? I did not start a prey. What the fuck is a factotum? I have to Google this. A factotum is an employee, assistant, or general handyman who is hired to do all kinds of work. Blizzard, like, absolutely just ripped that out of a fucking thesaurus. I've never heard anyone use that word before. What the fuck? So they can dig into their thesaurus for fucking factotum. But they couldn't think of something better than Zul'jar's coalition? Okay, dude. Especially when it comes to video game jargon words, it's actually sometimes frustrating. Understandable. You hate that cyclical characters or Cyrillic characters, okay, is enabled in every server. I don't think that's how you spell Cyrillic. Okay. At least I was like, wow, did I butcher that? No, I think I got confused. But understandable. You can't even type and spell those names? Yeah, I don't even know how you would access that on your keyboard. I have no fucking clue why I have a prey objective active when I don't have a prey thing. So is this what leads to... So, the Vaults of Atalutek... It's kind of interesting. I was wondering how they would make an entire patch out of this zone, because it kind of looked small, based on everything I saw. But if there's, like, an entire underground, like, labyrinthine complex, I'm too tired, dude. I can't talk. You get what I mean. There's a fucking labyrinth shit. And then it's like a separate zone, I guess. Cool. So there's... I guess there must be, like, a lot of activities here. Yeah, so this is, like, the new world events. Fight your way through the cursed halls of the Vaults of Atalutek. Alright. Can I mount here? Soul Coiler's Trove. Okay, you can't fly in here. Interesting. But you can use a ground mount. I wonder if that's why they made this. It's like a ground mounts only area. I mean, this is kind of neat. I'll give him that.
You got orders, Hashura? I fight for the Witherbark.
Complete Temple Patrol strikes incursions and defeat ancient foes in the Vaults of Atalutek. 2 fragments to create a champion venom cursed item for your specialization. Okay. I mean, open world champion gear is nice. This is not common, I should note. Obviously, right now, like, they normally add open world champion gear in, like, patch content. So, like, historically speaking, quests like this on patch release from the open world would give veteran. Because keep in mind, like, back in Dragonflight and like, honestly, even most of War Within, the only way to get champion gear from, like, the open world is, like, the rep rewards, pretty much. And everything else just gives veteran. So this is good. I like that. Spirits of the Mani within Vaults of Atalutek deal exclusively in this phantasmal coin.
Nago soldier. Oraka, friend of Halazi. Bright-eyed shadow, bless your hunt.
Okay, but only one of these quests gives that item.
The bite of the next lower.
So... is the idea here that it's like... I think what this is actually... it takes you 2 weeks to get a single champion item. Okay, never mind. That makes more sense with Blizzard's loot philosophy. You have to farm 2 weeks to get a champion item. Yeah, okay, bro, I'll just do delves, I guess. They are just, like, comically stingy with that gear. It's... apparently, like, there's chests up there. I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to get up there, though. Like, I'm looking to see, like, is there a jumping puzzle that I can complete? This is the perfect opportunity to add jumping puzzles. My brain is kind of wired to think jumping puzzle because I've been playing so much Guild Wars 2 lately. But I'm like trying to see. I don't see any path that lead up there. So okay, that's the dungeon entrance right there. Where are the spirits of the Amani that deal exclusively in phantasmal coins? Is it this dude?
We fight for their money, all of them. The winds
Okay.
of Akilzon guide me. Nalarak gives me the strength to outlast them.
What?
Come back soon. I'll have new goods just
Corrode spirit. Uh-oh. I should not have done that. Okay. I thought it was going to crash the game. Do not try to buy the question mark zero tooltip item. That is, yeah, not a good idea, generally. I mean, it looks like it's all decor. I will say, the best thing that housing has ever done to this game is Blizzard doesn't feel the need to shove, like, gear treadmill items into open world content anymore unnecessarily, because they know that they can just put exorbitantly priced cosmetic items through housing now, and people will just farm that. So honestly, I hope housing doesn't die, because as long as housing lives, I probably won't need to grind for gear quite as much, which is nice. So I have no fucking idea what Corrode Spirit means. Is that the Delve quest? That thing? The Corrosive Power? I mean, it's called a Corrosive Soul. It doesn't say where to get it. So I guess it would make sense if talking to you, Corrode Spirit, maybe? This is probably that thing that they showed off that gives you, like, buffs out in the open worlds. Shit, I should probably switch to Wild Charge. It's too useful to not have for open world stuff. I have Tiger Dash as part of my raid build, so. Let's see what's in this treasure. Okay. Corrosive coin. That's about it. Let's see, does this... So these lore objects don't give reputation. Come on. Fading Spirit, Temple Patrol. What the fuck? Where? Children of Ulatek slain. Oh. These mobs are just considered to be children of Ulatek. Alright. Sure. Okay. And the what is this? Okay, I guess we'll see what that does. This functions as lava, right? It sticks to your skin, thin film. Alright. Oh shit, it persists for like a second after you leave. Now, they did say there's traits that reduce the damage, but like, presumably you just don't want to stand in it, right? You're never going to want to just fucking bathe in it. So, it doesn't matter all that much. I mean, so I'm guessing the reason why... Oh, shit. At first I thought this was, like, gonna poison me or something. But... Okay. Mob disappeared. Sure. Oh, what is this? I'm guessing this is just another entrance to a different part? So these are probably all passages that just let you get down here faster from different sections of the island. Oh, you can literally see it, yeah. So this all connects down to the vaults. And then... Interesting. I will say, this is, I like this. I'll have to see how the gameplay is, but I think the general design... Please tell me... I didn't even think of that. Yeah, having to run all the way down here every single time for the raid. I'm sure there'll be some sort of shortcut that they add. But I mean, realistically speaking, like, 1 or 2 people pop over and, like, you know, who cares? So this is a group event. I'm guessing this is why they're doing, like, a play with the blues, because, like, I suspect that, like, as a Guardian Druid, really as any tank, you could probably solo everything here. I can't imagine it would be that hard, but this is definitely intended to be done with multiple people. So a DPS main who's, like, not very good at open world content would struggle to do much here, I suspect. This is the raid entrance. I assume I can't enter. Oh, right, you can't convert to raid unless one other person's in the group? Yeah, whatever. I will say, the fact that there's no mounting gear is interesting. Because, like, it's been a hot minute since... I guess Undermine was kind of like that, huh? And Undermine, like, Demon Hunter parkour felt really nice. But Demon Hunter parkour here is going to be really nice for, like, traversing some of this area. Oh, that bridge is broken. Let's see if I can... So, okay, so this is the raid entrance, and I'm guessing there's tunnels back there that I can take to get to wherever this event is. Let's see what the event gives. Egg of Ulatek. Ooh. Oh shit, there was a chest there. I mean, I'm assuming that's just like copper key shards, right? Because it's Soul Coiler's Trove, and like... Oh, actually, okay, so all of the stuff I looked at before is Soul Coiler's Cache. That chest is Soul Coiler's Trove. You know, very, very different. So, I do like the idea that there's these, like, random world quests here, but it seems like the world quests themselves don't really give any rewards. The only reason to do this is for these things, temple strikes or whatever. And this quest is definitely a weekly, the meta quest. It's possible that, like, these things... Okay, yeah, repeatable, these are dailies. So there's a weekly quest here to just do activities, and that gives you half of a champion piece. Which, mind you, would still be nice to do week 1. You'd probably still want to do that. Can't hurt. And then the dailies give you extra corrosive coins and reputation. So if reputation is relevant for this new faction, which I guess we'll have to see, then this could be important to farm at least once per day. Oh, I've unlocked this. Okay, nice. All right, how do I want to... Okay, so basically the same thing, just like maybe a few more corrosive coins than normal. Cool. W for Goblin Gliders, though, so definitely going to be worth prepping some of those for this area. I think that will be quite useful. Oh, this is a dead end. I didn't even... Okay. Oh, you have to go through the slime. Oh. Okay. I was wondering how to get back there. It's literally like... This tunnel looks like it might connect over there. I can't tell. I'm gonna heal real quick. Let's... Okay. So this is where this bonus objective is. Just gonna pull everything. They're gonna drink me. Oh. Pinky snakes. Oh, fuck. That's a knockback. Okay. I want to get them all stacked up so I can use my fancy trinket on it. If I can... Okay, I need to clear this poison. Okay, shifting out of bear form does not clear that poison. Noted. Alright, big trinket. Oh my god, this thing does so much damage! Holy fuck! Here's the thing, I'm actually, like, I'm pretty overgeared at the moment. I think that's worth keeping in mind. Like, these mobs hit fucking hard. The fact that you can't... Yeah, wow, okay. I mean, that is ridiculous. The move speed reduction is especially annoying because, like, you would think... Okay, the release is right here. You would think you'd be able to shift that off, because 99% of the time you can. I can't. Am I talented into remove corruption? I am, actually, so if I had thought fast enough, I could probably have reacted. Okay, I can stealth this. Oh, it keeps going. Oh shit, there's an entire... It goes further. God damn. Okay. I mean, I may as well flask and food buff. Weapon oil 2. Sure. And then... I mean, somebody clearly got, like, halfway through doing this, because it's at 83%, or it was 70% before I got here. So I need to kill this guy, Guardian of the Sacrifice, and Priest of the First Rattle. Alright. Just pull this room. My trinket's still on cooldown, but I can do this. I'll use everything on this dude, and then trinket the next one. I mean, as is tradition with Blizzard stuff, caster slop in open world ends up being by far the most dangerous thing. Like, these mobs don't hit very hard. This is, like, chill. But that poison dot was just completely shredding me. And in theory, if I could actually see where I was going and I wasn't getting knocked all over the place, then I maybe could have kicked it. And I could have, like, shifted out and cleansed it. And it's very clear that they intend for you to do this in a group. And I can't imagine it would be that hard to find people for it, at least on launch, but... I mean... Oh. Okay. The fuck is this? Eye of Sazerath. Oh, fuck. There's also a rare mob in the corner there. Oh, shit. Bolt Slop, no! I'm getting fucked by Bolt Slop again. I mean, can I just, like... Yeah, I think I just spam my cleanse. Just cleanse nonstop. This dot is Festering Gash. Okay, that's just a flat damage taken increase. Jesus Christ. Really need to do that. I'm just getting fucking bounced all over the fucking place, dude. Okay. Die, please. Die, 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 die. Jesus, these mobs hurt. What the fuck? I have 1 minute to access the cursed depths? Huh? I have nowhere... where... I assume... Where would I go? Problem is, I don't want to, like, pull 50 million things and then die. But I guess I should probably just run. Okay, dead end. Oh, this does not look good. Where's the cursed depths? What the fuck? Okay, man, I don't know. Oh. Okay, I thought I had, like, only a minute to figure out where to go. Doesn't look like it. Alright, please tell me this works. Yeah! Shadow Meld. OP as fuck, dude. Oh. Okay, so... I think that's wrong. It's saying that, yeah, I have to go further down, but the icon is just taking me back to the surface map. I'm assuming they just coded the wrong map ID for where it takes you. I've also already almost completed this Temple Patrol quest. Where's Mancrick's wife? I'm glad it wasn't like, go, you have 1 minute, go access the cursed depths. And it was just that I misunderstood it. Shit. That's not a hitbox. That doesn't have a hitbox. Ah! Okay. Alright, we're good. That says hatch. I don't like that. It says go there. But I don't see, like, any hole in the grounds. Oh, shit. Oh! Okay. There's music here. I wonder why there's music here, but not in the rest of it. What am I collecting here? Shield of the Second. What does that do? Reduces all damage taken by 20%. Okay, yeah, sure. Is that's also Shield of the Second. Is that not... West Chamber cleared. I mean, I've killed every single mob here, and it's at 85%, so... what gives? Guess I just need to wait on respawns. How much damage are the Spirit Bears doing? Like, current segment there. Ah, ooh. Spirit Bear actually kind of hit hard there. It seems like it's proccing a decent amount, so considering it's doing solid damage... W Spirit Bears. Okay, can I just, like, blow these guys up? Yeah. Alright, where do I go next? There is an entrance over there. It would be nice if there was, like, a faster way to navigate this. I kind of see why they're giving you ways to reduce the damage dealt by the poison. Because, like, you can't really easily get here without having to run through the poison. Like, Druid definitely seems insanely OP for navigation in this place. But... yeah, I think almost certainly I'm going to do, like, all of my open world week 1 stuff on Druid. It would be either Druid or Demon Hunter. I can imagine Demon Hunter would also be very good at just, like, crossing gaps like that. But, alas, Vengeance is, I mean, the Vengeance changes that they gave today were actually good. Rarely. But I'm still kind of down on Vengeance in general at the moment. I definitely don't think it will be worthwhile for next patch. So there's no way that I'm going to invest considerable time into it anytime soon. Oh, they're leaving behind poison. Okay. How much percent do these guys give? Will this be enough to clear the chamber? Yeah, that's enough. Alright, I can just... oh, shit. Please tell me this won't interrupt me. Yeah, let's go. And then... there's another one further up. Nice. Don't drop my prowl. Yeah, so you could definitely solo all this with a tank. Like, obviously, I have the new stuff that makes me a little bit stronger, so... actually, I haven't even looked. Rampant Thorn is my tier set bonus. It's, like, okay. It's not doing that much damage, but it's, like, fine, I suppose. But that's not really... that's, like, a very trivial section of the Druid bonus. If Rampant Thorn does, like, even remotely good damage, then the Druid bonus will be very strong, because you're also getting increased mangle damage, and you're getting, what's it called? Increased duration on Incarn. So it has the potential to be very good. This should probably be enough to clear the chamber. I'm curious if there's, like, any other versions of this. I'm probably not going to do too much here. Okay. So I've completed a daily quest. Come on, let me escape. Nice. Completed a daily. It doesn't look like there's any other active event. So that's a temple strike. I mean, that's neat, I guess. I don't know. I'm hoping there's going to be, like, slightly more involved stuff, because really, both of those were just kill enemies. The fact you had to, like, go into a little cave is, like, okay, sure. But so far, there's, I mean, there's little tunnel systems over there. Oh, shit. There's a portal. Alright. I'll check out the portal. I don't want to do... I wasn't planning on testing this a lot, but it's like, it's neat, I suppose. And I've been giving Blizzard tons of shit about their world content for the longest time. And this is like, this is fine. Where's the portal? Portal presumably somewhere around here. Now, there's apparently another little... Yeah, there's a tunnel system over there. The Vault of Restless Bones. Alright. It's down here. Destroy multiple portals. Jars eggs. And then I'm guessing, I don't know, kill this dude. This is probably part of, like, yeah, so that's part of a quest, for sure. So, I'm guessing it's going to send me here eventually. And it looks like, yeah, that chamber just opened up. Okay. I mean, the main thing that I'm unsure about is, like, what's the end game here? Like, what are the rewards? Is this all just for the venomous coins? Like, I know you get that. And then there's the weekly for... Like, I've done a decent amount here, and I'm only at 30% in the weekly, so clearly you need to do a lot. I mean, maybe turning in this quest gives me more. We'll see.
It is an honor to battle beside. Do you need protection?
Did I get... No, so... Actually completing a quest... Oh. Wait, what? You can lure enemies into the guards, and they just kill it for you. Okay. Sure. What was I gonna say? But yeah, like, I don't know. Outside of this weekly quest, I'm not seeing any relevant rewards. I mean, it's cosmetic stuff, right? I know some people will like that. Search for the long-dead owner of the amulet. Okay. Sure. I'm guessing it's probably tied to this thing, the Altar of Corrosion, which, like, they kind of previewed. Oh, wait, exotic armor. I missed this. Oh, this is just the tier token vendor. Okay. Okay, it's just corroded coins. I missed this. I got this thing. Breath of Jan'alai. Wield the flames of Jan'alai, dealing fire damage in a cone. Okay. I mean, it seems fine. Adventure track. So adventure track items start off at 259, huh? I guess that, I mean, that's... Sure. Hero track. That's kind of how it always has been. It's just, you have to mentally put it into perspective. Okay, so what do I still want to do? I'm kind of starving. So I definitely won't be streaming for that much longer, but what do I want to do before I stop? I think I definitely want to check to see if the delves can be done on low-level characters. That's probably good. That shouldn't be too hard to test. I think I'm in... Yeah, the fast travel form. So I can test that. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the rep rewards. I guess we can do that right now. Zul'jin's forces. So, veteran bracers. You get that, like, basically immediately. And Is that, like... Is that good at all? Because Veteran Braces would be equivalent to what, like, Myth Track? So, I guess that's okay, but obviously to anybody who already has bracers, it's like, who cares? Doesn't really matter all that much. Decor... Cracked Canopic Jars. I think that's just like you can find extra things that you loot for Coffer Key Shards. Curse Surge bosses now drop 1 Corrosive Soul per day. Oh, fucking hell. So remember when I was like, how do you get that new thing that you apply the special enchants to your bracers and belts? It's apparently this. I remember them talking about like the Curse Surges in their preview. So apparently you need to reach run down 4 and then unlock this to actually be able to get additional Corrosive Souls. So that's actually kind of toxic design, because if it's completely RNG and it's daily gated to farm more, assuming there's no other way to farm it, but I haven't seen anything, then potentially, if you high roll and get like really good RNG and get your Bis enchants on the first ones, then you don't even need to get more. Otherwise, you could just endlessly farm it and just keep re-rolling into garbage. That's so bad. I mean, thank God this doesn't work in Dungeons and Raids, but that is just absolutely abysmal design. I don't know why they made it like this. Okay. So... Hold on, I'm gonna search these items on Bowhead so I can see what this, what these actually do. Obviously, so there's a Vantis Rune, right? Vantis Rune, we have presumably a stronger healing potion. So, normally we don't get a stronger healing potion until the final tier of the raid. Loa's Gathering is a... Okay, so this is... Loa's Gathering is a new feast, so I guess a new feast option. Probably the different, like, fish or whatever. I don't really mess around with crafting feasts, so I have no idea. Concentrated Silver Moon Healing Potion is, I assume... Let me just see. Concentrated Silver Moon Healing Potion restores 300k health. Yeah, so it's just a stronger healing potion. And then... What else is there? Rite of the Hache. I'm guessing one of these will be like a new enchant. Yeah, actually. Enchant Weapon, Rite of the Hache. Permanently enchants a weapon with Rite of the Hache, causing your spells and abilities to grant you Hache's Might, granting 120 of a random secondary stat for 15 seconds, and it favors your highest secondary stat when you're above 80% health? What the fuck? Also, what does it mean by favors your highest secondary? If you're above 80% health, it always picks your highest secondary? I mean, I feel like that actually would be a really good enchant for some people who really like secondaries. Like one specific stat. And that's what, 120 secondaries? How much does Acuity give? Acuity of the Render Eye gives 67 primary stat. Okay. I mean, I feel like most people will probably still use Render Eye, especially because if it procs when you're at low health and it gives you a stat that's worthless, that's not very good. Then obviously the Vantis Runes, Zul'jin's Forces, Schematic Coiled Hookshot. The fuck is a Coiled Hookshot? Coiled Hookshot is an engineering recipe. Well, I mean, it has schematics, so that makes sense. And it's kind of expensive to make. Oh, it's a decor item. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's... At first I thought it was like, can you get like an outdoor grappling hook? That seems like it would be cool. Especially that seems like it would be an interesting thing to use in this underground area. But apparently it's just a decor item that's like a pool of rope with like a grappling hook. I mean, it's basically a grappling hook decor, I guess. Sure. I'm guessing Keen Hex Mask is also decor. Keen Hex Mask. Yes, that's also decor. Flat snakeskin canopy, almost certainly decor, and then the other one's decor. Okay. So the main thing that's interesting here is that there are recipes for new healing potions and a new weapon enchant, which could theoretically be an upgrade for somebody. Hard to say. And then I have no idea if like cursed fishing is good at all. I guess maybe I'll test that at some point. Who knows? But it does look like, so if Curse Surge bosses give corrosive souls or whatever, that's probably the main reward of Curse Surges, is getting these things, which... Oh, I just realized ground mount speed is increased, so I should probably be on my mount, because probably not benefiting. How much is the... Oh my god, that is an increase. Okay, wow, yeah. Interesting. Whee! Profession knowledge, sure, they always do that as a catch-up. First Surge bosses now have a chance to drop a piece of Warbound veteran equipment. Okay. Like, sure. I don't think that matters. It's a daily chance to drop Warbound veteran equipment. Like, I just... They put in all of this effort to make it so... If you go through all of these hoops, you get worse loot than Delves. Why? Why bother? And then I guess we'll see what the fucking Altar of Corrosion does. That I know they previewed that. I'll have to unlock that and test it. Presumably, I think the Altar of Corrosion only works... only works in the outdoor. Hello, Natty. How'd the Mythic Reclear go? I mean, it went pretty well, but, like, you know, our rogue is a fucking dumbass, right? And, you know, he kept doing stupid stuff and causing us to wipe a bunch, so... You know, aside from that, it went really well. Good to see you, though. You may find unfortunate scout satchels. I'm guessing that's another lootable thing. Okay, champion wrist armor. Interesting that it's... Both slots are wrists. This... guaranteed champion wrists is interesting, though. So, that, Renown 9 is, I think, what it was for the other factions, right? So, that's worth getting. That being said, it is, historically speaking, much easier to get, like, base faction reputation than patch faction reputation. Because usually you have way less... rep from the what's it called? I can't words right now. Way less reputation from the campaign, and there's like less side quests, right? Like you get so much rep from Sojourner. But this at the very least means that reputation will matter up until Renown 9, which I would have to imagine getting, and the other thing is you only have a single week. So that will actually be kind of relevant. Because this champion gear is, like, better than Myth, right? Champion gear is, it's, like, effectively hero... Or it might be equivalent to Myth, right? Yeah. I mean, I can look at the raid, right? It might be equivalent to Myth, so maybe that actually doesn't matter all that much. Normal, champion, 285, yeah. So it's slightly better than Myth Track. What would Veteran be? Raid Finder, Veteran is 272. Okay, so that is Myth Track. Right, so Veteran is equivalent to Myth Track. Champion is equivalent to, like, one above. Right. Now, presumably, I don't know what the cap is for Hero track is 298. So historically speaking, 298, the 1 out of 6 is one below the top of it. So if Hero track starts off at Rotmire gear, then max champion gear would probably be one above that. And does anybody get wrists from Rotmire? I don't think so. It's interesting that it's... Yeah. It's different for each armor type. Leather is helm belt, plate is chest belt. Crazy con. Yeah. But okay, so nobody gets Rotmire bracers, right? So if the reputation item was in a Rotmire slot, like a chest or whatever, then it would be less valuable, because then you could theoretically already get it right now, obviously on Mythic. But because you can't, same, like trinkets and weapon, obviously, but trinkets and weapon, who knows? That would be entirely dependent. Well, trinkets at least would be dependent on tuning. But the fact that there is no 298 bracers means that getting that rep reward would actually be decent. Now, admittedly, it is only a pair of bracers, so like, how much does that actually matter? Probably not a lot, but this is an upgrade. This is absolutely something that you can do week 1 and get value out of. Let's see if there's anything else. Decor. Disis neck. Alright. Okay, I'm assuming this is decor, but I'm going to wow hit this, because that is ambiguous. Idol of Leatrix. Idol of Leatrix is a toy. Transform into a child of Leatrix. Okay, so like cosmetic transformation toy. Assuming Blizz won't timegate that renown. I mean, they're 100% going to timegate the renown. Yeah, they are. But the question is, are we going to be able to get enough reputation in week 1 to get it? Because, like, if I recall, Cartels of Undermine was, like, really hard to farm rep with. I think I got to, like, renown 7 or 8 week 1. It was, like, barely anything. It's been a hot minute, so I forget. But, like, Caress Trust, if I recall, there were more sources of rep early on. It's really hard to say. Like, historically speaking, I mean, there have been times, like Dream Wardens, you were able to get max at the start. Loam Niffin, I don't think you could get quite to level 20 immediately, but you could get there very early. I think I got to, like, Renown 18 or something, week 1 Loam Niffin. I got the champion piece, and then I got the Enchanted Crest the week after. And technically, Loam Niffin was infinitely farmable, just in a really dumb way. So, I don't know, like, 9 Renown, it's not necessarily that ambitious. It really depends on the patch. Like, Dragonflight, the patches were easy to farm rep with. Shadowlands Enlightened, it was possible to farm rep in time to get the rewards that you needed. But also, there were, like, more cheese strats back then to farm rep. In War Within, admittedly, in both cases, it was harder to farm rep. But in both cases, it didn't matter. So, yeah. I'm trying to remember, did I don't even think I bothered farming Caress Trust rep. Caress Trust rep didn't matter for some reason. I forget why. It was something where, like, obviously we had the Dementious Crest, but there was some reason why Caress Trust rep didn't matter, and I can't recall. It's been a while at this point. I do know there was no infinitely farmable source of rep, though, in both patches. So that was a big change, where you were time-gated. And I think that might have been it, right? Like, it was just pointless because you just couldn't get it in time, and I did the math, and I realized, like, there's no way to infinitely farm it. So that's a big, like, deciding factor here of I will have to test this to see if there is, like, a Dream Seeds thing that you can farm for infinite rep, then you should definitely try and get Renown 9. If Renown 9 is, like, doable, but only if you Giga Sweat like I usually do, then it's probably something that, like, I'll make a guide for, but I wouldn't expect most people, like, on my raid team to do it. But if it is realistically achievable, I don't know. Renown 9, I don't know if it's all that ambitious, right? Like, it's fine. Keep in mind that, like, also back in, like, Undermine and Koresh, the champion rewards were at, like, Renown 14 or something. It was much higher than this. So this is still a lot more approachable for a new patch thing. I'll do the math on the rep at some point. What's this? Cosmetic Arsenal. I'm assuming it doesn't specifically say cosmetic. It's probably cosmetic. Shoulder guards of the Hashira. Did I misspell this? Oh, I'm not on the PTR. Yeah, okay, cosmetic shoulders. Right, okay. That's a mount. That is cosmetic. Blade like Marl. Decor. That is Violet back to mounts. And I'm assuming this is cosmetic. Assuming this is also cosmetic. And then that's a title. I'm gonna double check Wowhead just to be case. Just in case. Cancel of Dollar. Cosmetic. And then, I mean, packs of Ackles on. That's almost certainly cosmetic. Yeah. So, as I thought, there's no new, like, Enchanted Crest thing. They are keeping with the same design for the baseline reputations, but champion bracers are, like, that's something, right? Like, you probably would want to do that. Especially ever since we've had Warbound rep, it's usually really worth it to do this. I know a lot of people were kind of, like, on the fence about whether it was worth it to grind rep back in, like, Shadowlands and stuff, back when you weren't sure whether you would actually get maximum value out of that. I mean, even in Dragonflight, we didn't have Warbound rep. We had, like, account-wide bonuses, but you still had to manually grind it on each character, which is also why back then we did, like, you sack one alt or something like that. One thing for sure, though, everybody's going to want to have a contract. So you're going to want to get to Renown 5, get the contract unlocked, and then do world quests. So I did this in Undermine. I don't think I bothered for what's it called? Koresh. But in Undermine, I went on my second account and I did the entire intro on my second account. Got to Renown 5 by farming, like, all the different side quests and stuff like that. Got Inscription unlocked and got the recipe, and then I crafted contracts for everybody in my guild. The problem is I have not set up Inscription at all, so yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely going to do that for myself, either that or I'm just going to, like, I don't know, wait. It's going to be weird, like, ignoring... I guess this only applies to contracts, right? So, like, you could, in theory, just do everything except a world quest. And then save all the world quests for that. And it's entirely possible that depending on how much rep you get enough to reach Renown 5 just by doing the single-time quests. So maybe you don't need to do that. On Undermine, though, I knew for a fact you couldn't. So, let's see. Alright. Now I can fly around. Okay, well, I'll go turn this in. I'll check out the rest of these quests, and then I'll check on the alts and stuff. This is all in August. Yes, the patch comes out on August 11th. So, this patch, August 11th, this is the week until the 18th of, like, the patches out, do open world stuff, and then the raid comes out on the 18th, presumably, right? Blizzard has not officially confirmed it, but some dude on Method's Facebook page leaked it. So, you know. I think most people kind of figured that was going to be the date anyway.
We didn't expect anyone to be here. Their money believe the island is cursed.
Oh, it
150.
Show them our strength, Amani. For Zul'jin!
Oh, that's the stable master. Don't need that.
And Zul'jin.
Where's the quartermaster?
All made or gathered in Zul'jin with pride.
I mean, most of this stuff. Yeah. This was listed there. Idol of Voltec, okay. I could have just done this. It just looked at the fucking vendor. Interestingly, the bracers are not sold here, so I'm assuming it's going to be yet another case of, like, you get a quest to unlock the thing. Okay. So, yeah, there's veteran gear. There's another pinnacle cache. Sure. Defeats 3 curse surges. 4 specialist. Oh, okay. And I mean, I'll test more of this later. Let me fly to the Delve just to confirm, like, I am able to at least... On this character, it lets me enter. So this is one of the Delves. I'm not going to do the entire thing. I'll do this another time, but I'll enter just to show what it looks like, because I also am kind of curious. You'll be in Boston. Maybe you'll come visit. Well, I'm not in Boston, but Boston is a cool city. Okay, so I'm guessing this looks kind of like a Grudge Pit type delve, where it all takes place within a single area. Interesting. I kind of figured that's what it was based on the preview, but I wanted to check to see. This one looks interesting too. Also, okay, there's a rare mob here. I kind of want to just kill the rare to see what does it drop. Yeah, this trinket is absolutely obscene. It dropped nothing. Okay. You know, actually, come to think of it, I do believe I recall them saying that rare mob loot tables weren't implemented yet. I think they said that in a patch note thing. I assume that, you know, the new builds probably would have fixed that. That was like a very early placeholder thing. But that's also one of the reasons why a lot of this stuff usually isn't worth testing early on, but we'll see. I wonder, can I search on Wowhead to see what the curios are? Long loading screen. Ooh, really get lagged out. Okay. Gnarldor Island seems interesting. I like the idea of, like, a delve just being on an island. And it's, like, open. It's like Shadowguard Point, kind of. Because that is fairly isolated. But the layout seems cool. Overall, both delves seem neat. I mean, out of the new delves that War Within added, like, Side Street Sluice, I think, was most people's, like, one of their favorites. Definitely was for me. I liked Archival Assaults. Some of the variants were kind of eh, but overall, I like the idea of reusing the Azure Vault. And I did not like Excavation Site 9. But, I don't know, I guess depending on how these go, I suppose there's a universe in which I end up hating these. But this seems like a neat delve layout, and the Like, the Grudge Pit style delve, like, it's hard to make it really bad. Like, worst case scenario, like, a Grudge Pit is not my favorite delve, but it's, like, it's fine. Very little travel time at the very least, so. The only issue I have with Grudge Pit is Grudge Pit, in many cases, ends up taking longer than a regular delve, because Blizzard, I think, was so worried that due to it being in one room, people would finish it so fast that they just made so much shit happen in every single variant. And it ends up just being longer. Because there are a lot of delves where you can just run straight to the end, pretty much. But Grudge Pit, you have to go through so many objectives. Yeah, exactly what you said, Owner. Yeah, so I'm worried they'll do the same thing. Because I understand they're trying to balance out the lack of travel time, but they overcorrected by a lot in Grudge Pit. It ends up just being slow. But in the new one, maybe they'll hit that balance correctly. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to test, I guess I'll leave the delve. And then I'll log out. Log out here. And then I'm just going to test, can I enter it on a low-level character? I am going to bet that I will not even be able to enter a Talu Tech. Or whatever, like Isle of Fangs, whatever this island's called now. I think it won't let me. So... do I have a level 80 that I can very easily... just, I'll hop onto this character. I mean, all I need to do is, like... in theory, I could probably just take a wormhole generator to... well, I'd have to learn Midnight Engineering. That's what I'll do, though. I'll do the Leatrix skip. I'll do... Great. My Hearthstone set to Merildar. This is a snapshot of my Narubar Palace Druid. I have, it's always fun seeing these characters. My Druid as it was... like, how long ago was Narubar Palace at this point? This was... a year and a half ago. Ballpark. Damn. So... where is... yeah, there's Silvermoon. I guess, yeah, I could just do this instead of talking to Leodrin. So, that works. Did the wormhole generator copy over? Maybe I just fly. Wormhole generator. Quelth. Okay. I guess it's not on here? Is it not showing up on search? Alright. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'll fly. It's not that far. But everything, like, it would work, yeah. So normal leveling would work. Nothing here should be disabled for no particular reason. Right? And we'll just see, can I get there? I should note, by the way, there was no Delver's Call quest when I entered before. Now, it is entirely possible that it's unimplemented. Like, that, it's not late enough on the PTR where we can be so sure that they're not going to do that. But I already think that it's likely we don't get it. So, who knows? I'm going to try to conserve vigor. I will say it looks like the fog that normally covers the island is gone. So that seems to be an account-wide thing. Can you enter in here? Oh. Alright, well, all of the mobs around the island are level 90. You actually can fly here, though, so... there is that. So my initial prediction was wrong, in that sense. But, like, this is a lot of travel time. This is... you have to fly pretty far. It really is crazy how... I didn't think this zone was that big. It doesn't really look that big when you look at it, like, on a map. But... it's pretty fucking ginormous. And then there's the entire underground area. I wonder if there's actually anything in outdoor Gnarldor Islands. Or if it's just, like, really meant to be a delve. I'm sure, like, yeah, okay, yeah, it looks like bosses can spawn kind of close here. I'm sure maybe some of them can spawn in the outdoor version. Alright. Can I enter the delve? Now, I might be able to enter it. It looks like I can. But there's no Delver's Call. So, and it, yeah, it does scale. So, like, so I will admit that I'm surprised. But again, there's no Delver's Call quest. And if I recall correctly, I think it actually was technically possible to enter Excavation Site 9. You might have been able to enter Side Street Sluice if you got to Undermine with, like, getting a summon or something like that. Maybe. But they were never viable because there was just no quest. So, even if you can access these delves, then if there's no Delver's Call quest, then it's not relevant for leveling. That's the only reason we do the delves. Like, they give okay XP, but really, it's nothing special, right? If there's no quest, you just wouldn't do this. So, it's interesting that you can access it, though. I guess I'll keep my eye on this. If I see that they've added the Delver's Calls, who knows? The main issue would be if you ever included these, you would need to find some way to route this in. Maybe it'll add, like, a portal item or something in the future. But yeah, it's, like, the travel time required to get here would be rough. For sure, unless you had some teleportation thing. So we'll see. I don't know if they'll add like the ability to add like a wormhole generator thing. There is the upgraded thing for the Delvobot, so maybe you could try and high roll and like Delvobot, and if this one of these is the Bountiful Delve, then maybe that will hit. I'm guessing they're gonna set it up so one of these is always bountiful and it alternates between the two. But yeah, that is, I guess that's it. Obviously, there's like a bunch of extra stuff I want to test on the PTR, but I will have plenty of time to do that. So there's a play with the blues on Friday, so I'll definitely be doing a lot of the open world testing during that after Friday's raid testing, and probably after Thursday raid testing, I may as well just test a little bit more. But somehow I ended up streaming for 7 hours. So I'll stop there. Like I said before, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow for my guild's second Reclear, where I'll be playing my bear. And yeah, I will see you then. Peace.